I always feel like we're like in an old prospecting town and got the old prospector on a harmonica in a rocking chair playing there. And like, who's that? They're like, that's Adam Friended. He's been mining them hills for MMT for years. And he ain't never struck gold yet.
Yeah. No gold yet. Still looking though. Still looking. One day.
It's your boy PSA Sitch here, the Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite MMT prospector, Adam Friended. And today we'll be watching, I think, not fan favorite, host favorite, right? Host favorite, Adam.
Yeah.
John McWhorter battling MSNBC anchor Chris Hayes, trying so desperately to explain to Chris that wokeness is a problem and that it's just racism again. And Chris is just like, no, my white guilt, my wokeness, my Democrat tribal policies. No, shut up, John. No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
I haven't seen Chris Hayes in like a million years since, I used to watch MSNBC back when I was in the liberal bubble, and I would catch him occasionally. I've even read a Chris Hayes book, guys.
Wow.
Twilight of the Elites I read. Like I was in Hawaii on vacation, and I remember reading that book. And it was actually pretty interesting. I mean, it read kind of as like a populist book. So I thought Chris Hayes was cool, but then I saw this and I thought, oh, wow, Chris Hayes fell into the woke hole.
Didn't we do another Chris Hayes?
I'm not sure that we did. No, I don't think we've never done Rachel Maddow either, who's another like crazy person now. Totally insane.
Does she do streams or podcasts or something?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if she does. I didn't know Chris Hayes did a podcast until you sent me this. So I
am telling you that we did a Chris Hayes podcast in the past.
What's this beautiful still you've got here in your video, Sitch? Did you? Have you come around? Do you like Death Proof now? Is Death Proof your movie now?
Adam made this just to trigger me.
Oh, such a good picture.
Can make you look at Death Proof picture the entire time and feet.
We
hope you guys have a foot fetish because you're gonna be staring at those feet for a long time.
Who wants to look at? We know what John McWhorter looks like, and Chris Hayes. We don't want to.
I want to see John McWhorter's beautiful face. Okay, I don't want to see some dirty feet.
Let's get into this video. What's taking us so long? How long are we gonna stream for?
Okay, relax. Calm yourself, Adam. Okay, we're gonna find gold one of these days.
Hurry up,
prospecting.
That's a nice gold cheerleader outfit. I think I found gold.
There's certain things that we're not going to say either because of mere etiquette, or more often because the discussion has gotten past such things. We don't need to have free speech as to whether or not there should be genocide, for example. We don't need to have free speech.
What? We cannot. What? Sitch. He's making a case that we can't argue whether or not genocide is good.
Oh my God.
How terrible is that? I thought you were a free speech absolutist.
I can't believe this. How dare you? How dare we not be able to talk about whether you can advocate for genocide or not? You know what? As someone who regularly advocates for the genocide of the paupers, I completely disagree.
Oh, did you see who else is on your side in advocating? Look at this. I got the poll right here.
Bam.
Alexa, our overlords, our AI overlords. Right here are advocating for the genocide of the paupers.
That's
Look,
right.
I voted for the paupers. I didn't want to see the paupers genocided.
Look at this bleeding heart liberal over here. Okay. He's like, the oppressed paupers. Look, when the Terminators come over and they put us all into the Matrix, we're going to bargain. We're going to say, don't put us all into the Matrix. Just put the paupers in. No one cares about the paupers. They're barely even people as it is. Okay?
Look at this. Almost 20,000 votes, 19,215 votes, 6 days left. Oh my God. You guys could probably still go vote if you wanted to. Look at this. A-team is always for the underdog. Look at that.
S-class is all about the soda. Okay. Soda reigns supreme.
Hilarious.
Over whether or not women should be able to vote. We have limited time. But what's going on now is that a certain contingent of people are just making the domain of things that we can't say or that we can only talk about in extremely prescribed ways so large that it's beginning to choke out what most societies would consider any kind of sensible or thriving artistic, moral, or intellectual culture.
True.
Destroyed already.
True.
Look at that.
Completely
I can't believe he invited this guy onto his podcast. Guy totally destroys him, and he front loads the thing with the clip where he actually destroys him. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Well, I think it's part of his white guilt. He has to do
Oh, I got it. He's like, look, I had him on. He destroyed me. Here it is.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know who Chris Hayes or John McWhorter is, or I guess didn't notice the thumbnail, this is an interesting conversation in that Chris Hayes is white and John McWhorter is black. And the whole conversation is basically Chris Hayes trying to whitesplain to a black guy about why he's wrong about wokeness and racism.
Right.
And it's Chris Hayes has a very smug, condescending way of speaking. And it's like, he only could have had this conversation with John McWhorter, because I don't think, like, if he had this conversation with a white person, he would just dismiss everything they're saying because they're white.
Yeah.
Like, he only entertains this because John McWhorter is black, in my opinion. That's how it comes across to me.
Right. So you think there would be a lot more clapback if it was a white person?
I'm saying I don't think Chris Hayes could talk to a white person and a white person and tell him that wokeness is a problem. Chris Hayes will automatically just say, well, you're just saying it because you're white and you're racist and you don't, you're afraid that white people are losing power in the country. Like, that's just his main operating system. He can only entertain the thought that wokeness could be.
Uh-oh, we lost Sitch for a second there. Hopefully he'll be
my
back.
interpretation from this conversation.
We lost you for a second there, Sitch. You want to repeat what you said?
Whatever. Don't worry about it.
Hello and welcome to Why Is This Happening with me, your host, Chris Hayes. Well, folks, have you heard that they just passed a law that you can't read Dr. Seuss? Do you know about that? It's true. Biden administration, Democrats they're going to pass a law that you cannot read Dr. Seuss anymore. The era of tyranny is.
You like that? You like that? First thing out of his mouth. Now, it's a joke. It's a joke, but also a horrible, dirty straw man. Do you like that? Literally, start of the conversation. Straw man belittling the entire conversation, the entire point.
Of the Dr. Seuss stuff?
No, yes, or of the idea of cancel culture. He's like, well, I'm going to take it and I'm going to take the fears of cancel culture and I'm going to give you like a hyperbolic straw man.
Dr. Seuss is a terrible example of the cancel culture, though. It's so awful. The Dr. Seuss was, so they picked, I think, 5 books that no one was buying anyway. The sales were terrible on. So when they canceled them, obviously they thought there was racially insensitive material in there. But I don't know. Maybe if they were selling better, they would just like keep it on the DL, right? What does it say that first of all, the whole argument that they have is we live in a completely racist culture. Then why the hell are the books with the racially insensitive stuff selling so poorly that they're taking them off the market? I don't get it here. Seems like the free market decided we don't want that racist shit. And they were like, yeah, okay, we agree. We sold 1 copy in like 30 years. So they take it off the market. And then everybody thinks, oh my God, they said green eggs and ham was racist. No, they didn't. The green eggs and ham made the cut. Okay. All the books that are top sellers are still out there. I've never, like the ones that they cut, I never even heard of.
I just think it's important to point out from a rhetoric standpoint, that Chris has set up the conversation intentionally or unintentionally so that the very first thing you hear him say, the framing that he provides for his entire audience is cancel culture is a joke and it's overblown and ridiculous.
Totally.
By giving this example, the Dr. Seuss example, but then even taking it further by mocking it by saying, oh, it's illegal to read Dr. Seuss now.
Yeah.
So that's the framing he's putting on the conversation. Just as soon as you walk in the door, he's like, look at this dumb shit.
I wish the conservatives wouldn't. Well, I don't. What conservative commentators went crazy over the Dr. Seuss stuff? I don't even.
Everyone did.
Did they really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's chasing the algorithm, I'd like to think, because it wasn't really that big a deal.
Well, the Dr. Seuss thing. It's kind of like, I hate to use this example. It's kind of like the Michael Brown of Black Lives Matter.
Oh, really?
And that
Oh my God.
it's sort of like for some, it's interesting what cases catch people's attention. So
Right.
like the Michael Brown case, remember, that was the case where the guy had stolen cigars or something, and then he attacked the cop, and then
Yeah.
the cop shot him.
Tried
and then
the
people
cop
were
tried to
saying,
get he tried to get the cop's gun.
then he tried to get the cop's gun, and then the cop shot him, and people were trying to say he had his hands up, and there's no evidence that he did have his hands up.
Yeah.
There's only evidence that he attacked the cop, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But before all the facts came out, that case really caught the attention of America.
Mhm.
And I said at the time, it was weird because there were better cases, like the Tamir Rice case where the kid was shot by the cop before the cop even leaves the car. That would have been a better rallying cry for Black Lives Matter.
Sure. Yeah. Huge.
But for whatever reason, the Michael Brown case was the one that captured the imagination of the country. It was just the right circumstances or something all just kind of coalesced together. And I think even though it turned out to be a really bad poster child for Black Lives Matter, because it all turned out to be bullshit. And I think it's kind of the same thing with the Dr. Seuss stuff, is that maybe just because of the name recognition of Dr. Seuss and the fact that when people think about it, they think of the Cat in the Hat and Horton Hears a Who, and they think of all the Lorax and all this innocuous things, that when you hear that they canceled some Dr. Seuss book for racism, people's brains just explode. And so they all fixate on this. And it was something that was very heavily talked about at the time. Even if, though I agree with you, it was a bad example because, first of all, A, it was an internal decision by the company, and B, at least one of the pages I would agree was
Oh my God, you cut out at the worst possible
the
time.
book or something.
You cut out at the worst possible time. At least one of the pages was what?
Well, at least one of the pages was actually pretty bad
Okay.
in terms of racist depictions. And I could understand them wanting to remove that single page from the book.
Okay. Wow.
But I think they should have just done that without getting rid of the whole book or something. There was an African guy, and he looked like the real stereotype of like the African monkey negative stereotype.
Wow. Okay.
Like Black Samba, it looked really absurd.
should
But to
just
be
put a
fair to
big-
Dr. Seuss,
a big bold racism over this.
yes.
image.
But to be
Block
fair
it
to
out.
Dr. Seuss, if you read that book, all the characters on it are depicted as like over the top caricatures of whatever country they're supposed to be from.
Oh,
It's
really?
not just the black people that are depicted that way. But it's just that's the one that we feel culturally sensitive to at this time right now.
Right. Yeah. The Germans have all little mustaches.
Well, like there's like a Russian guy and he's got like a 10-foot beard. He's like just basically just
Oh,
a beard
yeah.
and a Russian hat. Like you can't even see his face,
Wow.
So
I'm joking and overstating things a little bit because you probably followed the Seuss controversy, maybe tangentially, maybe closely, that basically the Seuss estate decided that several books that Theodore Geisel, Dr. Seuss, had written would be taken out of print because they contained offensive images. And that precipitated a very, very intense week-long news cycle, particularly on Fox News among Republicans, where it was like all they were talking about. It was a little weird because it was while there was a debate about this multi-trillion-dollar COVID relief package, it's while like we're finding our way out of like a once in 100-year plague. But it was part of this sort of broader cultural conversation that we've seen happen.
this is always the tactic of sort of the liberal, because I guess Chris Hayes is progressive.
Progressive.
He's liberal. He's not a leftist.
Progressive.
He's not a communist, I don't think. But this is always the tactic of the progressive liberal news anchor who's very hyper concerned about winning elections in the Democratic Party. And they always say, it's just, we heard this from Ezra Klein a million times. It's just kids on college campuses. This is just a not important issue. Why are we focusing on this woke stuff? Okay, there's all these other important issues going on. And it's like, yeah, that's true. And look, we've been talking about COVID for like the past year nonstop. So it's like, yeah, I understand that COVID's going on, Chris. I understand there's a super plague going on that's unlike anything that we've seen for 100 years. But
Yeah.
we've been talking about that for a year. I think we can take some time to talk about other things.
No,
at some
we
point.
have to focus on the death count. You don't
Yeah,
understand, Sitch. This is very important. There are important things going on in the world. We can't focus on this cancel culture nonsense.
Yes. it's very disingenuous to me to hear this.
All they want to do is discredit Fox News. It's so hilarious because
know.
they are the left-wing version of Fox News. It's
Yep.
so crazy.
Yep, I know.
It's like we
crazy.
are 10 times worse than Fox News, but here, let us rag on Fox News for an hour.
Happening, or I think it's intensified in the last year or two, about what some people call, and I'm going to sort of avoid the term cancel culture. Because I think that term is like a pair of old sweatpants that has been so stretched out by overuse that it can't hold anything up anymore.
I like that.
What's going on in his pants, for heaven's sake? Like, I don't understand this analogy.
Look, he gained a lot of weight, okay, during COVID. Right.
Your pants need to, man, if you're, I don't know. My pant, like, I don't focus on my pants holding anything up for me.
But no, it's interesting to me that the talking point now is, oh, cancel culture is such an overused term, it doesn't mean anything. Which, yeah, some people overuse it, sure. But they always jump to this, because some people overuse it, we just should throw the term away. It's a useless term, doesn't mean anything anymore. And I'm thinking, can't we say that of the term racism? Like, which term is more overused, cancel culture or racism?
It is funny that racism is kind of the political tool that cancel culture is becoming on the right. Racism on the left is essential to their electoral politics.
Yes.
Will cancel culture become essential to?
Maybe not. I don't think to anywhere near the extent that racism is. But it's just racism has been thrown around so much about everything that you can't say that cancel culture is a useless term and still claim that racism has a value in society now.
Yeah, exactly.
But what it is a discussion about, and it's a discussion that's not in some ways that different from debates and discussions we've had at various other points in American history, particularly for me as a child of the 90s, the great PC debate of the 1990s. It is a conversation about speech, taboo, social justice and respect, power and hierarchy.
Notice that? Oh my God.
Respect.
He's like, social justice is respect.
Yes.
Respect for everyone but white people. White people, you don't get any fucking respect. You're an oppressor, colonialist class. No respect for you.
It's funny because people would still not like wokeism and still complain about it. But I think there would be a lot less complaints if it wasn't so hypocritical.
Oh my God. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. When I think of social justice, I do not think respect. I think absolutely no respect at all. No respect for anyone.
That's true. Yeah, no, I agree. I think if screeching child demanding you
my
do
pronouns. What?
Yes.
Okay. Well, use your pronouns already. Jeez.
Censure and penalty about what things people can or can't say, should or shouldn't say in what environments, and what censure should attach to that kind of speech, where we draw lines between speech that is offensive, speech that might even be harmful, and speech that is part of debate.
Ooh, words are violence. He's already showing his cards.
Mm-hmm.
Can words be harmful? I don't know.
Of course.
Yeah, I guess they can. I guess it really is. The old sticks and stones. The old sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Is kind of a lie.
It is a lie. It is a lie. But it's a useful tool that you should keep in your mind, and that society should be based, in my opinion, society should be based more around not worrying about the harm of words than worrying about them. And I think right now that the balance is way tipped on, anything that is remotely offensive to non-white people, because we don't care about white people. Anything that's deemed remotely offensive to non-white people or women is just not tolerable, not tolerated whatsoever by anyone's stand. There's no reasonable person standard involved either.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to see something insane, because we've all kind of, our brains have been so scrambled by woke shit, go find old episodes of Tosh.0. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
who I don't know if you've seen. I love Tosh. Tosh is hilarious. If you watch some of his old comedy from like 2014 and before that, you forgot how amazing the world used to be. You forgot how offensively hilarious comedians were allowed to be without being canceled. Because everything he's saying, you're like, this is hilarious. I forgot the world used to be like this. You could just say funny, crazy shit, and everyone understood it was a joke, and it was fine.
I was thinking more in the case of like the Nick Sandman situation, where you could make an argument that words are harmful because they're lies. They're basically lies about people. So if the media captures, if the media puts out a false narrative about you and you have no way to fight that narrative, then yeah, those are just words, but those words are going to do tangible damage to you. You're not going to be able to get a job. Your employment prospects are going to be destroyed. So I think really at no time, and there might have been an argument for, sticks and stones back before the internet, but now it seems like less true than ever before.
Well, yeah, that's definitely another point that's true. And I still get into arguments with people about Kyle Rittenhouse, who...
Yeah, another perfect example, Kyle Rittenhouse.
And it's so funny because when I explain what happened, they say, oh, well, if that's true, then yeah, then he's definitely not guilty. And like I get in arguments with them because they don't believe, because they don't understand what happened. They believe the narrative that he fired a gun into a bunch of random protesters.
The Don Lemon narrative, right there.
They
words
believe
are
the Don Lemon
violence.
narrative. Right. They have no clue whatsoever about the actual sequence of events and what happened. And when I explain to them, they say, well, if that's true, then yes, I believe you, Sitch, that what he did was self-defense. Or they don't believe me. They say, well, if that's true, why are they bringing charges against him? If it's that one-sided, why are they bringing charges against him? And I'm like, because it's all political. It's all nonsense. This is the world we live in.
I wonder what would happen if the right did take up the mantle of the words or violence in the context of cancel culture. And then the left would be like, what? Now Fox News is saying words are violence? What? Sticks and stones. They would have to reverse course immediately, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
They would say, it's so interesting because David Pakman's been on this big spill about this recently, where he keeps coming out against cancel culture, which is weird because he used to complain about cancel culture directly affecting his YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you know, and as anyone listening to this probably knows, if you talk about current events or politics or news on YouTube and you're not a special verified magic channel, who's one of the mainstream media or, the Young Turks or someone who gets special YouTube status, you get demonetized and the algorithm pushes your videos down into the trash can. And this has all happened because of cancel culture. This all happened because the media was whining incessantly to the YouTube that, oh, there's so much fake news and false information and alt-right rabbit holes and blah, blah, blah. And you guys need to clamp down on this. So YouTube gave up. They threw their hands up in the air and said, okay, we're just going to push everything that's not mainstream news down into the garbage can. And this affected David Pakman's entire livelihood.
Mm-hmm.
And so for him to whine about cancel culture, saying cancel culture isn't real, it's just conservative white victimhood. Okay, that's what they always say. They say it's conservative white victimhood. Oh, they're just, I'm white and I'm such a victim. That's all they say. And I'm like, David, this is literally your job is being so negatively impacted by this. How are you so blind? And he's literally, there was years ago, back before everything was as insane as it is now, there's a stream with David Pakman and Sargon in it together talking about this very issue.
Really? Holy shit. That's hilarious.
Whether who should draw those lines, all this is really, to me, thorny, interesting, complicated stuff, even though the debate over it I find exhausting, kind of maddening, because it always feels like it's being undertaken in a kind of disingenuous and cudgel-like fashion. And it also seems to me to often go to the abstract over the particular, where the particulars are really the only thing that you can really kind of root yourself in. That said, I'm also, at the same time, I'm kind of like repelled by the debate. I'm drawn to it. Like I'm constantly thinking about it and thinking about what my response would be to this or that. And we don't do it on the show because I'm, again, we're in a plague and like there's a bunch of other stuff. But I also don't think it's nothing. Like I don't think it's unimportant. I don't think it's the stakes.
If there was no COVID, I don't think he would be talking about this on his show whatsoever.
Cancel culture?
Yeah, this has been the mainstream left's modus operandi for cancel culture has been to downplay and ignore. Downplay and ignore. He can't mount a cogent defense against this stuff on national television.
Definitely not. Hey, we got a $50 super chat. What?
Oh my God. Genetic disposition. Thank you so much, Genetic Disposition, for $50. Anyone who uses censure instead of censor is an NPC, aka Isaac.
I love that Isaac is getting called out on our main show. It's pretty hilarious.
What is censor and censure? Does this come out in
Censure? I don't know. It's probably from one of our talks, one of our Red Pill talks. Isaac is back, and I will be back next Saturday. So Isaac is coming back to my channel. He says we can talk all day on Saturday, so I don't know what we're going to talk about all day, but maybe we'll invite some people on.
When I Google censure, I get like a picture of like a woman's butt in a thong.
Oh, nice.
So I'm not sure.
Nice.
What is? I don't know what this.
Oh my God.
Did this not come up on the show, Adam? Do you not remember?
I don't remember. No, sorry.
Okay.
But he does try to use big words. I mean, so do I, but I try. I just use them to...
It's actually an important conversation to have.
What are you doing? We got another $50 super
Oh my
chat.
God, we just
I
did.
know, back to back.
Mr. Dolphin, thank you very much, Mr. Dolphin. $50 says, "Hey y'all, great streams lately. I said this before, but you guys are right. Presup apologetics and woke activism are extremely similar. True.
Oh, interesting.
Criticize and call other worldviews inconsistent while never being self-critical of their own worldview.
Great point.
True.
Great point. Yeah. What? We have inconsistencies? No, your worldview is inconsistent.
And it also, like, the worst place to do that conversation is Twitter, where, you know, you're bound by 240 characters. There's a lot of dunking. There's a lot of, like, sort of intentional misreading. And so I've been wanting to kind of talk through this in a way with someone who, particularly someone who's coming at it, I think, from a somewhat different perspective than I am, or at least whose kind of first principle commitments and experience with this is a bit different than mine. And I've been reading and listening to John McWhorter for many years. He's a really fascinating thinker, intellectual, writer, and scholar. His sort of academic work is often focused on linguistics, on natural use of language, how language changes over time, the incredible multiplicity of purposes language can be put to, how the questions of what is and isn't acceptable change over time, the boundaries of language. In fact, his latest book is called 9 Nasty Words, English in the Gutter, Then, Now, and Forever. But he's also someone who I think has has through the years in his writing and thinking had a heterodox view of some of these questions. He's been very difficult to sort of categorize or pigeonhole or pin down in terms of what the particularities of his politics are.
What? He's black and he's anti-woke? I don't get it. It makes no sense to me. What's going on? I don't understand.
I can't pin him down. He's a renegade.
I'm sorry. I'm just doing a translation. John McWhorter is officially one of my heroes now. He did come at Jordan Peterson, I think at the Aspen Institute talk or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He was super proud of that, which I personally thought, obviously I had that, why are mommy and daddy fighting? But I think Jordan Peterson actually like handily destroyed him.
I would love to see them have like an actual conversation.
I would love it too. I would love it too.
It's weird to me that they haven't had an actual conversation.
Yeah, it is noticeably absent. Maybe we should hound Jordan Peterson to invite him on his podcast. But Jordan Peterson, did you see Jordan Peterson called out or asked, invited, maybe is the right word, Elon Musk onto his podcast?
I did see that.
And Elon was like, what will we talk about? I was thinking,
yep.
Oh my God, that would be awesome. Can you imagine the like triggered snowflakes? What? Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson are talking. Don't you know he's a white supremacist Nazi, Elon? Mm-hmm. That should be good.
He will engage in interesting conversations with a professor Brown by the name of Glenn Lowry, which you can catch online. And I know that John is someone who's coming at this with who is in a sort of school of thought along with a lot of other thinkers that there is a real threat here. There's a real problem in the level of censoriousness and the censure that is attached to what we consider harmful, offensive, or wayward speech, and that there.
Did he just use the word censure? I think he did.
Well, I think it would be. He did. I think it would
He
be
literally
useful.
used the word censure. I feel like, what does the super chat say? Is censor
censor.
instead of censor? Yeah,
Yeah, there
we've
you
got
go.
ourselves an NPC here, guys.
There you go. But I think it would. I wonder if it would be useful or persuasive to people like Chris and all these other, and Ezra Klein, and all these other people, if you really hammer it home that wokeness is anti-liberalism.
Yeah, no shit. That would be great.
And you say, look, you don't understand. You're actually advocating for a system that will destroy liberalism, the economic and political structures that you claim to believe in.
But don't you know that individualism is white supremacy?
Of course.
Sitch, I mean,
Of course.
really, you're just endorsing white supremacy here.
Right. Because I don't think they understand that's what's happening. Chris has no concept that that's what's happening. He thinks this is all just right-wing propaganda.
He's a partisan. He's a complete partisan.
Yes,
There's no way they're going to... There's too much electoral advantage in calling everyone under the sun racist. The massive irony to me is that, you know, when I was growing up, they would constantly call out the right for the racist Southern strategy. And now they're using the racist strategy. It's like crazy.
It is.
It's like, oh, look, they're trying to pander to racists. Oh, here, let's pander to as many racists as we can.
You know, I was very surprised. Maybe this is part of maybe the pushback is happening. It's happening in small steps.
Oh, you saw the Charles Barkley clip. Is that what you're going to bring up?
There's that too. There's Charles Barkley who comes out as enlightened centrist.
Hell yeah. It was great.
Talking about how politics right now promotes tribalism and just resentment and attacking each other as opposed to working together. Very true.
Well, he goes even further. He says, like, black people and white people are all good people.
Yes.
Like, they're just being torn apart by politics, which is like, there you go.
Right.
Nail on the head right there.
Yes, very true. But also, you know, everyone's been talking about the voting laws that were passed in Georgia, and Joe Biden and the Democrats we're talking about how, again, using the idea that it was racist. And John McWhorter and Glenn Loury actually have a very interesting conversation about this on their YouTube channel. But what was interesting about this is after they've been hounding that these laws in Georgia, these voting laws are racist, both the New York Times and the Washington Post, left-wing mainstream media organizations, both came out with articles saying that was not true, that the voting laws in Georgia were actually not that big of a deal and that they were being overblown by the Democrats.
Really?
And I was very
racist
surprised
reasons.
to see these articles.
For racist reasons, exactly.
Yeah, very
They're like,
surprised.
all they want to do is, you got to understand, black people or Republicans hate black people. They just want to disenfranchise black people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's basically their argument.
Right. I was very surprised to see the New York Times and the Washington Post push back against that narrative.
Yeah, the New York Times. That's crazy.
Yep.
That's so useful to them. I don't know what's going on here.
I don't know.
Maybe they're like, finally they've had, you know, a come to Jesus moment. They're like, you know, we're hitting this racism stuff pretty hard. We might be tearing the country apart.
Maybe it's a slow process towards healing. We'll see.
Hopefully.
Battle, actually, a philosophical and sort of first principles political and moral battle about, you know, speech. And so I thought, well, John's someone I really like talking to, even arguing with, and so I thought it would be a good opportunity for us to talk through this. So John McWhorter, great to have you on the podcast.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
How does that work as an introduction to the topic?
That was absolutely perfect. I was just sitting here thinking, boy, this sums it up better than anybody I have heard do it. And
we didn't script that, just to be honest. But so I'm not quite sure where to start it. Here's one thing that I thought would be a useful thing that I feel like is often not present in these discussions, right? In almost any situation, whether it's let's take the law out of it for a second, right? Let's just talk about, you know, whether it's a dinner party or it's you're up in front of a classroom or it's a meeting at work, right? In any situation, there's going to be boundaries to what kind of speech is or is not appropriate.
Always. Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
And the question, a lot of the debates we're having right now general isn't about should such boundaries exist, because they just always do, whether that's a matter of a social fact or that's a matter of, a sort of social justice imperative or a, legal question of, discrimination, hostile workplace, right?
Right.
That those boundaries are going to exist. We're just having a very intense meta debate about where they should be and who should define where they are. How do you see that?
That is exactly it. The issue is not free speech, because no society of human beings could ever have perfectly free speech. There are certain things that we're not going to say, either because of mere etiquette or more often because the discussion has gotten past such things. We don't need to have free speech as to whether or not there should be genocide, for example. We don't need to have free speech over whether or not women should be able to vote. We have limited time. But what's going on now is that a certain contingent of people are just making the domain of things that we can't say or that we can only talk about in extremely prescribed ways so large that it's beginning to choke out what most societies would consider any kind of sensible or thriving artistic, moral, or intellectual culture.
Nobody hears that women shouldn't have the vote more than me, I think. I think people attack me with that on Twitter more than anything, just because I'm arguing on the abolish the voting age thing.
Right.
So. But it's funny to me that he's like, we don't need to have that debate. I'm like, I agree, but there are people still having that.
Yeah,
debate.
I think most people that say it to you on Twitter or in the chat or they're the trolling. It's a troll. But
I think they're serious, Sitch. I think they think the country went downhill when women got the vote.
Uh-huh. But there's another thing too, which I agree with everything John just said 100%. But there's another thing too, which is that the shrinking of acceptable speech is being used as a political cudgel to prevent any sort of disagreement.
Totally.
So if someone says, oh, I think we need to have reparations, or I think we need to do X, Y, Z, and they frame it in a race reason. Okay. It's like, the way I think the best way to conceptualize this is it's like, if you've ever been around a small child, okay, the small child will very quickly learn whatever strategy it needs in order to get what it wants. Oh my
God, so true.
So like if if the child wants to hold a specific, object that's shiny or whatever, even if it's dangerous, and you keep trying to prevent them from doing it, and then they figure out like, well, if they cry long enough, okay, that you'll just give in and you'll give it to them because you don't want to put up with their crying.
Oh, God damn it. Here's the X-Acto knife already. Jesus.
Right, exactly. And kids are super hyper aware of these strategies. Okay. They'll figure out whatever little buttons they can push that will annoy their parents in such a way that they'll get what they want. And this is what's happening right now with racism. The left has realized that if they can just frame every single argument, every single thing that they want to pass, as long as they frame it under race or a race issue, then you can't oppose it, because if you oppose it, you're racist. Okay, that's what's happening right now.
Yeah,
I think
that's sad.
Right, and I think that's a really key issue here that needs to be addressed. That needs to be brought up. We even saw this with what's his name? Who's that? Like very left economist for the New York Times.
Paul Krugman.
Paul Krugman.
That's the guy.
Yes.
That
Paul
guy.
Krugman. Yeah.
He's on my shit list. I don't like that guy.
He tweeted out that being against the removal of
statues. Statues?
No.
The removal of
the filibuster.
Oh, the filibuster. Yeah, everyone's fighting over that.
Yeah. He said being against the removal of the filibuster is supporting racism.
Oh, that's their go-to. That's their only move left.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like a Harry Potter spell. They figured out the magic word. The magic word is racism. Call something racism. Tie everything to racism. So when they're against it, you can say, "Well, you're racist because you're against it."
Yeah, exactly.
The problem, Dr. Seuss. There are, limits to how much we probably want to talk about that, especially given that it was only some of the books. And Dr. Seuss was great, but
Hey, I gotta ask. How is just out of curiosity here, obviously it's a ridiculous argument, but how is the filibuster racist?
Because
I gotta know.
It was like, well, because the Democrats want to pass some laws that help get
Oh,
rid
okay.
of
That
race
makes sense.
issues
Yeah.
or racism in the
Right.
country, so they're using filibuster to prevent it. Like it's you can do this with anything. You can literally do this with anything. It's so dumb, and it's so dishonest.
Yeah, we're the anti-racist party. Anything we want to do is anti-racist. Anything you want to be against is total racism.
Cameraman 502 for $10 says the thing about Dr. Seuss isn't just the estate ending those books, but that sites like eBay and Amazon not allowing people to sell those books while still selling the Protocols of Zion.
Oh yeah,
just gone now. Yeah,
that's a great
that's a good
point.
point. That is a good point. Is that all these companies, they virtue signal? Well, okay, we're assuming it's a virtue signal. I'm assuming the Dr. Seuss estate didn't send out letters to all these companies telling them not to sell these books.
Right.
I would imagine there's no legal recourse for them to do anything about that. So it did seem like a total virtue signal on their end to do that while they're still selling the Protocols of Zion, while they're still selling Mein Kampf and all these other stuff. So yeah.
That's the kind of shit they have in Germany. In Germany, you can't buy like any kind of Nazi memorabilia or anything like that. They have certain things that are completely illegal. So.
Right.
But
right.
I'm not saying Dr. Seuss is anywhere near that kind of level, but it is kind of weird to memory hole things.
To
turn it into some kind of contraband where you can't even buy it or see it or anything like that.
It's funny too, because I remember back when people used to go to bookstores, there was I think it was a Barnes and Nobles, and they used to have like in the front window display, there was a big sign that said, proudly selling banned books or books that were banned in other countries.
Wow.
Okay? And it had all these books that were all banned in other countries that they were selling. And one of those books,
Mein Kampf
was a Dr. Seuss book.
What? Oh my God.
Yeah. And you're like, wait, why was this Dr. Seuss book banned? It was because apparently there's some country or some city or county somewhere that was very invested in logging. And so they banned the Lorax from being sold there. And so the irony that this image that's so burned in my mind as a child, always walking past this Barnes Nobles and seeing banned books that we proudly sell, the Lorax, now they're banning the sale of other Dr. Seuss books is an insane, mind-blowing world that we live in.
They kind of backtracked on that. That's funny. They banned the Lorax because it's like an environmentalist book, right?
Exactly.
That's the one where they were like strip mining things.
Exactly.
They're like, hey, we're strip mining. Fuck this book. Banned.
Alex Karras for $20. Thank you very much, Alex. Says, I have an idea I would like to pass by you two for vetting. If leftism was a person, it would be a narcissist. Evidence is in self-aggrandizing, a bust and belittling of others to affirm self-worth, and hesitancy to reflect. Sure, I agree. It would be a narcissist who wants to blame all their own faults on other people and on society, and have no self-responsibility, no self-reflection, but they also characterize themselves as always the good guy.
Yeah.
They're
Isn't
always
that crazy?
Yeah.
Wouldn't a narcissist always want to characterize themselves as the good guy anyway?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously.
Exactly. Right.
I'm so great. I'm so great.
I think you're right on the money, Alex. I think you're right on the money with that.
Dr. Seuss. The thing is, 5 years ago, we were having that conversation about what could be said on a college campus, which speakers could be brought. The problem today is that whole thing turns out to have been a prelude to this thing that we're now calling a racial reckoning, where that kind of prescription of not just free speech, but what many people would regard as just basic human, social, and verbal intercourse is being extended to the warp and woof of our whole nation. That is a problem.
Okay, so
I'm really glad that he brought that up because it's a great point. And this was the Ezra Klein point, which is these are just kids on college campuses. Just kids on college campus. We heard this for like 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And
4
did it go
years
away?
Exactly. No, they started working at companies like Kickstarter.
Exactly. It only spread. It only
They
spread to all
moved
these
to
private companies.
Silicon Valley.
Yeah, exactly.
Now they're all moderators at Twitter.
Exactly. Now they're all moderators of Twitter or YouTube, and it just spread and spread
eBay,
and spread.
Amazon.
I know.
They've taken over the internet.
Yeah. or even if it's not that those people necessarily got those jobs, it's just that the corporations they think that the best way to make money. You had a debate with Adam Post about MMT this week, and he said something that I thought was so bafflingly incorrect.
Oh, really?
Which was that, well, he said a couple of things I thought were very wrong, but one of them was that he's saying that these companies are sacrificing profits just to virtue signal. And I think he's got it completely wrong. The companies believe that the majority of people are on board with woke nonsense because they're hyper-focused on Twitter, they're hyper-focused on journalism, and the newsprint, and all this other stuff that's all hyper-focused on wokeness. And so they think virtue signaling is the way to get more money and to get more positive publicity.
Totally. Yeah, they want to be good corporate stewards, you know,
right.
of the environment, of the social environment, of social justice.
Right.
Yeah.
So no, it did not just end with kids on college campuses.
I'm always curious though, because the Comicsgate audience makes the argument that it's plummeting sales, that's what's destroying comic books, is that woke stuff. But I always wonder, because I wonder if the causality is backwards. I wonder if the comic book sales are going under because video games and YouTube have taken over those sales, and it's like a last gasp effort to get viewers by catering to the
You're
wokesters.
Completely right.
Yeah,
you're 100% right. Comic book sales have been plummeting for a long time, and there's many reasons for why this is. It's what you said: video games,
movies,
YouTube, movies.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, a big part of it is that it's incredibly difficult for a reader to get into American comics, because it's not like part of the success of manga, I think, and that's a good comparison, because while comics are dying, Japanese manga is exploding.
Yeah. Yes. Because
it has so much a broader, more selection of types of stories that you can read. The writing, in my opinion, is 1,000 times better. The storytelling is 1,000 times better for the most part.
Because they're not woke, right? They believe in like traditional gender roles and stuff like that.
Whatsoever.
Really?
Nothing to do with the wokeness. Even pre-woke, manga was way better than American comics. It's just the writing styles, because manga doesn't. There is comics and manga that is written for children, but it's not dumbed down to be stupid.
Right.
And a lot of American comics, they are dumbed down to be stupid. They're just not written well. I don't know what it is. The writing styles are so different.
It's those college kids. They're writing them. The woke college kids just got out of college and they're writing
I'm saying even pre-woke stuff. Just throw woke stuff out the window. Manga was crushing comics. But another big issue too, besides I just think the writing is so much better in manga, and also the art is so much better, is that if someone starts telling you about a manga and you go, oh, that sounds interesting, like I can go and get the first volume of that comic and start reading it and just read it in order. But if you're like, oh, I want to read Spider-Man, where do you start? Do you start like in 1960? Do you start in 1990? There's it's like impossible to start reading American comics, because they're all based on this shared universe and this backstory that goes on for decades, and no one knows how to get involved in this stuff.
That's a great point. The entry level is unclear.
Yeah, it's impossible. Someone brought up a good story. I forget who it was. They said that a grandma walks into a comic book shop and she's like, oh, my grandson really liked that new Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movie. Like, I want to buy him the comics for that. It's like, well, there are no comics for that. Like, what are you talking about? Like, well, where do you start? Do you start when Miles Morales first became Spider-Man? But then that's based off of years and years before that, where the ultimate Peter Parker was Spider-Man before he gets killed off. So it's like it's impossible to get people into this thing. It's a terrible structure.
Yeah. Incompetent.
Few different that I want to try to be as specific as possible here, because I have different views on different things. So one example you gave is like people being invited to campus, and this is a story old as time, right? I mean, I remember we had a huge battle over Dinesh D'Souza coming to.
So I don't know if Chris completely misunderstood what John just said, or if this was intentional. Because now
he misunderstood. These guys are talking past each other this whole time. I guess,
because when John brought up the college campus things, he was saying that this was the entry point for other bigger issues that we're now dealing with. But Chris has sort of like, well, but wait a minute. They always argued about people on college campuses. Like he's totally deflected the issue in a different direction.
Yeah.
Brown when I was there. And like, you know, I think
one of the things that's actually super interesting about this thing, and I listened to it all the way through because it was just fascinating, is the fact that they are like, John McWhorter is so gently like trying to get him to engage. And he's like, well, wouldn't it be great if like he completely talks about something completely different? John McWhorter's like, well, there is some substance here to, this argument. And he's like, so it's fascinating, but I think most of it is just them talking past one another.
I think, again, that's a different thing to me about the sort of like who can write for your paper, who can come to campus is a slightly different category than like, should someone face employment sanction for a Facebook post?
Exactly.
Right? Like
it is. Okay. This is what's so weird. It is different. No one's denying that. The point is that some people saw this coming.
Yes.
Because, yeah. While I'm imagine that there's always been some arguments about who can speak on college campuses and all this stuff, it was never to the extent that it was starting in 2016.
Yes.
We didn't see this stuff, or not even just who could speak on college campuses. There was the whole thing with the what Ivy League school was it with the Halloween costume nonsense?
Can't remember. Yale.
Right.
Christakis, Nicholas Christakis, I believe, was the guy involved. His book is amazing.
It was Yale, where they're like, oh, this guy needs to be fired because he said that, or not even him, his wife said, his wife said that, kids should be able to wear costumes that are offensive, that college kids, these sensitive, fragile college kids who are fucking adults who are over 18. Oh, how dare they wear, costumes that could be offensive to me. It's so.
But Sitch, you don't understand. You're actually causing tangible harm to marginalized people.
Right. Well, this is the danger of the fragility culture, is that you growing up and for me growing up, college kids all wanted to be stronger and more independent and rebel. And now it's like, oh, no. We want to be coddled and safe and protected.
See, this is, you bring up an interesting point because it made me realize when we're having that conversation, and I'm sort of using the term words are violence just to kind of appropriate their language. I hope I'm not triggering too many people. Like, obviously, I think the whole words are violence crowd is ridiculous. But one of the reasons why the words are violence crowd is ridiculous is because they're making this argument that Halloween costumes tangibly harm marginalized people in a way that there's just no logical connection between.
Right.
But when I'm saying, hey, wouldn't it be funny if the right appropriated the words or language thing? There is a totally tangible connection between slandering Nick Sandmann and Nick Sandmann like getting millions of dollars in a defamation suit.
Right.
Like there's tangible damage there that you can point to. Every time they talk about words of violence, there's absolutely no tangible damage.
Yeah, John brings up, I don't know if he brings up right now or later, he brings up a good example of there was some test in a law class somewhere where they were talking about discrimination, a discrimination suit, and the professor said that someone said, or they wrote on the test, the N-word.
Yes.
But on the test it said N, and then it said like, with the apostrophe or asterisk. And just referencing the N-word without even writing it out, just referencing it. Like some students were like, oh, I had heart palpitations. Oh, it was so distressing. Oh, I can't believe this teacher would dare even reference the N-word. It was so, I was like, fuck these people. God. Either A, these kids are lying pieces of shit who are just trying to leverage this to get power, to get out of the test or whatever, which I'm sure is
Twitter likes. All they care about is Twitter likes.
Right. Or they just didn't study for the test. And they just, it's not my fault, it's not my fault I did bad in this class. It's this test, triggered me. It made me upset,
Oh
so
my
I think
God.
I think that's probably like, at least 75% of the kids. And then the rest of the kids are just these perpetually fragile children who have been taught, okay, who have been taught to have no power over their own emotional state of being and to simply see a word and to fall to pieces.
Yeah. Oh my God. I just envision like World War III and the enemy coming out with a big banner that has the N-word on it, and like everyone just collapsing.
Yeah, all the soldiers
take them out.
Could you imagine the soldiers are storming Normandy, and then the Nazis just put up like a big banner that says like the N-word, and all the soldiers just fall over.
We got them.
We've been defeated. Oh, this is a war crime. How dare they use this war crime, the N-word war crime?
Oh man, we got to re-edit Saving Private Ryan. We got to change it up, man. That would be great.
Like so I always want to be sort of specific about what is the speech, what's the pattern and context, and then what's the censure. Because when people say, well, you can't say anything, it's like, well, you can, right? I mean, when you say that, and I get the sort of idea that basically your contention and the contention of, I think, a fair number of people, and some people who I really respect, some people who I don't, to be clear, is that sort of those boundaries are being sort of marched inwards, in which they are proscribing increasingly large amounts.
Did you hear that the John McWhorter going, like he's totally like, why are we doing, what's going on here?
John McWhorter's a funny thing where I don't know if it's just, it definitely ramps up in this conversation where he's being sort of dismissive. He has the dismissive.
Yeah, I know, totally. It's great. It's so good.
Of exchange.
And I was just say, Chris, it's funny because Chris has to parse everything so like carefully. It's like, yeah, some people complain about cancel culture, and I respect some of those people, but most of the people that complain about cancel culture, I don't respect those people. I'm still on the left. I'm still good. Okay, guys, don't hate me.
Don't you feel there is a little bit of that? Chris Hayes is scared he's going to be canceled. I feel like there's a little bit of that in here.
Anyone who's white.
Totally. White straight male, dude. You're fucking on the top of the list.
On the left has to be very aware that they're walking on eggshells right now. And that's good. I didn't even think about that, but that's a good point in this conversation, is that maybe people like Chris Hayes and Ezra Klein and people like that can't come out, or they feel like they can't come out because they're too afraid to come out and say, yes, cancel culture is bad and blah, 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 because then they'll get canceled.
Yeah. They're going to be the next apology, the next written apology.
Exchange and conversation and speech that should be within the defensible bounds of open exchange, but are now being cordoned off in a kind of place that we put real kind of moral transgression.
Yeah, and more to the point, one can say should.
More to the point.
But the crucial issue here is that I think a critical mass of people would say should not, but we're being told by a certain cadre of people that these prescriptions should be in place, and the way they exert their power is through fear. We're having this truly frightening kind of cultural development where a large number of people do as they're told because they're afraid of being called, for example, racists on Twitter in particular. And that's not the way change is supposed to happen. Change is supposed to happen because of a gradually emerging consensus. And of course, that can be contentious. Of course, that can be messy. But it's not supposed to be ordinary people who aren't up for a fight cowering in fear because something recently invented called social media can make it so that they can be called a really dirty name in public. And increasingly, so many of our institutions, and not just universities, are operating according to that craven principle.
Right.
That's a really
brilliant.
It's a very good framing.
Yeah.
Which I agree with completely, which is, it's so funny because the left always says like, oh, we're on the right side of history. Or there was a insane conversation that Destiny had with the Serfs yesterday or the day before, where Lance, who we talked to Lance about Kyle Rittenhouse. That was a fun stream. But Lance was basically saying, well, Kyle Rittenhouse is probably a white nationalist, racist Nazi because someone that was also there was supposedly a white nationalist, racist Nazi. And there's a picture of them together.
Oh, wow.
And it's like just them being together, gets you labeled. There's enough evidence. And what John said was basically, he's saying society should not be progressing through fear. Okay.
Yeah. Force.
It should be people are convinced through common humanity,
Consensus.
through, ethics, through morality, through logic and reason, even though we don't really think that has much of an effect on most of these conversations. But the idea that you can get positive change in the country
through fear,
that's like super villain shit.
Totally. No shit.
Like, what is
that's Nazi shit, dude. That's crazy.
Right. Like,
that's turning your own neighbors. That's like turning your own parents, turning your own brother.
Yes. And it's interesting because the left's always the one that's talking about being on the right side of history. And I'm like, this is the wrong side of history.
This is a huge wrong side of history.
When has positive change, positive widespread societal change been enacted through fear? When has that ever happened? I can't really think of one, and if it exists, it's probably the super rare exception. Like,
not only that, the progressive avatar is Franklin Roosevelt, who said there's nothing to fear but fear itself, famously. It's like, what the fuck, dude? What happened to that guy?
Well, the progressive avatar used to be FDR, and now they would probably say,
oh, he's a white man.
Another white man.
Yeah.
Just racist.
Colonizer.
Right. He's a dirty, dirty racist colonizer.
It's so funny.
Duperda for $20. Thank you very much, Duperda. Says, it also doesn't help that most comic storylines are rebooted every few years. Oh, that's very true. That's very true. Since we're talking about wokeness, Wonder Woman's a good example. She hasn't gone more than 4 years without a complete redesign. Yeah, that's true. And that's part of them trying to combat the confusing storylines, is that they just keep rebooting the same characters again and again and again.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't work. I like I like all the American comic heroes. I've read American comics in the past. I don't know. I just lose interest with them in a way that I don't lose interest with a lot of manga.
Yeah. Manga sets up really crazy scenarios, which is cool.
Yes. Well, and also, and I don't know if it was always this way, but manga is kind of structured like Netflix TV shows, where good manga always has like the continual hook at the end. It's going to keep drawing you forward.
Hey, we did that in our book.
We did. And but a lot of American comics are still set up like they'll have little arcs, but they feel like a lot more episodic. And it doesn't have that same drive pushing you through the story the way a lot of good manga, like Tower of God's a perfect example. If you ever want to learn how to write a comic like a Netflix show, just read Tower of God. I've never seen anything like it. They put these hooks in, they put these mental hooks in every issue that just drives your brain to want to like read like 1,000 chapters of Tower of God. But
is there an audio book?
No, sorry, Adam.
Oh, well, I'll look at the pictures.
Damn. X Hammer X13 Thor for 1776. Thank you, X Hammer. Says Sitch is 100% correct on U.S. comics versus manga. It's very rare that you have the confusing timeline in manga. S class is best class.
God, I love.
I summoning jutsu to summon Sargon. Haha, cheers. There you go. Summoning new jutsu. Yes.
Yeah. So the fear versus consensus is very interesting when you have Chris Hayes, who's a white straight male, who's in total fear through this entire conversation.
Yes. Yes.
There's a sort of.
You can hear the gun in the back of Chris's head.
Yeah. Oh my God, we should have added some gun sound effects in the back, like cleaning a gun or cocking the pistol or playing with the bullets. Keep talking, Chris. You're doing great.
Normative question here, and then a descriptive one about the ways in which.
Why would you want to have a podcast when you have like a nationally syndicated television show? It just seems like you're just opening yourself up to say the wrong thing. I don't know that I would do that.
I don't know. I'm sure probably just because he enjoys it.
That's
He's
crazy.
got time to kill, you know.
I looked
Everyone's
at some
doing
of the
podcasts.
other. I've never heard of this podcast until you sent me this one. And there's some crazy like woke people on this podcast. I'm dying to dive in and listen to.
It's always weird, in my opinion, when you have people who are like really famous or have their own TV shows, and then they try to enter podcasting.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like I don't know. It just seems weird. Maybe that will become the norm in the future, but right now, I don't know.
these things change, right? So in terms of what the evolution of what taboo is, where the line is, okay? So what you're saying, what I'm hearing from you is that, like, look, you would concede that what can be said in what context and what stands on one side of the line of, like, to be excluded and shamed, it changes over time. And your point is that it should change over time through the sort of process of debate and consensus, and not through the kind of like bludgeoning of shame. But I'm also not sure that's true. Like, just again, as a descriptive matter rather than a normative one, you can say, well, that's the ideal speech conditions to move things in that direction. But it does strike me that, like, shame as a means of of exiling certain words. I mean, here's the example. This is the one I keep coming back to, okay? And I think this might be a good way to concretize this. I experience all this. The thing I keep thinking about is an anti-gay slur that begins with the letter F. This was a very commonly deployed word.
I'm just curious if I mean, it just seems like if you're using, because there's two routes that society can take with what is essentially like blasphemy laws. Certain words are beyond the pale. There's two paths that society can take. Okay, John McWhorter. You can desensitize the population to the word, which I feel like we were getting close to. I mean, I grew up in the 90s when, this movie called Pulp Fiction came out. And it was like everyone was using the N-word like crazy.
Right.
And no one seemed to care. No one seemed to mind. No one seemed to be offended by it or anything.
I mean, but that was part of the joke of the scene, is that he uses the N-word so liberally in that one scene.
Yeah, but I mean, it's used pretty liberally throughout the entire movie. But I just, the point that I'm making is that you can desensitize society to the actual words so people aren't actually getting triggered by them. Or you can shame people into not using them anymore and kind of like hypersensitize people to them. I mean, I would argue that the desensitizing is a better path for society, but obviously the shame factor is a better political advantage.
The N-word's like this weird case because they were trying to desensitize it. That's why my understanding is that the Black community was trying to take it back, and that's why there was all this pretty liberal use of the N-word in like rap and a lot of Black culture. But then it was like there was this two-tiered system where it's like, well, in Black culture we're trying to take it back and desensitize it, but then if you're not Black, it's like super taboo for you.
How is that not they're desensitized to Black saying it, but they're hypersensitive to white saying it. Like, right. That's not desensitizing. That's not taking it back. It's a power play. It's a political play.
Well, I don't think there was that intention behind it. I think it just sort of naturally came. And unfortunately, since it kind of came out this way, it's like they took the worst of both situations and combined them. Like, because if it's like, if you say it's taboo, then okay, then no one says it. And then the word kind of falls out of usage. Hopefully, or you desensitize it, people use it and they stop caring. But it's like, no, we're going to have one group of people, you can never say this, but it can never fall out of common use because this other group of people is always going to be saying it constantly, and you're going to be hearing the word constantly in music. So It's like, what the fuck? It's literally the worst possible situation.
It is kind of like an elitist play. It is we are the elite class and can use this language and you're not allowed to use it.
Well, that's sort of the way it kind of evolved to become sort of like as a cudgel to attack people with.
Yeah. Terrible.
But going back to what Chris says, I love this whole thing that he says where he talks about the F word, the F slur.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
I experience all this. The thing I keep thinking about is an anti-gay slur that begins with the letter F. This was a very commonly deployed word in my teenage years.
Oh my God. Something like 1,000 times a day. This was a common greeting for people, right?
Yep.
It brings me great shame that that's the case. I mean, horrible shame that that's the case.
Oh my God, he's feeling guilty about it. It's just hilarious.
when I was a young lad, we used to say the F word, and it brought me such great shame now. Oh,
can you
every day
imagine?
I wake up and in shame, and I go to the back room, and I take the whip, and I flagellate myself, and I go, oh, I said the F word 20 years ago. Oh,
I'm not feeling guilty about anything I did in 5th fucking grade.
I know,
Jesus
this is
Christ.
like, and it's so, this is so stupid because first of all, I'm in the same exact boat that Chris is.
Oh, me
sort of.
too. Me too.
Yeah, because when I grew up, we didn't say the F word. We said gay. Everything was
Yes.
gay. If something
yeah.
was bad or stupid, you didn't like it, you'd say that's gay. This is gay. That's gay. And I did feel exactly like there's a South Park episode with the motorcycle gang where they talk about the F word. And I did, and it was the exact same thing as a kid like that, where when we called things gay, we didn't actually mean homosexual. And none of us actually had a problem with anyone that was gay. That was just whatever, for some reason, that was the word that was associated with things we didn't like.
Totally.
And while I agree that that's bad, and I don't think we should do that, and that's why I don't say this is gay to mean something bad anymore, and I'm glad that that's fallen out of usage, I'm not sitting here like, oh, the great shame that I felt using that word when I was in 5th grade. Oh, like, get over yourself, Chris. Like, no one cares.
Not only that, it's so long ago. Even if someone was offhandedly offended, I'm sure they've gotten over it by now. Okay,
Right,
it's been like 20 years.
Yeah, it's just
let it go, Chris.
God,
Stop beating yourself up about it.
I know the white guilt here. Oh, I feel such great shame. It's like, shut up, shut the fuck up.
It was a fairly liberal milieu in New York City public schools, but people used it. I'm sure I used the word. And it was used in a pretty awful way, in a way that blows my mind now.
It blows his mind. Oh, shit.
Well, that's what it is. Insane. And it does blow your mind to go back and to see media before 2014 and to see how much better the world used to be in terms of the how you were allowed to be offensive and how you're allowed to be funny and how you're allowed to say your mind and people could disagree and people could call you racist or whatever and you disagree, and that was the end of it. It's amazing to see how far we've fallen.
I know. That's a sad thing.
Yes.
That's a sad thing. Yeah. It's sad.
that it was. I mean, blows my mind when I think about it. And I guess what I have to do is I have to figure out whatever theory you're espousing, okay? How it...
We have to bring up, because, I mean, you think this is like just a huge virtue signal, or you think he honestly feels bad? I mean, it sounds like he feels bad. This is Academy Award winning performance here, but...
Yeah, no, you're right. It could be virtue signaling. It could be maybe he's worried about getting canceled. Maybe he's worried about someone has evidence of him saying.
I know.
Oh
my God.
And so he's like, getting out in front of it, because unlike Joy Reid, okay, another MSNBC anchor.
Oh my God, she's the worst. She's total racist. She's racist as can be. That Joy Reid.
If you guys don't recall, Joy Reid, who's an MSNBC anchor. Someone dug up blog posts from her blog from I don't know, like 2008 or 2010 or something.
Wasn't she using the F word?
I don't know if she was using the F slur, but she was using gay and lispy and effeminate as insults. And she was like, I forget, she was talking about someone. She's like, oh, this person's such like a gay, effeminate man or something. I don't know, whatever. She was using this insults. And instead of her taking the high road, okay, and being courageous and just saying, that was 10 years ago.
Different times. And I had different feelings about this. And I understand it was wrong. And I've changed, blah, blah, blah. Instead of her doing all that stuff. Okay. And she also, for the context, she's a Black woman. So she has a lot of shielding from and protection from woke crowd. Instead of doing all that stuff, she fucking lies in the dumbest, most obvious apparent way by saying, well, I didn't actually write that. Somebody must have hacked my blog site from 2008 and added those words in there because I didn't actually write that. It's so good. I use that all the time. Oh, sorry, I was hacked.
Yeah, it's like, everybody like, what? You would say someone went back in time and hacked something from 2008 to say that to have you write that something was gay. Like, it's like, shut the fuck up,
Oh
Joy
my
Ann Reid.
God.
Like, this is insane. And what was crazy about it is that she didn't get in any trouble for it. She didn't get fired from her job. She didn't get any trouble for it, not because she said it, but because she just fucking blatantly lied about it, and everyone just accepted it.
Oh, I know. It's so sad because she was in a, like you said. I don't like it this way, but it is true. Like if you're black, you have a lot more shielding. Like she could have.
She was a black woman. She has the ultimate shield here.
Double points. Double points. Yeah. So she could have, made a point that, times were different. Things were different. Like she could have made headway towards, getting rid of this cancel culture nonsense. Nah, I got hacked.
Terrible.
Totally plays into it.
Terrible.
So bad. If you can stand up against this shit, you should. Like if you're in a position to stand up against this shit and you don't, I mean, you're a coward. That sucks.
Yes.
Joy Reid is a coward.
Completely.
Integrates to me the clear and obvious moral progress of the fact that word was exiled, and that I think my understanding is that I think 15-year-olds don't really deploy it.
Not as much.
Not as much.
Oh my God, they're still doing it.
And so the question is, well, what's the theory for how that good stuff happens, and how do we?
What happens when you tell a 15-year-old you can't use this word?
They're going to use it as much as possible.
As much as humanly possible. Yeah. Right. Oh, I'm going to the internet. I'm going to use it.
Right.
I'm going to use it like crazy.
Distinguish that from the stuff that you think is sort of scary and totalitarian.
Right. So yes, shame is something that will always have.
And to sort of give my own take before John answers the question, I think it's very different to say, oh, one specific word that was considered a slur, or actually it is a slur, and people were using it even outside the context of the slur, and we were saying that this is bad and offensive and wrong, we shouldn't do it. That's very different from any of the cancel culture
Oh God.
It's like who's making arguments that we should be able to use slurs publicly to attack people or ideas? Who's making that argument in this cancel culture debate?
No one.
Yeah. It's not about that. It's about that you can't disagree with someone's conception of how the world works without being called a racist. That you can't use a slur, not call someone a slur. You can't use a slur to talk about it.
Yes, totally. Yeah. You can't exactly. You can't quote something. You can't use asterisks to replace the word.
Right.
It's totally made up nonsense.
Or you can't have used a slur 10 years ago.
Yeah, when it was completely acceptable, when it was culturally acceptable. Yeah.
And not get in trouble for it now, not get fired from your job now. Like, yes, I agree that there are certain slurs and words that are offensive, and society's always changing, and they are using shame to say you shouldn't use those words, but that's a completely different conversation. That's not what's happening here.
Yeah, exactly. I always use that as my component of cancel culture, and people don't always agree with me, but I always say that it's based on trumped up charges, nonsense, things that are not really offensive to the parties that they're claiming are being offended.
Right, and again, like, so much of it is just there's a difference between saying, oh, when you use this specific word, which is a slur that everyone agrees is a slur, everyone agrees the F word is a slur. Okay, that's offensive. You shouldn't use it. That's very different from saying, oh, well, this girl, when she was in college, she went to a party where people dressed up like they were in the old South. Therefore, they're celebrating Southern culture. Therefore, they're celebrating slavery. Therefore, this person years later should be kicked off of The Bachelor. And then if the host of The Bachelor defends that girl, saying, well, I don't think she's racist, and I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with dressing up like you're from the old Southern belle times because you like the fashion or the aesthetic, that doesn't necessarily mean you're advocating for slavery. If a host defends that, then he gets fired and canceled from his job. Like, this is so outside the pale of the conversation that Chris Hayes wants to have.
Yeah, it is.
Or what he wants to frame it, I should say. Dax Ucerno for 19.99. Thank you very much, Dax. Says, I liked Adam until
What?
Until
Oh my
I
God.
realized that he likes pineapple on pizza. Oh,
What? That's so sad.
with great sorrow, I must pledge to S-Class, to Sitch, Lord of the Multiverse, and as a shadow, Lord of the Removed.
Well, good for
Thank
you.
Dax.
I'm not giving up pineapple on pizza, just so you guys know.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Have a place in society, and it gets
I can't wait till it's what you're doing. You shaming me about my pineapple pizza is actually cancelable. One
I'm
of these
canceling
days.
Adam over pineapple on
One
pizza.
of these
Ugh.
days. No, I'm canceling you for kink shaming me.
I see.
Over
I see.
pineapple
I'm oppressing
pizza.
you. I'm oppressing you, yes.
great things, such as getting rid of the common use of slurs like that, such as, holding adult to a certain level, such as keeping.
It's an amazing second example.
Frankly, it's one I always
working
think of.
well enough to hold it down a bit.
Down a bit, keeping people from smoking as much as they used to. Yes, shame is something that can be useful, but the issue here is what we decide we want to happen. I think there is a critical.
There's another thing I just want to say really briefly too, is that I think shame wasn't used to fire people from their jobs. It was kind of just a social pressure.
Yeah, to put them back in line.
Yeah, that maybe your friends and family would think less of you, or they would shun you to some degree generally, but you weren't fired from your job because you did something shameful usually.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Critical mass say that it is a good thing that those sorts of slurs aren't used as freely as they were about 10 minutes ago. But the problem is that we're using that same kind of shame to do things where I don't think we have that kind of consensus. And so, quick example, Museum of Modern Art in San Francisco, the head of it says that he's not going to stop taking white artists into consideration for being part of the museum's collection completely. He wants to look at a more diverse range of artists, certainly, but he's not going to look away from white artists completely because that would constitute reverse racism. Because he used the term reverse racism, that man was fired. Now, the question is, to what end? And so you may say, we're going to use shame to keep people from ever saying reverse racism because a certain cadre of people believe that there's no such thing as a black person being racist. And of course, there's a whole lot of controversy over that, but never mind, those people say it loud enough. And next thing you know, that man is fired so that what? Now, of course, this is being done in the context of this racial reckoning, the idea being that his being fired for saying that makes this a better world because it helps to dismantle structures of entrenched racism. But really, does it? When about a half mile across...
Can you imagine? You get fired from your job because you say you're not going to be racist.
I know. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, Chris Hayes is listening to this going, oh my God, I'm on the edge here. Please make it stop.
So guys, I'm not gonna deny white artists from participating in this art gallery because that would be racist. And he used the term reverse racist, which I think is a stupid term that we should get rid of. But his heart's in the right place. It's racist to do this. We shouldn't do this, and he gets fired for that.
Yeah,
insane.
Well, he said he's just going to let white people actually be in the gallery, which
I know.
Yeah, it's a fireable offense.
What is the defense? There's no defense to this, but kind of behavior. And
it's all political. It's all grandstanding. It's all it's bullshit. It's total bullshit.
And it's interesting because it's also like the N-word, okay? It's very difficult for people to accept societal or cultural rules or legal rules, any rule system where there's different rules for different groups of people.
Oh yeah,
it's very difficult for people to accept.
Procedurally unfair.
Yes,
procedural fairness is so important, and it's completely unfair. That's why it's elitism. It's totally elitism. It's the same thing as the monarchy. It's like there's the laws for the plebs and the laws for the aristocrats.
Right, and it's so bizarre because that used to be the left's, before the woke stuff, that used to be their big thing. They're saying there are different rules for the rich. There are different rules for white people that they're taking advantage of minorities and of the poor. And instead of, now that things have kind of changed, instead of saying, well, now we can get rid of the two rule sets and just have one universal rule set for everyone, they're like, no. We want to keep the two rule set. We just want to reverse the power structure.
Yeah, totally. There is, I mean, They will make an argument that there are different rules for white people. So it feels justified that there should be different rules for black people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. But that's what's crazy is that you have to, and this is where the woke stuff fails. Okay. The civil rights movement, and specifically Martin Luther King, was so genius in that it understood the way to fight this was through common humanity and universalism. And so it's like, okay, we're going to get rid of the two rules. We're going to have one rule that unites, one ring, one rule that will bind us all together as Americans. And it's so bizarre to see that the current feeling of racism, the Ibram Kendis of the world, who literally say the only way to fight past racism is with current new racism.
New racism, yeah.
Right. It's insane to hear that being said and to be taken seriously, because it's totally devoid of understanding of human psychology, because no one's going to be who's going to be on board with this. You have to take the high ground in these debates. If you're trying to press society in a direction, you have to take the high ground so that when people argue against it, they can still say, well, like, at least this person has a high ground moral position. They want everyone to be treated the same. They want everyone to be treated fairly. And the current woke left race debate, they've thrown the high ground in the trash. They say, no, we want to wallow in the mud. We want to go back to wallowing in the mud like we did 50 years ago. We just want to change the positions of who's on top.
Yeah, it's electorally powerful. I think that's where the rubber meets the road.
I don't even think it is electorally powerful. I think
Trump lost the election over this stuff. I honestly do.
Well, I just want to separate two things. I think it's electorally powerful to call people racist. I don't think it's electorally powerful to try to create two different rule sets where you say one group has special privileges and one group doesn't, especially when the group that you're saying doesn't is the majority of the country.
Yeah, but so many white people are buying into this two rule sets.
Right, but they're only people like Chris Hayes and Ezra Klein, all these other people, they're operating based on fear of being canceled and white guilt. That only goes so far. There is a breaking point for all of these people that will be reached at some point. We will come to that breaking point. We're approaching the threshold. And so that's what I'm saying. It only goes so far.
Yeah, I don't know. Where's the break? What is the catalyst? What is the breaking point?
When Chris Hayes gets canceled.
No.
Then he suddenly and suddenly he'll do a 180. Cancel culture is a big problem.
That's a breaking point for any one individual.
Exactly.
But I just mean, what is the point where society just says, oh, this is ridiculous? I
don't know. I think we're seeing it. It's happening. It's happening very slowly, but we're seeing it.
I mean, this is scary, but this is kind of how the communism sneaks in. Like, nobody likes the economic system. Nobody likes the political system, but everyone keeps their mouth shut out of fear. And then the next thing you know, it's like, there's two societies. There's like the conversation that you have with people when no one's listening, and there's the conversation that you have when everyone's listening. Which is like, that's scary. That's totally scary. And that's one of the things that I think is super interesting about this, because I kind of feel like Chris Hayes is having the conversation that people have when everyone's listening. Like, I'm curious to listen to some more of these podcasts, because he has a bunch of guests on that I feel like, well, I don't know, maybe they really do believe it. Maybe it's like a religious thing where they just come together and they're like, yeah, we're both believers. I don't know. It's weird. It's so weird to me.
There are plenty of people who are starving out on the streets, and the effort that went into getting Gary Garrels fired could have gone into efforts to address the homelessness problem in San Francisco. I find that is where the shame is being used by a small number of scary people to do something most people would consider unnecessary.
Right. So there's some common ground here, I think, which I want to mine. So one of the critiques is a kind of vanguardism, right? There's a critique that says some vanguard of people who have come up with some set of prohibitions and their representativeness and their power is a little unclear, like where's it come from, are now prescribing things, and that's not reflective, that they don't represent anyone, right? So that's like one of the arguments, I think. And I think, like, to go back to the Seuss, the Seuss example, what was interesting about the Seuss example is that I watched it ping back and forth, and I sort of, again, in this kind of very polarized way, and I thought it was a little...
So I want you all to just realize what just happened, okay? So in the beginning of the conversation, Chris Hayes said he wanted to focus on concrete examples because he feels that this conversation is often too, abstract, okay? So John McWhorter provides him with an exact example of what he's talking about.
Right. And he goes back to the bullshit example.
Of an art gallery guy fired for saying he won't discriminate against white people.
Yeah.
Okay. He won't be racist. Okay. Perfect example of what he's describing. Chris, I don't remember if he comes back to this, but first of all, he answers with sort of an abstract answer and then immediately pivots to the example he wants to focus on because he thinks it strengthens his argument and hasn't actually addressed the art gallery example whatsoever.
Or the fact that there's a tangible loss here because you could actually be doing real good in the world.
Right.
Instead of this nonsense. Like, who gains because the art gallery guy lost his job?
I guess the only one person, whoever replaces him.
Well, there are people saying that that's driving a lot of this motivation.
Yes.
It's just like how do we climb the hierarchy? Obviously, we got to get the people above us out of there.
No,
right?
And I'm sure that's a lot of it too, because as I said, people like children will figure out whatever the best tools that they can to attack people, climb over them, bludgeon them.
Yeah.
And so a good way to climb the hierarchy, if you're under someone, is to claim that the person that you're going to replace is racist.
Yeah. Racist piece of shit.
Silly that they were Seuss on the floor of the House of Representatives. And then someone on our staff, I said, did anyone upload all these books? I would like to look at all of them, right? So so they uploaded them, and I looked at them, and it was sort of fascinating because there's one image that's just like shockingly off, transparently racist.
The African natives, right?
Exactly, yes. The African natives in a way that, like, yes, that's... Yeah.
That would shock anybody seeing it today.
There's a picture of a man in Mulberry Street who's called a Chinaman.
And I have that here in my house and have showed it to my girls. And I've said, this is an old book. This is something they used to pull then. That's not what Chinese people are like.
Right. You have to be very careful when you're talking to journalists, especially news anchors, because you have to remember that these are people that talk for a living. Okay. These are people that interview people as their job. And so I don't know if John, who is a linguist, but that's a different set of skills, realized that Chris just dragged him down this rabbit hole of talking about Dr. Seuss again, completely got him off topic and snuck the conversation back into the field that he felt more comfortable to talk about.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful. And people do that, obviously when you're having arguments with normal people who are not journalists or whatever, this happens too. But I've noticed this happens a lot with journalists and people whose job it is to interview people, because that's part of the skill set you learn when you're commonly interviewing people, is that you have to figure out how to extract the information you want from the interview subject.
Yeah. The pivot.
Right. And that's, I think also racist, and also I think defensible to get rid of it, but a little more borderline on the Africans. Again, I'm a white man who's making these judgments, so these are not.
I feel the same way. Yeah,
I'm just talking about myself, right? Then there's McGilligan.
I like that he's like, I think the Dr. Seuss picture with the black guy is super racist, but I'm not really offended so much by the Chinese people. But I'm a white guy, so take what I said with a grain of salt.
Yeah, don't listen to me.
It's pool, and you to what I think was there's an Eskimo at some point, and it's a very it's a cartoonish Eskimo,
right?
In sort of heavy fur kind
with
of
the parka, right? Yeah.
And I think that was the offending image in that book. But one of the points that David Wallace Wells pointed out in I thought a pretty good piece in the New Yorker that cased this controversy was like, it's not clear that there were complaints from indigenous people of, say, Alaska about this book and image. Someone somewhere decided that this was offensive to, you know, they had this panel of, I think, scholars, I think they put together. But that to me does, like, this question of sort of representation and who's doing the deciding does seem to matter to me, right? So there's a place where, like, I don't know the history and the harm of the images of indigenous folks, particularly indigenous folks of Alaska, has been. If those people said, this is a very harmful image, we should find, then I would be like, yeah, that seems like that makes sense. But in this case,
I don't even think you should allow that, because
No,
I mean,
you shouldn't.
Who elected these, you know, crybabies to be speaker for all of their whatever race they are?
Right. Like,
It's ridiculous.
That's exactly it. If Francesca Ramsey comes out and says, I find this thing racist against black people, and then John McWhorter says it's not, well,
yeah, what do we
what are we
do?
supposed
Oh
to
my
do?
God.
What do we do? We have to have a
Twitter
vote
poll?
of all black people. They get to determine, like, what's offensive and what's
Ridiculous.
racist.
Yeah, completely ridiculous. That's why are we going down this path?
Right.
What happened to, like, get over it?
Right.
I don't see,
Well,
where, show me the causal connection to the tangible harm that's done to these people.
Yes.
Yeah.
case it was just unclear where it came from.
Yeah, and this is why another thing that's worrisome about all of this, there's the issue of representativeness, and there's the issue of what the real purpose often seems to be. And we use the term virtue signaling, and it's getting so loaded that it's become almost a slur in itself. But what I'm seeing is a certain kind of person, usually white, who is trying to show that they understand oppression. And it's important that people show that they understand oppression. 50 years ago, nobody would have ever heard of such a thing. But if what you're doing is showing that you understand oppression by doing things that even the people of color don't really care about, then something is wrong. With Dr. Seuss, the world's going to keep spinning. But this sort of thing is also, as we both know, losing people jobs.
Okay, so then that gets to the second point, I think, of...
He does do a good job of trying to drag it back to the jobs thing.
Yes. Yes.
At least he's trying to get it back there.
But
some common ground.
I would be very curious to hear Chris's defense or not
Of the jobs.
you know, the art gallery guy being fired,
Yeah,
of the New York
totally.
Times editor being fired, of any of these specific cases, because
We're waiting.
because I feel like he would try to defend the firing.
Well, the thing is, I mean, you talked about the Bachelor situation. Now you can't even defend the person without, you know, throwing
Right, exactly.
yourself on the
exactly.
fire too.
The host, the Bachelor, he didn't even say any of the things. He didn't do any of the egregious things. He just defended the person who was accused of doing it, which you could say that should be part of his job. He's the host of the show. You want him to defend the contestants and defend the show, right?
Yeah.
And yet he's rewarded by being fired
Yeah.
for being a good employee.
Nope. Not gonna have it.
which I actually think is an interesting left-right synthesis here, which is this. To me, some of the most questionable examples of this are institutions that are themselves fiercely inegalitarian, hierarchical, often white-dominated, both presently and historically, that are rather than, like, it's like, you know, there's the stories about private schools, right? So, you know, Dalton or something. It's like, well, how do you make an egalitarian and woke Dalton? And it's like, you can't. That's the whole, like, and that maybe that's true of the San Francisco Museum. Like, to me, a lot of the excesses here actually seem to not be about genuine investment in social justice so much as they seem to be often white-dominated institutions doing some weird performance of equality so as to preserve the institution, which is itself in its absolute DNA and fundaments inegalitarian.
And of course, the thing is,
That's a super interesting point. Because he does bring it back to the art gallery, and he's like, yeah, what do you expect him to, like, they have to do this formal beheading of a white person in order to keep the institution alive.
It's strange to me how terrified and how careful Chris is, because I agree with what he just said. Okay, he worded it in this very neutral, heady way, but basically what he's saying is, yeah, you have a lot of these institutions, that are virtue signaling. They're offering up their virgin sacrifice to the woke crowd so that the woke crowd doesn't turn on them further. Okay. Which I agree with 100%. That's definitely what's happening. They're saying, we're not racist here. Here's your sacrifice. Here's the lamb that we're sacrificing in the name of wokeness. Okay. I agree with that. But why isn't Chris saying that that's a bad thing? Why isn't he prescriptively saying, yeah, I agree with you. That's bad. That's a problem. That should be addressed. That's wokeness gone too far. But he like can't say that.
I just had the craziest epiphany about this, because this is going to get worse. This is the logical extension of the argument that these are systems of oppression. This is like what do you do? How do you get the oppression out of the system unless you do these virgin sacrifices?
Right.
I mean, this is crazy. Did you watch any of that Vox thing that Danimal?
No, I haven't watched it yet.
Oh my God. All they talk about is like the systems of oppression. I keep thinking like, well, how do you fix that? Like, how do you actually fix that? How do you fix that if you just label any institution that is predominantly white, a system of oppression?
Exactly.
You have to have virgin sacrifices once a month. That's that's the only way to fix it, right?
You have to have virgin sacrifices once a month until that racial balance of the company or the organization has an exact racial balance of the rest of the country.
Oh my God, this is gonna get worse.
Of course.
That argument is awful. But I cringe every time I hear that systems of oppression.
But this is what I don't think people like Chris appreciate or fully understand, is that you can't think about this in terms of normal Democrat Republican politics.
No.
You have to think of this in terms of liberalism versus anti-liberalism. And the anti-liberal woke side is a monster that can never be sated. It will just consume and consume and consume, because its real goal is the destruction of liberal society, of democracy and capitalism.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Yeah. Very depressing. Very sad. I don't know. We got to put some brain power into. There has to be an interesting and creative way to exercise the systemic racism from these institutions without completely annihilating them. I mean, there's got to be a way, right? Like if we live in a society where you can call like a black guy a Nazi or a black guy like a white supremacist, there has to be a way, right? There has to be a workaround.
Well, but that's the thing, is that I don't think these institutions are white supremacist institutions.
I don't either. That's why I'm saying we don't need the virgin sacrifice. We need some kind of workaround, some kind of like tricky way to just to like fix it. It's built into wokeness and it's built into critical race theory and all this other systemic racism nonsense, because the reason that the term systemic racism is so insidious is because when the term was created, it had multiple definitions. And one of the definitions is that it says they don't care about the intentions of any system. All they care about is the outcomes. Yeah. Oh,
so
God.
all they do is they look at any system, any hierarchy, any institution that has an outcome where it doesn't match the exact racial breakdown of the country, and they say, oh, that's automatically racist because the outcome is not, one for one the racial breakdown of the country, which is the dumbest,
it's totally
most insane, devoid of science, facts, and logic way to look at the world.
Haidt destroys this claim in his book Coddling of the American Mind, just utterly annihilates it. Yeah. It's a correlation causation fallacy.
Right. 100% that. But it's even worse because it's not, I don't think it's made by accident. I think it's intentional.
Mm-hmm.
It's entirely
obviously.
At least when it was created, the term was intentional. It was created as a political term to force change, to tie the power of the word racism to this idea of everything must be, equal. And we don't really care about the reasons for why things are not equal.
Yeah. Wow.
Dubious Prime for $20. Thank you very much, Dubious. Says, sometimes a pile of sticks in twine is just a pile of sticks and twine.
I don't know. I'm lost on that one.
Well, there's another word for a pile of sticks.
No, come on.
Thank you.
Someone's
Dubious.
trying to get us canceled here.
Thank you, Dubious.
I think people will see that no matter what happens, and this is where it gets into a side of this that I hate to talk about. Now, I'm a black person, and I don't like saying this about the black side of this, but in many cases, the people in question will never be satisfied. And so, for example, I doubt, from what I've seen of the whole Dalton scenario, that anything that was done would keep a certain contingent from not continuing to say that we need to address the past and that we need to make this a completely non-racist institution. And the problem with it is that what you see in many of, for example, these institutions or these artistic endeavors is a very artificial notion that the issue of oppression and the issue of systemic racism is somehow the main thing that we must be thinking about that dominates in importance anything else for the foreseeable future. That is a point one might make carefully, and you would convince some people, but it's hardly truth. And we're being taught to pretend that, for example, a Dalton where learning about oppression ends up dominating every single subject. We're supposed to pretend that that is ineluctable, unassailable truth incarnate. And it simply isn't. We're pretending. And that's the problem. All of this involves so much mendacity and, as you say, performance. And it means that it's an unhealthy society we're creating.
Right, but on the other side of it, it's like
true.
Mhm.
This is
Yeah,
all
totally
a
true.
performance.
But wait. But on the other side of this, come on, Chris is jumping in here. Chris
the
is trying to
education people
exercise
get
this,
about.
Chris is trying to exercise the systemic oppression out of his institution here.
He just has so much guilt that he said the F word. He's just
Well, now I'm thinking that was part of the virgin sacrifice right there. He's like,
mendacity and, as you say, performance. And it means that it's an unhealthy.
you know that that displays of the guilty conscience are basically he's basically saying, you know, you don't have to punish me. Look, I'm punishing myself here. That's exactly what's going on, right?
You don't have to crucify me, okay? I'm in the back room every night self-flagellating.
They've studied this in psychology.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's a display of self-flagellation, as you said. He already did that. He's good to go here. He's like, what? You need some more flagellation? Here, let me go. I'm up. We'll get the systemic oppression out of here in no time.
Healthy society we're creating.
Right, but on the other side of it, it's like the education people get about racial equality in this country sucks. Like, people don't know who Nathan Bedford Forrest is. We did a whole thing on the other day. They don't have no idea what Nathan Bedford Forrest is. They don't know what happened at Fort Pillow. They don't know about, like, what happened in Reconstruction. Like, the history that's been taught in this country about particularly Reconstruction.
First of all, we should all know who Nathan Bedford Forrest is.
Oh,
because
I know.
that's why Forrest Gump is named Forrest Gump.
Super important.
But this another, I feel like in this conversation, Chris is so out of touch
Oh, yeah.
with reality.
Totally.
You know, he grew up, it sounds like he grew up in some upper middle class white New England suburb somewhere. And he's an Xer, I imagine. He's not a millennial. And like, for me, so much, okay, of my education as a millennial was hyper focused on race issues.
Yeah.
Like so much of the history I learned in elementary school, I hated it because we learned so much about the Native Americans and how we just genocided them all. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, I don't need to learn about how we killed Indians every year. Okay, that's fine. Just you tell me once. Okay. There's got to be more to American history than us murdering Native Americans. Okay, there's got to be more to it than that. And then even in middle school and high school, we talked a lot about racism and the civil rights movement. I watched fucking Roots in middle school.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we watched Kunta Kinte. We watched poor Jory LaForge getting whipped in middle school. So I don't know what the fuck world Chris Hayes, and I don't know about you, Adam, because you're a little bit older than me, but I don't know what world Chris Hayes
like,
fucking grew up.
They kept it up for 2 generations because everything you're saying, yeah. Ditto.
Yeah, because
ditto.
I mean, maybe
gay
this
rights, civil rights, all that stuff. Martin Luther King. Yeah.
Maybe this is a regional thing. You know,
Jim Crow. Like
I learned
voting
about
rights.
all of this.
Yeah, no.
And it was all
public school. I learned all this shit.
Yeah, I learned all this stuff in public school, and it was all racism is evil.
Evil.
Racism is bad.
Racism is evil.
Racism is evil. Racism is bad. It was like drilled into my skull, and I totally accepted, and I agreed with it. And
movies?
It's like
movies too. What are you talking about?
Movies too.
Mississippi
every part.
Burning.
Yes, every part of our culture was all about. Yep. Every part of our culture was racism is bad, sexism is bad.
Right.
It's so when Chris has the audacity to sit here and say, well, the American education about racism is terrible. I'm like, what world? Like maybe where you grew up, maybe he just grew up in a really racist part of New England. I don't know.
Yeah. I wonder. Because it's funny that all of these elites, the Robin DiAngelo types.
They're all New England coastal elitists.
Well, yeah, they all are super fucking racist, and they think the rest of us white people are racist too. It's like, no, we're not. Just because you elitist scumbags are all racist.
Right.
Maybe it's so funny. Because so much of that white guilt seems like really just rich people guilt. It does. It totally does.
You're right.
I don't know.
So, yeah, I don't know. I just, it's so weird because this is so outside of my experience growing up. So outside of my experience growing up. And I don't think I went to some magical special school that was, ultra woke or anything like that. Because I went to 3 different schools. This is my elementary school, my middle school, my high school. I went to different schools for all these things. And they all basically were telling us racism and sexism is bad. We talked about it, a lot. And I don't think it was just, the state that I grew up in. That's just this. I can't imagine that.
I do. And part of this is obviously my bleeding heart liberal, like empathy thing, but it does. I always imagine that it sucks being in the minority, in the minority, like being like the 1 or 2 black people in a predominantly white high school.
Sure.
I'm sure sucks. I'm sure it totally sucks, and I empathize with them. And even though you completely try to make them comfortable, obviously.
Well,
I don't know how comfortable I would be.
It only sucks if they're focused on race. Mm-hmm. And this is why I think the woke stuff is so bad, is because it makes you hyper focused on race.
Yeah.
Because you could have, and friends of mine who are not white would be like one of the few people in certain classes.
Sure.
Totally. Even though if the school was very mixed, okay. That as you go into more AP classes, there's obviously going to be some racial breakdowns that are a little different. And,
oh my God.
And so they would be like one of the few people in the class that was, of color. Mm-hmm. And they wouldn't notice it until you like pointed it out to them, because they were hyper fixated and focused on their race as being important to them. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it was the same thing with me being Jewish. I didn't. Now it's a little different because when you're Jewish, it's not like you have a. Yeah. It's not as visually apparent.
What? They don't make you wear the Star of David to school?
They didn't make me wear the Star of David in school. No.
No yarmulke.
No, they didn't. I didn't have to wear yarmulke in school.
What are the curls on the side?
The paysocks or whatever they're called. Yeah. But yeah, no, you didn't. I didn't have to any of that stuff. And it's a little different because you don't have the visual indicator. But I didn't really feel like, I'm so oppressed here. I'm this minority person living, in this Christian-dominated world. I just didn't view it that way.
Yeah.
I could have. Every time I walked into a store during December and there's Christmas music playing, I could have been like,
yeah.
This reminds me of the terror, the oppression against my people. Like, you can do that. Anyone can do that. But that's what I think that the woke stuff completely misses and doesn't care about human psychology. Is like, yeah, you can prime anyone to think about these issues and to always feel oppressed. Or you could teach them to not think about it and to be happy.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
True.
Introduction to period incredibly obsessed with, and redemption, the impeachment of Andrew Johnson. I remember myself in my liberal, extremely high performance magnet high school in New York City. And my teacher actually pushed against this, to his great credit, because he's a great hero of mine, actually. But the textbook Andrew Johnson impeachment was like, oh, these crazy radical Republicans like really screwed this Andrew Johnson. They really made mountains out of molehills. Like,
What book was this?
It was just like our standard, and that was the standard way Johnson's impeachment was taught. Like,
Oh, wow.
one of the worst villains and rascals.
Yeah, who's teaching? Well, I didn't learn that in public
I
school.
don't like that either. Well, I mean, it's difficult because on one hand, I'm saying my lived experiences are so completely different than Chris's. I don't know what the fuck Chris is talking about. But then he's using his lived experiences as the basis for his worldview. But this just shows the danger of concentrating so much of your opinion on your stupid lived experiences,
Yeah,
which are
totally.
not indicative of anything.
Totally.
They're not indicative of anything. You
Yeah.
have to look at the broader statistics, to look at the broader facts.
Shit, yeah. We were like smoking weed in the bushes by the tennis court. What the fuck is he talking about?
Schools in America being that, like, it's okay, fine. Like, yes, are there excesses in whatever, anti-racist training are happening in certain corporate environments or in Dalton's curriculum? Again, case by case. I can't say, like, I want to be very specific about what is this curriculum, what use is it being put to. But it's also the case that, like, it's not like this is a reaction against nothing, right? I mean, to me, a huge part of
So now he's basically saying cancel culture is the result of a bad teaching about racial injustice in the past. It's like, what?
He's saying cancel culture is a reaction to real racism, and so yes, there are innocent scalps that get taken, but maybe
Oh my God.
maybe it's okay because it's for the greater good.
Oh my God.
And this is why I'm saying I think it's very important for the woke conversation to be framed as anti-liberalism.
Yeah.
Because then you can tell
important.
Chris, because Chris is sitting here right now saying, well, look, I can agree that they go overboard. I can agree that they go after people they shouldn't go after, but they're going in a direction that I think is positive for race relations. And you say, no, Chris, you don't understand. They're not going in a direction for race relations that you would think is positive. Okay. They're going
Sitch, we
destroy
lost
liberalism.
Sitch.
I want to destroy the
You keep
the
cutting out.
concept
I
of-
don't know if it's your internet or my internet, but
Oh, it's probably my internet. I forgot to plug in, so I'll do that.
what?
But,
You're on wireless?
I'm on wireless right now. I know.
Oh my God.
But I just want to say it's you just got to really hammer in that this is against democracy, liberalism. It's against individual rights. The entire basis of critical race theory is that democracy can't solve race issues.
Yeah. You have to solve
How
it
do you?
by
I mean, say
forcing
Chris Hayes.
people.
How do you feel about that? Did you know that? Did you know that critical race theory says democracy can't solve race issues? Are you sure you support this idea now, Chris? Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
ask him point blank. That would be good.
Okay, I'll go plug in. You can keep it going.
Part of what we've seen, what I think has precipitated this, is like a real frustration that a certain level of genuine racial equality has been dangled like a carrot in front of the donkey for years, and that it never seems to come about. And that's borne out in a lot of statistical fashions, whether it's wealth or housing or school integration, all these things. And that the theory of the case, I think, is that that's partly because it's never centered, that it's sort of invisible, and that to center it and make it visible is the necessary intellectual and pedagogical precondition for doing anything about it.
Yeah, definitely. But Chris, I want to try something here. On the one hand, we almost chuckle warmly at how historically ignorant Americans of all walks are about everything in our history. And of course, something needs to be done about it. But history has never been the soul of what an American person was. Reams have been written about that.
Right.
And yet the idea now is that there's supposed to be an exception. I'm not sure to what extent Americans are supposed to be informed about our racial history. But I get the feeling, and I've been reading this, especially since about 2013 or 14, there's this dream that all Americans who've been anywhere near a school are going to be able to do a kind of a mini recitation about the history of Black people in this country. And this is the thing. One, I find that unrealistic because most human beings on Earth are not historians. Most people live in the present. And two, I'm genuinely not sure why this degree of historical knowledge is necessary. And I'm not saying that anybody is expecting every white person, not to mention Indian person, Korean immigrant, et cetera, to be able to explain, when Harriet Tubman was born or something like that. I mean, even the broad outlines, I'm not sure that we need that. And when I say we, I mean both America and myself. It seems to me that we could do an awful lot of great things for Black people who need help on the ground without the idea that there needs to be this re-education program. I genuinely don't understand why that needs to be the case. Nobody asked for that in 1964. What's different now?
It's a super great point. That's my question constantly. And even when Chris Hayes brought it up, I was thinking, what is the social value of this? And isn't it kind of just, I mean, we need to form an American narrative that everyone buys into, agrees upon, and is at some level embodies everybody's American experience. And I don't think it's helpful. I don't think anybody wants to envision their history of them being completely put upon by oppressed into oblivion. Like I don't know. I have mixed feelings on that because being an underdog is a good thing. Is definitely a good thing. But I think part of the problem is we're forming this narrative in where one group of Americans oppressed another group of Americans, where it's like, okay, like how do you
It's being weaponized. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's totally being weaponized.
And this would be the perfect example of toxic femininity. Okay. We talk about toxic masculinity. We don't talk about toxic femininity.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is, so when you look at what is toxic masculinity refers to concepts that are associated with masculinity, but are taken to extreme examples to be dangerous.
Machismo.
Right. So it's like, yes, there's a certain level of being assured of yourself, right? Being confident in yourself. That's good and healthy. But then that can be taken to far too an extreme, and it can even be taken to an aggressive level. Or if someone dares to doubt you, you become overly aggressive with them.
But what is the
right?
female version of that?
And so when I talk about toxic femininity, you say, okay, so there's something associated with femininity is often this idea that, we need to be caring and hear all voices.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
And to be really concentrated on the people that are being left behind and the oppressed.
The mother hen.
The mother hen, yes. And that's good. That's true. You do want to do that. But the toxic femininity aspect of that is that you become hyper-focused on it, so hyper-focused on it that people realize that they can use their status as being oppressed as a weapon to ironically climb the hierarchy, to gain more power, to gain more fame, to gain more money, to gain more whatever they're seeking after. And so it's like it's the worst thing ever because, as you said, it's unhealthy to everyone involved because now they're constantly thinking about how they're oppressed, which makes you insane as a person, makes you sad, makes you anxious, makes you terrified as a person. But then also they're doing it because they think they can use it to climb the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Which they can.
Well, that's not true. That nobody asked for that.
But it wasn't a resonant ask. Martin Luther King wasn't saying everybody in the nation should be able to recite the history. He didn't care. He was working for actual conditions for Black people here on the ground. And I'm still thinking about those conditions and the work that remains to be done.
No, but I actually think the better.
Yeah, there's a huge difference between understanding certain groups of people's present conditions and like past conditions. The past conditions don't seem as pertinent.
To me, the more, again, we're talking historical analogs here, so I'm not making a moral analog at all, just to be clear. But like, in some ways, like when you look at the sort of moral fervor of the abolitionist movement, and it's frankly incredibly vanguardist methods, right? I mean, this was a tiny Eric Foner always talks about this, right? It's tiny movement in numerical terms.
That worked, right?
That worked, right? That was, and it was about creating a kind of Copernican revolution in the moral universe of white people.
Yep.
But wait, Chris. You're missing the whole point here. You're missing the entire concept. How did the abolitionists try to convince the rest of white America to be against slavery?
I know this one.
I feel like we've said this a million times.
Yeah,
now.
I know this one. Common humanity, politics.
Common humanity.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We're all in this together.
We're all Christians.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
they said. We're all Christians.
We're all humans.
Americans. Yes.
We're all Americans. Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, how do you use that now? I don't know. Like they're saying, oh, you have to learn how much you oppress these people. I thought we were all in this together. Wait a second here.
I mean, I love to ask Chris, do you think that the abolitionists would have made ground
No.
in the early days
No.
if they framed any of their arguments the way the wokes are framing their arguments right now?
Never.
If they said, oh, well, we're not advocating for blacks to have equal rights. We're advocating for the roles to switch. Okay.
Yeah.
I think white people should have to be enslaved for the exact same amount of time that black people would be enslaved. I think that's what we should do, right? That would be the most fair situation, right?
Sure.
You think you're going to get a lot of people on board with that idea?
No, you're going to get Jim Crow for like 60 years.
Right? And I think there's something that's happening now. Like, it seems crazy to me to not credit that there's something happening now.
Also, to be super clear, it would be very dishonest. I don't know if he's doing this. He's sort of framing it this way, but it'd be super dishonest to act like the abolitionist is the big factor that got slavery demolished in the South. It's like there was such a political, tribal political narrative based around slavery with the North and the South that I would argue was far more the weighing factor for the Civil War and the abolishment of slavery rather than any ethical, moral reasons.
So the abolitionists just came in as the tipping point, but there were other factors that were playing.
That the abolitionists not were the tipping point. They were the moral narrative that politicians could use to advocate for their arguments. But like today, most of what's going on in politics is not really about ethics or morals. It's about power plays.
Totally.
And so back then when you had this the power play the power dynamics wasn't Democrat versus Republican. It was North versus South. And so that to me seems like the more pertinent cause of the Civil War and the abolishment of slavery rather than the moral concerns. Now it's just my very cynical view of it. But
yeah, very cynical.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
In a positive way in that. Now, the question is how that cashes out in politics and how that cashes out in material conditions. And I think the critique that I find that I'm sympathetic to is if you're paying off your white guilt with, being very angry at the head of the museum in San Francisco or doing this training, but like you definitely don't want to make sure that your kid's school is integrated, well, then it's not. But I also think that it's the case that like there are ways in which the political public opinion, particularly of a certain cohort of white people, is moving in the right direction and tangibly cashing out in politics in egalitarian ways.
Yeah. However, I would also say
you would not concede that. I guess my point is that like whatever the excesses are, it's like it seems to me that like you just find the whole project suspect, and I'm not sure I do. I feel like there's something to it.
No. I know what you mean about some.
So this is why I'm not sure John understands the basis of the wokeness. It would be really good for him. This is why it bothers me so much that James Lindsay's such a troll on Twitter. because
Oh my God.
he needs to be the person. He needs to be the guy having the conversations with Chris Hayes, having the conversations with John McWhorter, saying like, look, you don't understand what the project is. This is what the project is, Chris.
Right. Tearing down Western civilization,
Right.
basically.
Tearing down Western civilization, tearing down democracy in liberalism and the liberal order. That's what's happening here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, Chris, you can't make the argument that you think, oh, well, we got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Yeah.
Argument. Okay.
When he says that we're making tangible progress, he doesn't realize, to overthrow Western civilization.
Right.
Like the progress is not necessarily the kind of progress you want to make.
Yes, and all this race stuff is really just the disguise that they're putting over this.
Yeah.
Some of the political gains. I understand that completely, especially given, for example, what's just happened in Washington. But on the other hand, I don't think that it's trivial that so much damage, so much unnecessary despair, so much unnecessary both verbal and professional abuse is going on in other places in the name of what's supposed to be the same movement. And so, for example, I now have, I was saying 110 last June. Now I'm sure it's 1,000 at this point. Missives that I've gotten from academics and high school and middle school teachers, not to mention students all over the country, who are utterly chilled at, frankly, the chilling of possible dialogue of what one is allowed to say, what one is allowed to study, what one is allowed to make a course about, faculty being dismissed and fired, deans being dismissed and fired for saying the wrong thing. There is a real crisis going on. Like, Chris, for example, that
He's like, the tangible impact is there. And it's all because you weren't sad enough over the way people were treated in the past. It's like, oh my God. Why is this affecting my life now?
I would have liked for him to pose this more specifically to Chris, to say, look, there is this chilling effect because we're talking about implementing this social rule through fear. And when has implementing social rule through this kind of fear, so people are terrified to speak their mind, when has that ever produced positive results in society? Because we're beyond shame. We're far beyond standard feelings of cultural shame.
We're like witch hunt territory.
Yes.
This is like Salem.
Right. When has the witch hunt ever produced valuable results and positive results for society, Chris?
Well, you get rid of the witches. That's an important thing. You're witch free for at least a couple
when has
months.
Witch hunting worked? That's the question.
Yeah.
You're on the wrong side of history here, Chris.
Yeah. How does this produce a more laid back society? It doesn't. It doesn't.
if there is like Black law students at the University of Illinois in Chicago claiming that they had heart palpitations because on a law school exam that was about employment discrimination, the professor included N and then 5 asterisks, and that's how he depicted the N-word. Didn't spell it out. And for years before, no one had said anything about that exam. But this year, a group of students are still in the process of trying to have this poor man fired for including that on the exam. And more to the point, that's not an isolated story. There are now hundreds of these stories, literally hundreds. Don't you think that it matters? I think it matters.
Well,
and remember, there's another story too, which was when the George Floyd incident occurred. Mm-hmm. There was some school somewhere where the students wanted the their final test postponed because they wanted the protest.
Floyd protest?
Yeah, because they wanted the protest for George Floyd. And the professor said, no, you don't get time off the protest. You can protest after you do your test. And they tried to get that person fired.
Man, so crazy.
So here's where I think this gets very thorny. And again, this is my own sort of subjective rootedness here, I think is I have to acknowledge, right? Which is that I'm an extremely privileged white straight cis man. And I just don't have the ability to internally subjectively experience life as, say, a Black law student at university.
Oh my God. Fuck off. Why is he having this conversation?
Well, it's funny because he is able to internally subjectively experience it. That's called like imagination. You're like
Yeah,
imagining it's
imagination,
a
empathy.
terrible situation for that person, and it's fucking evil.
Right. But if Chris's position is, well, I'm a straight cis white male, so I can't possibly tell someone who experiences heart palpitations over saying the N-word with asterisks, I can't possibly tell them that what they're feeling is wrong or not productive because I am white. Then shut the fuck up, Chris. Then fuck off. Never talk about race again. And you can't be, guess what? You can't be a political commentator. You can't be a social commentator. You
True.
can just fuck
Yeah, that's
off
a
and go
great
in a
point.
hole and keep all your thoughts and your opinions to yourself and then die an old man. Okay, alone in the void. If this is the position that we're taking here.
Yeah.
Like it's insane to me that a journalist is going to have this position. Well, I can't talk about specific opinions. I can talk about specific positions unless I've personally experienced them. What kind of world does that construct? Okay, for everybody.
Yeah. This is in Coddling of the American Mind, they talk about it as, what is it? CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy.
Mm-hmm.
And how a lot of this woke stuff is just like playing into all the mistakes that cognitive behavioral therapy tells you to avoid. And this is classic catastrophizing. It's like, oh my God, I saw the N-word on a test. Oh my God, I'm never going to be able to survive. Like, you got to teach people to get over that. Like, what's going on here? Society has completely failed these people if they can't, like we joked around about Saving Private Ryan, man. We got to toughen these people up. How do we do that? It's
not doing this.
It's so
not
wrong.
doing this.
It's so wrong. It's so wrong that we're going after the teacher who put it on the test. Like, so, what's going on here?
This relates to your very favorite artist in the world.
Oh no!
Scott Adams had
I tried to listen to a couple Scott Adams, and I was like, I see why Sitch is still into Scott Adams, but
he had a very pertinent tweet about this exact subject, and he says, "Here's a reframe that will change some people's lives forever.
Mm-hmm.
Your mind is the outcome of genetics, trauma, and hacks.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't learn to hack or program your own brain, the default is that you are you are a little more than your genes and your traumas."
Yeah, NPC. Okay. That's where the NPC meme comes from.
Right. And
that's where the selling free will meme comes from.
Exactly. This is just a nice way of reframing the free will argument. And what he's saying is that you have to use little hacks, little tricks, okay, to gain free will, to program your mind to want to react to situations in specific ways. And if you don't program your mind to react to specific ways, then you have no free will. You are just acting out the whims of your biology and of the traumas that the environment has forced upon you. And this is exactly what wokeness is programming people to do. It's literally programming them to not have free will, to say, give in to all your baser instincts. Whatever emotional reaction you have to something instantly is correct. And anyone that tells you otherwise is probably racist.
Yeah, totally.
Chicago, I can try to sort of expand out my
But what would the difference have been between this year and the years before?
Well, but here's the question, right? Like, so there's a few things.
I want to make a little comment on because I'm it's easy to say, toughen up, but there's like an incentive structure going on here. Like, they're literally being rewarded for not being tough because, if they cringe at seeing the N-word in a paper, there's like tangible gain, and society's bending over backwards to cater to them. So I don't know how you get around that. I mean,
you have to remove the gain. That's the issue.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like society's suffering this crisis of authority. Like, there used to be authority figures that would step in and say all the things that you and I are saying. Like, this is ridiculous. Society's going off the deep end. What are we doing here? Like why we're you know, I think a lot of people believe that this is just performative stuff. Like this isn't tangible harm.
It is a lot performative, yes.
But you can't step up and say that. You can't step up and say, listen, we know you're fucking with us. You don't really care about the N-word of paper here. Come on. You can't do that because then your head's on the chopping block.
Right, exactly.
You're like, what? You don't believe me? You must be racist too. Off with your head. Time to the funeral pyre.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the people who can stand up have to stand up.
How do we fix a crisis of authority, though? Like, that's the thing. So many...
We have to stop incentivizing this baby behavior. That's how we do it. The way that I think, to answer your question specifically, I think the way it's going to be fixed is because people are going to keep bending over backwards.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's going to be a breaking point where they're going to realize.
Why are they bending over backwards?
Because, it's different for different institutions. They're all financially motivated to do this. So colleges are very much financially motivated to baby their students nowadays.
Also guard their reputation because they feel like social media, their reputation is like out there on a wire.
Right. Because it seemed like it used to be, and maybe this is not true, but it seemed like it used to be back when my parents went to college, that they kind of looked at students as students who were coming to institutions to learn. Okay. But now when I went to college, it felt like and this is very different between teachers and administrators. The teachers still look at it that way, but administrators, I feel like they look at students as customers.
Yes.
And so that's why the customer's always right. They just kind of give in to whatever fucking idiotic demands that the customers have. Yeah. And so that's why I think the colleges are failing, because they're so driven that way. And then you have all these institutions like the ACLU and NAACP are all losing their status because, again, they're financially motivated to receive donations. And the way they receive donations is by scaring the rest of the country that we're on the brink of racist, transphobic terrorists taking over the country. So that they keep hyping up the fear.
Fear on both sides. Both sides are playing the fear game.
Right. But I think they're doing it for financial reasons for the most part. Their financial incentives, unfortunately, are aligned with promoting this very negative view of the country and of the world.
Yeah, because the students have the power because they're paying through the nose for these educations.
Right.
Yeah.
About that. So one of them is people accommodate to really fucked up situations, and then a certain thing happens and they stop accommodating. So like we've seen that with Me Too, where there were workplace dynamics that went.
So Chris this is so insane. He's saying, oh, well, there's probably tons of black students that looked at and saw the N-word with asterisks, and they also had heart palpitations and everything, but they just put up with it. They just put up with it for years and years and years.
No, I would argue that they didn't have the palpitations.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Don't you kind of have to train people to get triggered by something?
Yes, you do. Or you train them to not be triggered by something. And that's what's so weird is all the onus is against strengthening people. It's all on, we have to put bubble wrap around all the corners of the edges. This is the toxic femininity I was talking about, okay? Is that it's, instead of saying, look, the world is dangerous, okay? And there's a lot of sharp edges there. So you have to look where you're walking. You have to be aware. Instead of that, they say, oh, well, the world is dangerous. You don't have to change who you are whatsoever. We're just going to put bubble wrap on all the edges.
Yeah. Pave the forest.
Right. Which, that just makes you weaker. That makes you weaker.
Yeah.
For years.
Sure.
That were fine. And then one day it was like, wait a second. When my boss kept talking about my outfits every day, like actually that was messed up, and actually that was doing something messed up to me, and the expectation was that that was fine and normal, but it's not anymore. And I think actually, because I think there's a connection, right, between Me Too and some of this conversation, I do think there's some people who have had that same reaction of like, wait, we woke up one day and it's not okay to do this thing we did for 25 years, but like maybe a thing that was happening for 25 years wasn't good, right?
That's part of how social revolutions happen, and it's important, but as always, you end up getting stuck on the issue of degree. And 5 asterisks. Come on. I think honestly, Chris, if I may, I think that if we allow that is the sort of thing that people are just not going to put up with anymore when we're talking about a law school.
He's like, dude, you're comparing an N and 5 asterisks to Me Too. It's like being sexually assaulted harassed by your boss.
Yeah, but as you said earlier, words are violence.
Yeah.
Okay. This is why this is so insidious. Okay. If you tell a small child since the moment they grow up that words are violence, and that they can have negative, tangible effects on you, guess what happens? You're
going to grow up afraid of words. You're going to grow up in terror of words.
Not just that the words will actually cause violence.
Yes. Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes. Because the human mind is malleable in that way. And if you tell children, you teach them to have heart palpitations because someone said the N-word, then they will. It will be real for them. Yeah. But you're still creating the situation for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. How do we stop it? How do we change it? Like, it seems like you could step in with some science and maybe convince them, but nah. The incentives are too strong to gain power. That's what they're after. They want the story. They want to be in the New York Times. They're like, this story, we're all talking about this story because someone mentioned it in the New York Times. Everyone wants to be in the paper. It's an attention economy.
Right. And unfortunately, the papers have figured out that the best way to
sell papers is to put that story in there. Yeah, exactly.
It's through outrage.
Oh, man. None of this is going to change.
No, it will. It will. It's going to, because it's going to eat itself. That's the thing. This is not a sustainable. The only good part about this is that woke leftivism is not sustainable because it's continually destroying itself, and it's going to run out of bodies at some point. It's going to run out of its own bodies, which is what they always go after themselves harder than they go after the other people.
I know, it's the thing.
It's like. It's so funny because I told you last week or a couple weeks ago, like everyone in BreadTube is starting to realize that their own community is horrifyingly toxic and awful.
Oh my God. That's awesome.
It's like, they realize that that they've created a monster and that they're writing this monster that cannot be ridden because it's always hungry. And it's only a matter of time before it tries to grab the rider off its back and eat it too.
This is why Chris Hayes has such trepidation about this conversation, is because, the Fox News hosts aren't in an environment where they're telling each other every single day that our news organization is a system of oppression, like involves white supremacy and stuff like that. That's not even in their lexicon, not even in their thinking. But at MSNBC, oh my God. Like they're trying to exercise the systems of oppression out of their organization like crazy. They probably think, well, we're not white supremacists, but we are, like, systemically. Of course we're white supremacists. Oh my God, they're driving themselves insane.
Exactly. That's the thing. They're destroying themselves. It's not a sustainable model. That's the only good thing about all this. It's not sustainable.
So Chris Hayes is here going, well, it's just a matter of time before I'm the virgin sacrifice.
Right. Exactly.
Here it is.
Well,
my turn.
Chris Hayes, and I think part of the problem is I think Chris Hayes and all these people who are part of these elite media organizations who are all, liberals.
Oh my God.
They're so out of touch with what's happening.
Totally.
I do not believe for a second that Chris Hayes realizes that the majority of left-wing political content on YouTube and Twitch is dominated by literal communists.
Oh, yeah.
He has no fucking clue that's happening.
Of course not.
Whatsoever.
Yeah. He thinks both those platforms are dominated by white supremacy.
Yes.
Like full on alt-right shit.
Yes.
He thinks it's probably wall to wall that. He probably doesn't even know BreadTube exists.
No.
Oh my God, these people.
Or if he does, he just thinks, oh, I read there's a New York Times article about ContraPoints.
Oh, I know. You
ContraPoints
know he's
is
read that.
some, liberal trans YouTuber advocating for trans rights, and it's just a bunch of transphobes, on the other side of the issue.
Oh my God.
That's probably the extent of the thought process.
Crazy.
School exam about employment discrimination where the people going out into the world are going to see the actual word. I think I get what you mean about you're the straight cis white man, and who are you to judge?
No, I'm
but
not.
But I think I just want to say, if we allow cases like that to be taken as revolution and as progress rather than, as I hate to say this, a kind of performance art, then we end up condescending to Black people rather than elevating them.
So I think, and I don't think that's a crazy argument you're making at all, right? So I'm not even arguing against it in this case because, to be honest, I haven't actually followed the particulars of this example. The facts as you present them seem to me like that person shouldn't be fired, but I have not dug into it. That said, I'm just trying to make a sort of broader theoretical point here, right? Which is one that part of what's happening and part of what's so messy about what's happening is that, like, there can be things that people have acculturated to as normal that shouldn't be normal, and the consciousness changes that sort of snap something, right? A.
Sure.
And B, the harder thing to me, and this to me gets
that's such a bad argument because that's true of everything.
Totally. I was thinking the same thing.
Completely true of everything.
And if it's normalized, it's like whatever.
Right. And the slippery slope fallacy is true of any change, okay? Anytime you change anything, you could always, slippery slope, it's going to go too far in the direction. And it's like, okay, that's fine, but that's where we as a society have to, every time something changes, we still create new boundaries, okay?
Yeah.
So you don't get to make the argument that, sometimes the changes is right, so we get to ignore the times it's wrong. It's like, no, that's the whole point. That's how you fight the slippery slope is you say, okay, we're going to say, don't use the F slur. Don't use slurs to describe people. But here's the line. Okay, people can write the N word on a college test with asterisks. People can discuss ideas that have, without being accused of being racist, automatically. We shouldn't be leveraging racism as a cudgel to win political fights.
Oh my God, that's the one that we really need.
Right. But that's the hardest one to get rid of because that's the one that's most twined into what you're saying about that's entirely for political gain right now.
Yeah.
So the nub of it, someone who wrote about this years ago, who I'm sure you've read and admired, Stanley Crouch, who I used to read and love.
Lionized him, yes.
Yes, I know. He's an intellectual hero, I think, of a lot of people in yours. And I often disagree with Stanley Crouch, but I found him fascinating. And back during the last iteration of these kinds of debates, right? He would talk a bit about the sort of interiority or psychologicalization of political debates, about the sort of way one feels about the world. And I think this is where this territory gets very, very difficult and messy, right? Because you can say at one level, it's like, I want to say, well, we should be able to debate this topic, or we should be able to have a conversation or back and forth about what words are not out of bounds. And then another person can say that debate itself or the experience of it is doing something to me subjectively. That's actually like genuinely sucks, whether you use the word of harmful or traumatic or there's all sort of psychological language, but like genuinely, I really, it's not doing a good thing to me. And the not good thing it's doing to me is sort of bound up in a power relationship. And there's a kind of unbridgeable gap in that exchange because at one level it's like,
no, there is not an unbridgeable gap. There is a bridge. We used to have it. It was, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, totally.
I don't give a fuck. We can't. Because what Chris is saying is insane. He's
this
just said,
shall pass.
He's saying, if you're having a debate about something, and simply having the debate itself makes certain people feel uncomfortable, then you shouldn't have that debate.
No, those people should get the fuck out.
It's like, no, fuck you. We can't. That's such an untenable position because then I just say,
terrible.
oh, well, as a white person, okay, it makes me feel uncomfortable for you to ascribe whiteness, as this negative racialized stereotype that you do. I don't think you should be able to have that debate. And you can't possibly argue against it because it makes me have a subjective feeling of being uncomfortable.
Discomfort.
Right. And then the only thing
Can
they
you
have to
imagine
fall
how
back
badly you'd get laughed at if you made that argument?
Exactly. But
You
then
white privileged piece of shit.
Exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about? You think you could have us stop at the debate just because you feel uncomfortable?
Right. And then the only response they have to that, which Chris baked into what he just said, is, oh, well, it's okay to make white people feel uncomfortable because historically
They're the
white
oppressors.
people in America have been the oppressors. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's when you get into the oppression Olympics, because then it becomes, oh, your subjective opinion of reality trumps other people if your class or race, so not even you individually, but your race of people, your class of people have been oppressed historically. Then your subjective feelings are so valid that everyone else has to shut the fuck up. How can you build a society around that? That's insane.
It's totally insane. It's funny that he's mentioning that this discomfort is caught up in like a power imbalance, but he's not making the correlation between the power imbalance that's going on with the woke stuff and the walking on eggshells and stuff like that, because it's like the same thing.
Well, he does acknowledge that one point at some point in the conversation, very briefly, that the woke stuff is winning and thus would be in the powerful position. But I imagine he would say that it doesn't matter because historically,
they were not in the power position.
Baggage. Yeah, right.
But it seems like the perfect antidote for this is to say that I don't know, because it is caught up.
You're right to say that regardless of historical oppression, which is how they always frame it, right now people are being fired for not following the woke dogma. No one's being fired for being too woke. Okay.
No.
It's only one way.
Well,
they're
power dynamic is definitely only one way.
Right.
But I'm taxing my brain trying to think of a way out of this conundrum. Without,
as I said, the way out of it is, I think you really have to. The people that are talking against wokeness really have to continually tie and frame wokeness to the destruction of liberalism, to communism in disguise, to all of these things, and to really explain it.
Because they're the ones that are woke. Because the woke people, but they're not even attached to liberalism anymore. Like they see liberalism as bad.
I understand that, but you're not trying to convince them. You're trying to convince Chris Hayes, who is attached to liberalism, who doesn't understand what's being advocated here.
Okay, I gotcha.
All these journalists who make money do not want to see capitalism destroyed. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
They don't want to see the end of liberalism.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, they don't, obviously, but I don't know that they feel that they have any power in the situation. I feel like everybody is kind of, looking around saying, am I next? Which leaves people feeling completely disempowered. I mean, a lot of the stuff in here is feels like, it's funny that they're talking about it being performative, because a lot of the stuff in here literally mirrors that performance.
Right.
A lot of the stuff Chris Hayes is doing. This is so weird, so meta.
That's true. Oh, but also, going back to his, being a straight white male, I can't talk about this. It's also a total bullshit lie too, because he's disagreeing, and that's why I titled the stream the way I titled it. This entire stream is him disagreeing with a black man about race issues and woke issues. So if Chris actually believed in his heart of hearts that he doesn't get to have an opinion about this because he's white, then he would just take everything John McWhorter is saying on face value and shut up.
Well, he doesn't actually have an opinion, because the woke opinion is his opinion. Right. Yeah. It just so happens that he has found the one black man that is like anti-woke, who's actually allowed to have the other opinion. And it's funny because John McWhorter's talked on his podcast with Glenn Lowry many times about how he's called a white supremacist all the time.
Right.
which is fun. It's hilarious.
And I wonder, because I have been kind of perusing. I regularly check Chris Hayes podcasts for topics because he
Really?
does talk to all these. Yeah, because he does talk to all these woke people, but I find that most of the time it's just really boring or very surface level.
Yeah.
When I listen,
It's
to
the
them.
performance.
Right. It's the performance. It's kind of like, when they're like, oh, when Dave Rubin, talks to conservatives, he just lets them say whatever they want. He doesn't provide any pushback. Like
It's
that's what I
like
feel
that.
like Chris Hayes talking to a lot of these woke people are. It's just like, oh my God, he just lets them say whatever they want. There's no pushback.
He can't push back. He's not in a
Right.
position to push back.
Exactly. And so this is, I'm sure he's done this before, but this is one of the few examples I could find where he's actually talking to someone who disagrees.
Who is
with him,
going to push back?
Who is going to push back?
Yeah.
And I wonder if he could only have this conversation with someone who's black or not white without being accused of, platforming some white guy who's against, wokeness, who's racist.
Yeah, maybe this is like, maybe we're missing some of the, like, winking, like, I'm captured here, John, save me, help me.
Blink twice if you need me to call the police.
Yeah, exactly. Help me.
Yes.
I have to take your word for it. At another level, if someone says that to me about a topic like, when you talk to me about tax rates, that does a harm to me, I want to be like, yo, we can't make it the case that we can't argue about tax rates, right? So it's like, I get the impulse to be like, it cannot be the case that you use your subjective experience of a thing to unilaterally draw a line about what it isn't debatable. At the same time, there are plenty of examples where if a coworker was running around wanting to debate about like what actually constitutes sexual assault with a female coworker all the time, you'd be like, buddy, back the fuck up. Like, you're harassing me.
Sure. Yeah,
See, I think you could be more onto this than initially I thought, because he acknowledges the insanity of the position that he just gave out.
Yeah.
That you can't say, well, talking about tax policies makes me feel uncomfortable, so we can't have a debate about this, okay? And he's kind of taking the Supreme Court pornography
I
defense.
know when I see it.
I know when I see it, right?
Yeah.
Like I can't really clearly figure out the rules here. I just kind of feel it out. I kind of reach deep into my gut and I just kind of feel around for whatever feels right here.
That's
And
not
so-
a good prescription though for society.
No.
Like
No.
a strong boundary would be better for everyone, I think.
Yes. And in this case, it should be easy because all we're saying is we just want the rules to apply to everyone equally.
Yeah.
Like there already is a pretty clear objective measurement that we had and can still use. It's not like we're trying to reinvent the wheel here.
Yeah, true.
is this, where do you draw the line? And the reason that I have come out and started crusade.
But before we continue,
Mhm.
Adam, we
What's
have
up?
to promote Nathan Margolis.
Subscribe to the Clips channel, guys.
Check the description. We have a link to Nathan Margolis, who clips the streams. If you just want some little nuggets of wisdom, some little nuggets of awesomeness and hilarity from the stream, just for like an 8-minute bite, click the link in the description. Please subscribe to Nathan Margolis's Clip channel.
He said the funniest thing on Twitter to me in DMs, and I tried to get him to tweet it out, but he wouldn't tweet it out. Because I said, listen, your clickbait game is kind of off the hook now. You're like going crazy. This is awesome. Your vids are getting crazy views, and the clickbait's working. And he said, well, when I think of a title, I just ask myself, what would Tim Pool do? I know. And I was like, oh my God, that's brilliant.
Genius.
I know. We kind of do the same. I mean, we rip on Tim Pool all the time, but
Tim is the clickbait.
he is. Oh my
He's the
God, he's
clickbait
so
king.
good.
Yep.
You got to play the game. You got to play the game a bit.
There's a line. Okay.
Oh my God.
There's a line between clickbait and just disinformation.
Oh,
right?
yeah. David Pakman steps over that line all the time.
Dave Pakman is awful. Yeah, because his clickbait, it's like you click it and it's like 10 seconds of the clickbait, and then it's like 7 minutes of just nonsense.
Yeah, totally. Yes.
Come on, David.
Tim Pool's good at his clickbait. The video generally is on topic, so and we try to avoid that.
Well, at least Tim Pool's clickbait is about the topic. It's just the clickbait frames the issue in a very dishonest way. Most of the time.
Totally. Yeah, that's the worst.
Right.
You click on it, you're like, this is not like anything I imagined it to be. David.
Well, the danger is not just that; it's that framing is such a powerful device.
Oh, I know.
That and we see this a lot of times with newspapers, and I made a whole Twitter thread about this, is that this is what newspapers will do. They'll create a very incendiary, clickbait-esque, eye-catching headline that promotes a very specific narrative. And then the article will kind of pull back and give a little bit more nuanced take, but it doesn't matter because once you have the framing of the headline in your mind, your brain just kind of becomes blind to the nuance in the article, and you just interpret it with going along with the headline.
Yeah.
And you can watch this for yourself. You can find, and I see this all the time. There have been so many articles where the headline's like crazy, and then you read the article, and the article is like very bland. But it doesn't matter because people have been primed already by the headline to believe something crazy.
They're already pissed.
Crusading so hard against this sort of thing just since last summer is that I think we are so far from the line in many of these cases. And so, yes, to an extent, the idea that we're going to have a conversation about whether or not this is harmful, that can be overdone completely, of course. But when you have a situation such as a white communications professor says that when you want to hedge and you want to say like in Mandarin, one way they say that is naga, naga, naga. And a group of black students say that hurt them for the reason that you might be able to imagine, and he gets suspended from the course. I'm sorry, that's not up near the line. That is something that I think as a society we lack the maturity to be able to discuss because we're afraid to discuss it when it comes to black people, which I completely understand. But you're dealing with people who are building an identity.
God, I just back when I was a kid, we would have just laughed at that shit. That would have been, everyone would have laughed it off. Now
they would say that's funny. It sounds like the N-word. That's funny.
Yeah,
that would have been
exactly.
The end of it, yes. Right.
Oh my God, it's such a completely different environment now.
Yeah, and it's because they realize children, especially children, or people who act like children, realize that they can leverage power over people this way.
That is the biggest problem right there.
Yep.
Crisis of authority. We need someone to step in and say, "Listen, you see this paddle? Like, you're going to shut the fuck up now."
Right.
Being a victim. This is something human beings do. It's not a black thing. But when black people happen to exhibit that particular trait, I think we're at a point in our society, especially since last June, where people are inclined to just say, well, okay. And unfortunately, it's dangerous because it's not treating black people as equals, not to mention creating an awful lot of smoke and destruction.
So let's talk about the sort of this notion of victims and sort of the bedfellows of the political coalition on this debate, which I think is also part of it, right after we take this quick break. The other inescapable...
It bothers me that every time John brings up these like killer examples, you know, he's got the art gallery guy is fired, the law student, the law professor guy.
He came prepared. He's gunning for bear.
Yeah, he's gunning for kill here. He's got the Chinese professor or the professor teaching Mandarin who's saying the word that sounds like the N-word. And Chris just doesn't have any defense to any of this stuff. He just kind of deflects it or just kind of moves past it.
Dr. Seuss. Yeah, it's crazy.
Part of this, you mentioned this sort of victim mentality, and I think that like that connects to this sort of elephant in the room of this whole conversation as well, which is the political valences of it, right? Like,
see, that's how Chris and all these journalists view everything. The elephant in the room is political tribalism. Everything has to come back to Democrat versus Republican. Who's going to win in the political election? I can't talk about wokeness because that just helps the Republicans. Mm-hmm. That's their guiding principle right here. Chris Hayes cannot come out against the dangers of wokeness because he thinks it helps the Republican Party. That's his primary motivation.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. Like this is the exact same argument that, like I said earlier, they were making about Republicans and the Southern strategy. They're like, listen,
Yeah, exactly.
you guys are destroying the country, stoking racial tension for political advantage, and it's frankly disgusting. Now it's like, oh, well, when we do it, it's not, we're standing up for the oppressed, for heaven's sakes. It's not disgusting when we do it.
Right.
It is disgusting. It's totally disgusting. We were so close. We were winning. What happened?
It's so sad. It's so sad.
What happened?
It's hard because a lot of the people who are taking up this cudgel or taking up this crusade, and part of the reason I want to talk to you is because I really like and respect you and think you are not in this category.
Thank you.
Well, no, you're not you're not a reactionary bigot, right? And like some of them.
Oh my God, here it comes. You guys wake up. Things just got interesting.
He's not. Look.
Yeah.
It's okay for me to talk to you because you're black, so therefore you're not a reactionary bigot. Also,
yeah, but I think he would
he's
call
liberal, so it's okay.
I think he would call Glenn Lowry a reactionary bigot because he's a conservative. I think that's just the categorization Chris Hayes has for anyone who's conservative. Yeah. Right. Which is frankly bonkers, but whatever.
I try not to be.
Well, but some of them are. I mean, a lot of them are. And this, look, when I was a kid and it was like, in the 90s, like, don't say the F word, to refer to gay people. It's like, oh, you can't say anything anymore. All this political correctness. Like, and the Z Morning, the zoo shows would that would play on the air with like these, like, essentially verbal blackface, like making fun of black people. Like, that was just everywhere. And when people would call it out, it would be like, it's the same refrain, right? So it's like, it does seem to me like there are a lot of people who are crusading on this.
This is all fallacious argument tactics.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it could be true that in the past people have made incorrect arguments about using the same types of arguments about behaviors that we would agree is not acceptable or is racist. That doesn't mean anything about what's going on now.
Yeah. Now's a different story. Yeah. I'm curious because he brings up like the shock jocks in the morning making fun of black people, but I'm like, what? How are they making fun of black people?
I don't. The only shock jock I ever listened to was Howard Stern, and Howard Stern never made fun of black people.
Yeah,
but
I can't imagine it.
He would do voices, and he would make like the stereotypical black like black urban voice. But then it was always in the guise of, first of all, his co-host Robin.
Oh, I know.
Woman.
Exactly. Okay. So he's sitting right next to...
Right, sitting right next to him. And also, he was always doing it in the context of he grew up in kind of a very unique situation where, I forget, he lived in some area of New York or New Jersey that had a lot of white flight, but his parents, being good liberals, didn't want to leave. So he ended up being the only white person in his school. And so he was always getting beat up because he was the only white person in his school. So he had kind of like this like reverse situation of what, would be fitting the normal mold for these kind of race relations.
Yeah. He had a unique perspective.
He always had a very unique perspective about this stuff. So it's like what I said with the Tosh jokes. Like there was a clip of like the Tosh .0 show. I forget when it was. This is probably pre-2016, where there was some video. I don't know if you remember, some viral video where these people like accidentally put their baby in the washing machine at a laundromat, and it started, and they all start panicking, and then the guy has to run over and open.
How do you accidentally put your baby?
Well, no, like they put the baby in it, I think, just to like have them, but they didn't. They closed the door by accident or something. I don't know.
The dryer. Insane. They put the baby in the dryer.
It was a side-loading washing machine.
Oh, okay.
And
Smart.
So
That's where you should keep your baby all the time.
yeah, exactly. So then Taj had this whole joke sketch where he's at the laundromat and he's putting all these different babies in the laundry machine, and and it starts with him putting like a white baby in, and then he pulls out a black baby. He's like, oh, you have to separate the darks and the white.
Oh my god!
Because you don't want the colors to bleed over or something.
Oh my god!
And it's funny because of the context of laundry. Right.
Big
and I'm like,
trouble.
there's no way that anyone can make a joke even remotely close to that.
Which is sad because that joke is hilarious.
Because it's a funny joke, and it's obvious that it's not.
And it's not bad taste. I mean, it's not. No. You're not saying, come on.
He's not promoting racism. Okay.
Yeah.
He's just referencing it in a way that's shocking and funny, and that's what makes it funny. It's because it's shocking. And
so bad.
Right.
Who are actually reactionary bigots or essentially empowering them.
And here's the thing. It's all about perspective. And so I think a lot of people would say that, okay, yes, there are some excesses with this racial reckoning in the New Crusade, but, if you want to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. Life is never perfect. And really, in the grand scheme of things, something great is happening. And I would say that if one is going to push back against the excesses, and a lot of the reason I'm doing it is because, in a way, all of this is being done in my name as a Black person, not individually, and I feel condescended to and diminished by it in the name of my people. If I'm going to be somebody who pushes back, quite aware that my being Black means that it's harder to say that I'm a white supremacist, even though some people are going to say it anyway. I know that, there are going to be some of these yeehaw, ignorant, racist people who come along with it. I'm not sure I see the evidence that they are the dominant strain of it. I'm not sure that I see the evidence that they drive it, but they are there. Their very presence, as long as I'm not working with them or, egging them on directly or telling them that I'm in their corner, their very presence to me is not something that I can spray for as if it was some sort of fungus. I can't make that go away, but those people can't make someone like me not speak up and very directly and over a long period of time. They'll always be there. And Chris, you and I may differ on this, or we may not. There will always.
This is the same argument the Surfs was making about Kyle Rittenhouse. It's like, how dare you be on the side of an argument that bad people are on? Okay, it's like, yeah, Chris, I'm sure that there are people that you would agree with the economic policy prescriptions that they're talking about, or even the racial justice prescriptions. You would agree with them, but then you'd find out that those people are either communists who want to abolish capitalism and private property and want to kill landowners and landlords, and you disagree with that. And also on the race issue, I'm sure that some of the people that you would be agreeing with, then you'd find out that they're actually Black separatists and they want to have, a Black only country somewhere in the US. Okay. And you disagree with that. Okay. Does that mean that your arguments suddenly are not valid because people you vehemently disagree with are using them?
The same arguments?
Right.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Always be such people. The idea is to make them as few as possible. I always say Emmett Till wasn't killed by a hate group. He was just killed by some people, and everybody who those people knew basically agreed or would wink and let it pass. Today, he would be killed by uniquely hateful people who would be despised by even most of their community. That's the difference. The idea that there would never be that kind of person.
That's a really good, quick distillation of the difference between then and now.
Totally. Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
Emmett Till, they were like, yeah, who cares? Now they'd be fucking, are you right? George Floyd. Come on.
George Floyd, perfect example.
Yeah, it's a completely different world. But nobody wants to step up and say, we've made great progress. Listen, we've made amazing progress. They want to stand up and say, we have so far to go. You won't believe. At Harvard, I saw the N-word and 5 asterisks on a test. Oh my God. Yeah. It's awful. It's awful, when you're going to Harvard.
I know. Oh, I'm so oppressed. I'm going to law school, top college. Oh, my oppression is so outstanding.
Terrible.
Person. sure I would know how to push for that, because people are imperfect.
All right, but just to push back gently on that. I mean, the most watched network in America, which had a direct line to the most powerful person on the planet for a long time, is just like immersed in this stuff all the time, and it's inherently connected and inseparable from a project about American.
Why is Fox News the most watched news station? First of all, it's not the most watched network. That's not true at all. It's the most watched news station. Okay, Fox News. But why is that? Why is that?
The
Think
most
real
watched,
hard.
The most watched. Why is Fox News the most watched news network?
Yes. Think about this super hard.
Let me think here. Because it's not woke, maybe?
No.
No.
Let me think here. Could it be that there's 3 news stations, 2 of which are very left oriented, and only one that's right oriented?
You got it. Yeah, they cornered the market. That's it.
Could it be that they cornered the market? Could that be it? Maybe. I don't know. And even if that wasn't the case, okay, and you could say, yes, the majority of Americans in the country are right-wing, evil conservatives or whatever, that would be irrelevant, especially right now when you say, well, wait a minute, the left controls the culture and has controlled the culture for the last 6 years or so. And right now, they currently control the executive branch and legislative branch of the government.
Yeah.
So what the fuck are you talking about, Chris?
I mean, it's more than that, because they also have like NBC, CBS, like every mainstream outlet.
Even more than that.
Yeah.
NPR. Yeah, I know.
Liberal.
It's even more. It's even more than that. That's why Fox News is so high, is because the left has such a dominant position on controlling most, or not controlling, but most news organizations are definitely slanted to the left.
Well,
Definitely.
and they're all obsessed with this like racial justice stuff, which most people are like, I don't know, this doesn't really fit in with my normal day-to-day experience. It almost seems like I'm watching some religious channel here.
Right.
Does it fit in? Does this stuff fit in with your day-to-day experience? I mean,
no, not at all.
remotely.
And I told you, even my very, progressive liberal mom was complaining to me because she's like, all they talk about NPR is race. That's all they talk about.
Yeah,
race.
NPR.
And I'm thinking, like, Chris, like, even from a purely pragmatic perspective, they're being so stupid, because it's like, how many white people, okay, how many people in general who are on the left, who are Democrats, are going to turn off MSNBC, going to turn off CNN, are going to turn off NPR, because they're just like, what the fuck? This race issues 24/7. Like, I'm fine. I'm trying to be a good liberal here. I'm trying to care about race, but it can't just be the one dominating factor through my entire life.
Well,
I think they're going to discover that without Trump, that they can't really push this narrative as effectively.
Oh my God. Yeah. Since Trump is gone, they're probably like, wait, I thought hold on. Biden's in office now.
That's right. We got rid of the orange bad man racist Cheeto. So why are we still talking about this?
Exactly. I can't. Why don't you float this by your mom? Why don't you say, listen, Mom, have you tried Fox News? I don't think they talk about the race stuff so much.
Yeah, but the idea isn't.
Why don't you just give it a shot?
I don't want my mom to leave one rabbit hole to jump into the other rabbit hole of stupid. Okay,
oh
that's
my
not
God,
the goal here.
No.
Right?
Fox News is not that bad. Some programs are totally just obviously the opposite of MSNBC. But I just want you to float it by your mom just to see what she says.
No, she's gonna. Of course, no.
She's gonna laugh in your face.
She's gonna laugh in my face.
Why?
Because she's a whole.
Oh no, we lost Sitch again.
The baddies.
So she buys
she's not gonna.
She buys into Fox News.
Yeah, of course,
it's like
she
the
does.
white supremacist channel.
Well, no,
she's like, I don't like NPR talking about race so much, but they're right about Fox News.
She doesn't buy into that, like, oh, it's a bunch of racists. She buys into, like, oh, well, they're a bunch of Republican conservative morons, and I disagree with everything they say because they're Republican conservative morons.
I gotcha.
But that's what Chris doesn't understand, is that there is a contingency of people who will switch sides just because of this stuff. Because they'll say, look, I'm not super heavily invested in the politics, and all I see is that the left seems to be super concerned about trans youth and black people, and that's they hate white people. And like this is how it seems to me, so I guess I'm not a Democrat anymore.
I mean,
we've already seen that so much with the Zoomers.
Yeah. I think I technically fall into that category. Like I'll turn on the news occasionally just to see what's going on. I'm not super invested in politics or the news or any of that kind of stuff, but it's to the point where I can't listen to CNN for more than like 5 minutes because it's just in your face. It's so over the head with all this stuff. So I end up turning to Fox News because I just want the fucking news. So I just, the other stuff is too incendiary for me.
Yeah,
it's like nails on a chalkboard. The stuff on Fox News is obviously partisan, but it just doesn't bother me in the same way that the race stuff does. It's probably because of my upbringing.
Well, it's because with our stream and our internet presence, we're very hyper focused on this woke shit being so awful. And I think with both of us, we've sort of become numb to a lot of the stupid shit that you'd hear on Fox News that we would consider like stupid, conservative talking points that we grew up with. We're like, okay, we're kind of like bored of that. We're bored about being outraged about that. So
most of it is like aimed at hypocrisy and stuff, which, I mean, I'm just that the left is like hypocritical. Like I'm with you there. It's like, it's not really a news story. Like now they're going crazy with the kids in cages stuff because like Biden made this huge mistake. And so they're going on and on about that hypocrisy. But I don't know. Of course
the kids in cages thing is hilarious because, I mean, it's not hilarious, but it is sort of hilarious in terms of that, Fox News and the people on the right are completely correct to point out the blatant hypocrisy of a lot of the mainstream left-wing media organizations not caring about the kids in cages.
Oh, they got none of it. None of it's like on.
Right.
Yeah.
But,
media blackout.
Right. But at the same exact time, I'm seeing lots of conservative figures and politicians now pretending that they're shedding tears of pain about the kids in cages suffering. And I'm what the fuck? You're literally complaining about the left being hypocritical about kids in cages. Well, you're literally being hypocritical about the kids in cages because you didn't give a fuck when Trump was doing this.
Yeah.
It's like there's no shame anymore from anybody. It's just the tribalism is so in your face. It's so blatant.
This is what's turned me off to even keeping tabs on this stuff. It's so ridiculous. It's all theater. It is so ridiculous. It's total theater.
It's like, do you think Ted Cruz would have gone down?
Oh my God!
When Trump was president,
of
take a
course
cell
not.
phone vantage, say, look at all these, look at the awful conditions that
Wasn't
these
it?
Kids
isn't it much worse now though? Because
Biden
invited, like, basically said, "Come on, everyone."
I think someone did the numbers, and it's worse than the previous year, obviously because of COVID, but it's less, I think, it's less than it was when Trump was first president.
Oh, really?
Yes, if I recall correctly. And I don't buy the narrative because I looked at the numbers. Someone did an article about this. Now, assuming the numbers are true, it doesn't seem like the Biden really had much of an effect on this, or that any president has a much of effect on this. That there's just like a seasonal thing that happens, and there's all these other environmental.
God, Sitch.
Fact of immigration.
Your internet's so bad today.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm plugged in, so I was saying it seems like there's a seasonal influx of immigration that's based on a lot of environmental factors that doesn't have a lot to do with whoever's president currently.
AK, it's not Biden's fault.
Well, it's silly to blame any president.
If Biden said we have an open door policy, it makes logical sense that they would come.
Biden literally didn't say that.
They would come visit.
Yeah, if the president said, "Give us your huddled masses, your tired," maybe sure. But nothing
Okay.
like that even remotely happened. So
Okay.
In hierarchy and American and you know the rhetoric they have about immigrants and the rhetoric about black people on that network particularly, which is disgusting, which often features like random videos of black people committing violence against white people like for no reason, like you know.
What? For no reason.
I assume he means without the proper context of whatever the story is, but I don't even know what he's referring to. Except it is interesting to see that there's all this, you know, people have been hyper fixated of showing black people committing crimes against Asians now
Yeah.
because of the white supremacy narrative.
Yeah, they're trying to bust the narrative. That's it.
Right.
I mean, man, wouldn't society be so much better if everyone just agreed that we were going to cover stories in the amount that they actually exist in the environment, so you could get like a kind of a gut check on how bad something is?
That would be wonderful. We used to have
Yeah.
that.
Did
But
we?
you know what happened?
What?
You're not going to like the answer.
We never had that. That's
We
never
did
been
have
a
that.
thing. What do you mean? Where they would have to, like, if there was 6 stabbings in America.
It wasn't exactly like that.
Yeah.
But it was more aligned with what was happening.
Like right now, they're looking for the story that's like
The
white
exception.
person beats
Right.
up black person, or
Right.
right.
Yeah.
So there could be 10 stories about a black person that beats up a white person in one
Right.
story, but that story is gonna be
Sure.
instead it should be the other way around.
Yeah. And you're not going to like why that's that way that it is.
Well, don't tell me then. I don't want to be upset. No,
Because
tell
of the
me.
profit motive.
Oh yeah. Well,
It's because there used to be a time where the news media in the country was not making money. It was a public service
It's public
deemed for
utility,
using the
basically.
national airwaves. And then we had, well, we can make lots of money with the 24-hour cable news networks. And then all of a sudden you have a profit motive to get people to watch. And then suddenly you're going to try to find the most outrageous stories. Or you're going to try to push a narrative. That will
But
make
they
people
never
watch.
had it was never structured. So if you watched an hour of news, you would get a gut level understanding that represented kind of the reality of the environment.
Yeah, because that's a lot of work. And also that's a lot of work for not a lot of profit right there.
Yeah, but it would make society so much better.
Yeah, but who cares about that?
You're so evil.
We got to make money, Adam. I don't know what you're talking about. We got to make money.
Yeah. I want society to be better.
So do I. But
No, you
only
don't.
if it makes me money.
Society
For
would
us.
society would be a lot better if I had a lot more money.
See, there you go. If I had lots more money, I could do all sorts of good things for society. Therefore, ergo ad hoc proctem
No way.
ad argo, I can be clickbait and promote outrage.
I'd be too busy flying my new drone to actually care about society.
I'd be too busy flying my own private plane with Glenn Beck. Okay.
Do you have a drone yet?
No, I don't have a drone.
Really? Are you gonna get one?
Drones. No. Why?
What? Because
Who
they're
cares about
badass.
drones?
I've had like
Why?
a couple drones. I lost them because I flew them too far, too high, too high, too far away. But now they have new drones that you can do like virtual reality goggles, and you can fly
See, now
like
that's
the
pretty
drone.
cool. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I've been looking into them. I'm gonna get me one.
That's actually pretty cool. If you
Yeah.
have like little.
And I won't lose it because I've lost 2 already.
Well, you could still lose it. You still fly it too far away, right?
Actually, I think I've lost 3 because I had
It doesn't give you a
little
warning
baby
like when
one.
you're approaching the range.
Yeah, but fuck that. Come on, I'm going for height here.
Adam's like,
I'm
I'm a
going
rebel.
for-
I'm a renegade. Okay,
I'm going
I don't
for
take any
records.
warnings. It's like, please stop going. I will be out of range. And Adam's like, we can push it. We can keep going.
It's been a couple years since I had a
3
drone, though.
times doesn't learn. 3 times he doesn't learn.
Well,
It was like
well,
it's like the episode of Seinfeld where he's driving the car from the car salesman, and it's on empty, and they're saying how far it can go before they run out of gas.
there you go. That's exactly right. I'm gonna get me one of these drones. Do some footage for you guys. It'll be great.
That would be cool.
I'll see if I can if I can put my drone above the next Black Lives Matter protest in Los Angeles.
That's pretty racist.
Why?
You're just looking at them like they're animals, Adam.
No, I'm
You're the white
reporting
man above them, okay, symbolically.
I'm reporting the news, okay? I'm covering the
course.
protests.
Of course.
I don't want to get beat up. Come on. I have oppressor skin color. I can't go into there.
And that's a big project. And I think to the extent there's a reckoning that's happened that's produced things that you view as excessive, and I think individual instances of which I probably view as excessive, I think you can't separate the fact that like the experience of the country in many ways over the last few years was the profound power of a certain conception of who gets to be an American.
I don't know, Chris. I'm not sure.
You don't think that doesn't play a role in it?
Oh no, I'm not denying what you're
Wait a
saying.
minute. But this is insane. Even if I agree to some extent with what Chris is saying, that was part of the rhetoric. Okay. We've thrown that in the trash. If we want to go back to who gets to be American, then we're going back to common humanity. We're all Americans here. And that's the wokeness is throwing that in the trash can.
Totally. Yeah, we could have easily established that after George Floyd. Everyone was against that shit.
Saying, I'm just saying that I'm not sure where you get the idea that that group is winning. I mean, it's horrible to watch.
Oh, they're losing.
People.
They're losing. I actually don't think they're winning. But that, in some ways, that's kind of my point, right? Like, I think they're losing because I think the country is actually moving in a better direction. But I guess what I think is that
this is why this is so frustrating. The country was moving in a better direction before all the woke shit happened, and all this woke shit is going to push it back in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Even James Lindsay, who's been saying crazy shit on Twitter, he had a whole thing on this exact topic saying all this is going to do is push things back into being reactionary right-wing politics. Again, that's all it's going to do.
Yeah.
The friction of that conflict that we're sort of discussing right now and kind of sitting on the fault lines of is essentially the engine of that progress, right?
But this is the thing, Chris. Okay, let's say that, yeah, those people are losing, but there certainly are a lot of them, and you never know whether the tide may shift, and look who was president for 4 years, et cetera. But from my perspective, and now I'm sitting here arguing, you have to see it from my eyes, and I don't mean that at all, but I see another side where people are reading Robin DiAngelo's White Fragility, which I sincerely believe to be one of the worst books ever written, and I'm not being rhetorical. It makes no sense, and more to the point, it depicts me as a crying, diapered baby. To see people on social media holding that book up and saying, I'm doing the work, and then to also, and I have to be very careful.
Oh, God, that's like the perfect meme. Holding up Robin DiAngelo's book with John McWhorter as a crying baby on the cover. I'm doing the work. Anti-racist here. John McWhorter's a big crybaby.
I don't want to go off on one of these rants that Glenn Lowry and I go off on, but for people to be taking the Manichaean dichotomous ideas of a certain Ibram X. Kendi as some kind of gospel and treating him as if he were Harold Bloom or James Baldwin, that is the most condescending thing I have ever seen expressed about Black people in my particular life, including the sorts of things that you see on Fox News. Somebody needs to push things back into the middle. And so I understand who the bedfellows may seem to be, and I try very hard to avoid any.
There was a podcast, Chris Hayes podcast, that I thought about doing for stream, where he talks to both Ibram Kendi and Nicole Hannah-Jones.
Oh my God.
So maybe we'll do that.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Direct connection to bedfellows.
How much bootlicking is there going on in that?
Well, it's actually funny because to some extent it's the opposite.
What?
To some extent, I would feel like if I was being woke, okay, I would complain that Chris Hayes is spending way too much time talking as the white boy there.
Really?
In the conversation.
Holy shit.
Because
he whitesplains him the whole time?
Well, it's just Chris has a very smug tone of voice when he talks.
Yeah.
So even when he's talking to Nicole Hannah-Jones and Ibram Kendi, it sounds like it kind of comes across. I don't think this was intentional. It comes across like he's like, well, I'm a big time important, MSNBC news anchor.
Yeah,
and I'm like
exactly.
lending you my legitimacy for your, little race cause.
Yeah.
Like that's how it
Your
kind of comes
little
off.
race cause. Oh my God. Canceled.
Yep. Get him.
Done that in many ways, but I can't say that I won't do what I'm doing because I see so much of this as a profound insult to Black intelligence, morality, and legitimacy.
Well, let me ask you a descriptive question here.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is going on? So what's your theory of what? So if my theory of this is, my theory of what we're seeing is social change, an attempt to actually stitch together genuine multiracial democracy in America for essentially the first time since Reconstruction, which was killed by white supremacy. I mean, in a very, very literal sense, right?
Yeah.
And that it's very difficult to do that multiracial democracies of our size and scope, there's no real great record for, that same fissure is tearing apart huge parts of the democratic world. And that bringing together pluralistic majorities in the project of self-rule in an equitable fashion is essentially like, it's like magic. It's like a very hard thing to do. And in that project, there are...
See, this is the problem. This is why Chris needs to understand. That's not what's happening. Woke shit is not about creating a multiracial democracy.
Yeah, it's about destroying that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Well, he is right that it's difficult to do. What's ironic here is that he's taken the side of the people who are like trying to destroy that project.
Right. It is difficult to do, but we were on the correct path.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But now he's completely sided with the people who are kind of just annihilating that path, and for no good reason. Like
right.
he hasn't really stated any, aside from, the trembling voice and the I might be canceled next, and I'm your white, I'm a white cis male, and I can't speak up and talk about this stuff. Like he hasn't really articulated a course where what he's admitting is a difficult thing to do is feasible, can be done.
Right.
Like, is he throwing in the towel? Is he saying, okay, well, we got to go down this woke route? Well, basically what Kendi is saying.
Right.
Yeah, it can't be done anyway, so fuck it.
Yeah,
right?
Like, how does, and I don't remember if it comes up in this conversation, but I'd be curious to say, well, Chris, Ibram Kendi wants to create a fourth branch of government that looks over every law to determine whether it's racist or not.
No, my God.
And has the ability to veto any law on the fact that they think it's racist. Oh my
God.
This council isn't voted on. It's a position assigned to by a bunch of race scholars. Okay.
Oh my God, it's even worse. So they've already taken over what we technically call the fourth estate, the media. Now they want the fifth estate to actually be like law. Oh my God.
And I want Chris to be like, okay, you talked to Ibram Kendi. He's proposing this idea that not only is the dumbest fucking idea in the history of the world, but also will never happen in a million years. Would never happen because it would literally require a constitutional amendment.
Yeah.
Okay? Which is, there's
abolishing
no way you're
the 13th Amendment.
Yeah. You're not going to get all the states on board with this. So how do you feel that the person that's being held up as this advocate for race relations in our country and the way forward is not only promoting an idea that's insane but completely not feasible?
Shit is getting real, man. We had a ballot initiative in California to abolish equal protection under the law.
Right? Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Fucking terrible. It almost passed.
They literally tried to remove equal racial protection under the law in California. How does that make you feel? Okay.
Terrible. Someone's saying we got $100 donation on Streamlabs, and Mr. Tickletrunk gave us like 50.
No one for $100. Thank you so much, no one. Oh my God, Jesus. Says, I genuinely hate people like Chris when I was growing up in the 90s. I never even gave it a second thought if someone was black. They were just people. Thanks to my exposure to people like him, I am now hyper aware when they put a minority in something and I hate it. Yes.
Oh, I know.
Oh, and this is
God, so
this
bad.
is what my first ever YouTube video was about. was when they would race change a character or gender swap a character, and then people get mad about it, and then the wokies would be like, say this is proof that you're racist and sexist. And it's like, no. They're not mad that the person is race swapped or gender swapped. They're mad because to them it represents another victim to woke culture.
Yeah.
Another battle lost. And it's like when Samuel Jackson was cast as Nick Fury for the first Avengers movie, no one cared. No one said, oh, Nick Fury is a white guy. I know he's not in the Ultimate Universe, but in normal comic, Nick Fury's a white guy. How dare they do that? No one cared. You know why?
Yeah.
Because it was pre-woke shit. It was pre-people so hyper-focused on race, and they said, oh, Samuel Jackson's a badass.
Yeah,
I like him as
perfect
Nick
character.
Fury.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And I completely agree with Nolan. And this is what bothers me too, is that I was the exact same way. I grew up in middle school and high school and elementary school, and I was like so colorblind. Like
yeah, me too.
it was so funny because there was literally a friend of mine in high school that was black, and I never even like conceptualized that they were black until like someone pointed it out at some point. I'm like, oh, that's right. I didn't even it didn't even occur to me that this was my experience for so much of my life growing up, was that I felt like I was the poster child for the perfect liberal upbringing. I was fucking colorblind. I was gender blind. I was
That's your white privilege now. Now it's totally been turned against you.
Right. And then suddenly it's like, no, that's evil. That's bad.
Yeah. The fact that you weren't tortured over the fact that there were oppressed people in the world. You evil, privileged person.
Well, I was talked so much about the oppressed people. I just never put that oppression onto the people I knew personally on the basis of their skin color or their gender.
There you go. Yeah. Crazy stuff.
I mean, and that was also probably because, another thing that annoyed me was that a lot of my Hebrew school was about the Holocaust, which is like, okay, that's important, but like, I don't need to have this. It's like with the Native American genocide. Like, there's got to be more to being Jewish than the fact that we were, massacred, right? Like, who wants that to be their only sole identifier? Is that, oh, we got Holocausted? And I remember as a child complaining to my mom, like, is this all there is to make Jewish? Is that we were Holocausted? Like, there's got to be more to it than this. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And so maybe because I was taught that the Jews were like, so historically oppressed, but I didn't view myself through that lens of oppression. I'm not going to view other people I know personally through that lens of oppression unless they're telling me some specific thing that happens to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's so weird. That's so weird. I don't have like a strong cultural identity like that with anything really.
Well, I don't either. I completely don't have that. But I don't know. I think part of the issue is that I think there is a biological component to wanting to have a strong cultural or familial identity, which I do not have. I don't experience this at all.
Yeah, in some
people.
Yeah, I don't have that at all either. Like, I've never been driven to like learn about my ancestors. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't care. I just don't care.
Yeah,
it's irrelevant to me. Yeah.
I'm a very present person. I've always been living in the now and the future.
Right.
The future's always been super interesting to me, far more than like, history, who cares?
Well, the past can be interesting, but it's not interesting in terms of like, it doesn't, like, it's interesting to learn that my great-great-grandparents walked across Europe to Spain to get on a boat to come to America, and that my other great-great-grandparent cut off their own thumb so that they didn't have to serve in the horrifying Russian army in World War I.
Yeah.
And ran away to America to escape anti-Semitism. And it's like, okay, it's interesting to know, but that doesn't, like, I'm not going to change my behavior, right? Like, this doesn't affect my behavior, my outlook of who I am because of this. And it shouldn't. The only thing it should do is it should make me appreciate my privilege. I can't.
Sure, totally. Yeah, you didn't have to cut your thumb off, right?
Right. I don't have to cut my thumb off. I don't have to walk across Europe to escape to a better country.
All of my familial stories are just completely personal, though. Nothing to do with like the history of our peoples,
right? Yeah, exactly.
Or anything like that. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, the one thing that I have that's even has any kind of racial component is just like Elizabeth Warren. Like I've been told for many, many moons that I'm 1/8 Cherokee Indian, but
Right.
I don't. Maybe that's just bullshit.
Maybe.
Now I'm questioning that even, so I don't even know. But I never really was like, oh, I'm Cherokee. Let me dig into Cherokee history and find out this and that and get in touch with my peoples.
Mm-hmm.
No, not really. I guess that's just individualism, rugged individualism, more like selfishness or greed. I think I would cast it more like just rude self-interest, but I don't know.
Crack rock steady for $20. That's offensive to all
Crack
Detroit
rock
fans everywhere.
steady. Wow.
It says rock steady. We got crack rock steady. For $20. I wonder if people would say that Rocksteady and Bebop were racist characters, even though I think they're both white guys, if I recall correctly. Found you guys recently, and I became an instant fan. You both have great stances, which is why I got both variants of the comic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rocksteady. After the 16-year-old voting debate, though, I can firmly say that S-Class is best class.
God, all these oppressors out there. I don't understand it. Just wanting to oppress everyone.
Look, at least you can say this. You can say that Adam is never going to change his stance.
I can't. I'm so publicly vocal about it.
Well, no, I'm going to say you can never accuse Adam of being a grifter and for playing to the audience because his voting stance is so unpopular and yet he sticks by it. So you have to give him credit for that.
I'll go even further than that. I'm fully losing this debate. I'm being like annihilated here. I'm being destroyed. But there's this thing.
Annihilated. You think everyone's just wrong about how they're conceptualizing your argument.
There's this thing though. It's called principles, Sitch. Principles.
That's not what's happening here. You just love being a rebel.
I do, yeah. I'm for the rebels.
Come on. It was funny because I was listening to the MMT book, and I'm like, I know why this appeals to Adam so much because and it appeals to me for the same reason.
Oh my God! You heard it here first. This is first mention. Sitch just said the MMT book is appealing to him.
Well, no, but let me
take note.
Let me be clear here. While I'm listening to this book, I'm being hyper cognizant, saying, I understand that this is persuasive to me because I know nothing about economics, or at least the kind of macro level economics they're talking about. I've never read like a macro level economic book before, so I'm very cautious to accept the arguments. But I'm saying it's persuasive, and I'm very aware of my elephant here because it's the argument it's making is that everyone is wrong and stupid, which is my argument.
Oh, I know.
And that there's some secret magic knowledge that you have if you listen to this that no one else has. So it's almost like
possess it.
Exactly. So it's almost like the conspiracy theory angle.
Have you got the flag out yet? Where's the Boy Scout flag?
So I'm just being very cautious when I listen to MMT stuff because I'm aware that emotionally it can be very appealing to me, but intellectually I have to be very cautious about whether it's accurate or not.
Oh God. Warren Mosler's such a badass too. He's such a badass. He's such a badass about this stuff. It's like I understand. Didn't you say he was kind of conceited? What did you call him? You said he was conceited or
I didn't say he was
condescending or something.
I didn't say that. I said he had so Warren Mosler was had a debate moderated by Destiny with someone named Rage Pope, who I'm not familiar with, who I assume is another streamer. And it was very
you said it was boring.
Yes, but it was very interesting because Warren Mosler, I don't know who Rage Pope is, but it's very clear in that conversation that he's like a YouTube, Twitch debate kind of bro streamer in terms of like the way that he's framing his arguments. And Warren Mosler is like an academic. And it's a very weird interaction because he's kind of like throwing the gotchas at this guy who like, it's just not something that he's used to, but it's also clear that he's like 1,000 times more knowledgeable. Yeah. And he starts and it's funny because once Warren Mosler realizes that, you can hear his tone of voice changes. Totally. To like, he's now talking to a student who he's schooling.
Totally. He was throwing out stuff like, I was talking to this 4-star general You know, I was up in Congress talking to this 4-star general,
Yes,
and you're
exactly,
going, "Oh, I understand the situation."
It's
here.
like, oh, that's interesting. I was talking to the president, in 1980 about
Yeah,
the economic,
exactly.
situation.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Secretary of State, you know.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I was on a Destiny stream with Demon Mama. It's like, what?
But no. What I said about Warren Moser was that he has the charisma of watching paint dry,
Yeah.
which is true. Which is unfortunate. Which is funny because you're like, he's such a badass. I'm like, maybe, but he's very boring to listen to.
Well, that's probably the first stream that you saw Warren Moser on, though. I started seeing Warren. Like, I watched this debate. I think might have been the first one between him and some economics guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that just had me hooked. Like, he's just, the arguments that he was making were so right on the money.
Yeah, but
I was just like,
does he have? Is the arguments? I understand the arguments for us autistic people is awesome, but I'm saying his charisma level is like.
well, he's
0.
10 years. He's 10 years younger in those debates online. Obviously,
I see. So you're saying he is more charismatic than that.
It might just be me because I'm such a like
Did you think
underdog
he
kind
was
of person.
charismatic in the conversation with Rachel?
I did, of course.
Okay, I think it's just you.
He's dropping shit about the like 4-star general. Like, he's totally fucking with that guy.
Yeah, towards the end, it definitely changes once he realizes the social dynamic. Is
Warren
not
Mosler
what he thought.
is not an academic in any way, shape, or form either.
Well, you're right. I guess
Yeah.
it's bad. I shouldn't categorize that because he was an academic. He was a financial guy.
Finance guy. Yeah, exactly. Finance guy. He learned, like, total blue collar guy, learned all his stuff on the
Okay.
job.
I don't think anyone would categorize finance jobs as blue collar. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know about that. That's not how that word is used, Adam. But
Really?
yeah, really.
Oh, I don't know.
Someone working on Wall Street managing money accounts, I would not say is a blue collar.
Okay. Maybe maybe it's wishful thinking.
I think it's wishful thinking.
He made
But no, there's a
shitload of
difference
money.
between someone who is a economics professor and someone who, like, his job was some big money manager guy.
Yeah.
They're gonna have different outlooks about things.
Interesting character, though. Read Mr. Tickle Trunks.
Mr. Tickle Trunk
Yeah.
for 50 Canadian. Thank you very much, Mr. Tickle Trunk. It's very generous. Thank you guys for covering this interview. It's been a lifelong fan. I've been a lifelong fan of John since I first saw him on Penn and Teller BS. Oh, I didn't know he was on that show. This modern day segregation makes me heartsick. It's a shame only someone looking like John can argue this. 90s anti-racism is key. True. So true. So
Yeah. It just wasn't politically profitable.
yes.
They were sitting around going, wow, these Republicans using the Southern strategy are just killing us. And then someone went, what if we use this strategy? And then the devil walked in the room.
Mr. Tickle Trunk for another $2 says something which we forgot to bring up.
Oh, happy Easter.
Happy Easter, everybody. That's right. Look, I blame Adam for this. I'm Jewish. I don't know when the fuck Easter is. I didn't even realize it was. I should know when Easter is because it's always after Passover. So I should be aware. But totally forgot. Today's Easter. This is a very Easter related stream, right?
I said happy Easter on my personal Adam Friended channel. So
Okay. There
I
you
got
go.
my get out of jail free card
Happy
here.
Easter.
Happy Easter, everyone. Do people celebrate Easter? What do you do for Easter?
I do nothing for Easter.
Yeah, I stream with my buddy Sitch.
My parents, when they were, or not my parents, my mom, she was very young. Her and her brother, my uncle, they celebrated Easter. They'd find little Easter eggs and whatever, because it's fun for little kids to do. And I wanted to celebrate Easter because I was like, kids get little eggs with chocolate. That's fun, right? But my
Yeah,
parents
of
said no.
course.
They said, "No,
Candy.
we're Jewish. You're not allowed that fun."
Oh, that sucks.
But my mom likes to tell the story of when she was young, they would celebrate Easter. And then one day they wake up, her and her brother wake up excited on Easter morning, but there's no Easter basket there. And so they go into my grandfather, their father's room, and they say, "Where's the Easter egg basket? We're going to find Easter eggs." And he puts down his newspaper and he says, "Kids, I have some bad news.
Oh, no.
It was late last night
Oh, no.
and I heard some noise.
Oh,
And I thought there was an intruder in the house. So in the dark, I shot the intruder."
Oh, shit. Sitch, we
Kids, I
lost
killed the
you. We
Easter
lost you. We lost you on the punchline.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. The punchline was, he says, in the dark, he shot the intruder who was in the house, and then when he turned
And
the
it
light
was the
on,
Easter Bunny.
it was the Easter Bunny. And he said, "I'm sorry, kids. I killed the Easter Bunny. There's no more Easter."
And you guys cried?
And so my mom and her brother ran screaming and crying to their mom,
Oh my
saying,
God.
"Daddy shot the Easter Bunny. Daddy shot the Easter Bunny."
This would technically in our current environment be classified as child abuse.
yeah.
Yes. And you see Child Protective Services would have to step in and
That's right.
remove
that's
you
right.
from the home. You would be
That's right.
you would be put in a cage. You'd be put in a children's detention center. And your parents would be incarcerated.
Yep.
That's the society we live in today,
Yep.
guys. So how far we fallen.
Are very difficult sources of conflict that are being sort of hashed out in a effort to produce that, right? And that part of that, I think, has white people, particularly white people of a certain class cohort, though not
White people? Did you notice that?
White people.
Did you notice that?
White
White people?
White
Why are we
people.
having these
I know.
conversations?
It's so dumb.
I went through my entire adolescence without ever saying white people. It was great.
not exclusive, attempting to broaden their minds and become more serious about how they understand other people's positionality and the role that they've played in U.S. history. And that has led to lots of excesses. And again, my aesthetic feeling about what you're saying about like I'm doing the work is exactly the same. Like I find it incredibly cringy. I wrote a book about criminal justice in America in which I would go speak to crowds that were often, they were often quite integrated crowds because of the subject of the book and because of the audience for our show. But there was a lot of white folks. And I would say things like, what you should do is you should go and like work in your local ward to like make sure that housing is integrated.
That's,
right?
That's
like
the work.
Like,
exactly.
yeah, right. And I would always say that. Like, I don't want to, whatever signs you want to put up, like that's the thing to do, right? When they
That sounds awful. Who wants to do that? Oh,
Yeah. Can't you just donate? I gave it the office.
can I just donate to Black Lives Matter? Right? That solves the problem. doesn't it?
No, it's awful. Oh my God.
start passing around the petition to stop the women's shelter from coming to your neighborhood, like you tell them to go shove it up where the sun don't shine, and you go and talk to your alderman and say, I want that women's shelter.
Who is ever in their entire life signed a petition to prevent a woman's shelter in their neighborhood?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
What the fuck?
This
What
is
he
his
talking
concept of
about?
conservatives. This is reactionary conservatives. They're like, no, in the woman's shelter, the woman belongs in the home under the supervision of her husband.
Though I will say, in the neighborhood that I grew up in, there was like this property that was these two houses that were kind of combined to be one, and it was a home for kids with intellectual disabilities or something. And I know that there were some people who were trying to get them kicked out for
Oh,
zoning
really?
issues.
Oh,
They
'cause
didn't want them in
them
their
next
neighborhood
door.
for some reason. I
Yeah,
don't-
obviously. Yeah.
I don't
that
know
makes sense.
why. It's very strange.
I take it back. If there was a women's shelter that was opening across the street, I might change my mind.
There you go. Adam's like, I don't want those battered women coming to my neighborhood. Let them get battered somewhere else.
Yeah, well, I don't know. What are they getting beat up for? Are they kleptomaniacs or something?
Maybe they deserved it. Oh, God.
I'm just, these people have questions.
There's Adam like, maybe those kids with the intellectual disabilities deserve to be living on the streets.
I don't know. This is so sad.
Terrible.
This is
Terrible.
terrible. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
My
you are
empathy-
terrible, Adam. I
My
disavow all
empathy
this.
is kicking in.
I disavow all this.
Come on. I live in California. The streets are made of gold here. Nobody's.
I thought the streets were made of homeless poop.
There's no battered whip. Well, no, that's an internet meme.
Is that only San Francisco?
We're doing great. Yeah, we're far away. I'm far away from San Francisco.
Okay.
That's a Nuance Bros hood. He's
That's
got to worry
Nuance
about
Bros,
that
yeah.
stuff. That's why he's so bitter on Twitter all the time.
He's always stepping in human fecal
I
matter.
know.
I'd be
What are you
bitter
gonna
too.
do? What are you gonna do? You can get free needles though. Just
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Well,
Look
that's good.
around on the ground. You're good. Well, if you don't mind reusing them a
Neighborhood.
couple times.
Neighborhood, because so that to me, I sort of agree with. But this is a long way of saying my theory for whatever excesses there are here are as part of this broader movement, and that movements like that tend to have excesses and tend to have people that get pulled in by the aesthetics of it, people that get pulled in by a certain kind of performativity of it. But that's just basically true of all of this, right? And that's what you're pointing to. What is your theory for what you're seeing when you see rock?
Wait a minute. He just made the opposite argument. Okay.
He switched it up.
Yeah, because he just said, yeah, well, of course there's people that get pulled into the arguments for the aesthetics and for bad reasons, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, yeah, that's true. But you were the one just before this. I was making the argument that, oh, well, it's the Republicans and the bad people that are using these arguments. He just made the opposite argument he just made.
I missed it.
Bob and D'Angelo, or what you view as a kind of like uncomfortable fetishization of Ibram Kendi.
Yeah. Yeah, I see everything. The way you put it was probably smarter than what I see, which is that
I will say, I like a lot of things that John is saying in this conversation, but I think one of the key failings here is that Chris is asking him for what is the objective harm or bad thing here, and I don't think he's spelled it out.
He said
clearly.
it like 100 times. He's like, people are getting fired. There's hundreds of stories. People
No,
are
but that's
running
not what
in
Chris
fear.
is asking. That's not what Chris is asking. He's asking in terms of like what he's asking for, and what John's answer should be is that all these woke policies are making people more racist. That's the objective harm. You're basically doing the opposite of the thing you want to do.
Right, and McWhorter hasn't made that case.
No, you're activating.
That's not a case that I listen to a lot of McWhorter, and that's not a case that he ever makes. He never makes the case
I think
that
he
we're
said
making.
That occasionally. No, because
he makes a case that he makes a case that we're not tangibly improving the black community in ways that we could.
You're right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's saying that this is like a fool's errand. Like, what do we even care about this? Like, his attitude is. It's funny that he's such a lib, because he's kind of got like a bootstraps argument about racism. It's like, yeah, racism exists. Get over it. Fucking nut up.
Maybe part of the problem is that that's not going to be remotely persuasive to Chris, because Chris will just say, well, even if people are concentrating on the wrong issues, it's still creating a general environment of positive direction towards fixing race problems
that don't exist. I mean, McWhorter, that's where McWhorter's argument lies. McWhorter says that that like losing your mind over being called the N-word is ridiculous. He has said many times, I've been treated badly as a black person, and I've just let it pass. Obviously I've encountered racism
so then
in my life.
That should be what John spells out then, is that he should say the tangible harm here is that you're making black people weak.
Yeah,
you're making them.
He is making that argument, but indirectly.
But he needs to be super direct here.
Yeah,
with Chris and say, look, you're making people hyper fixate on racism,
right?
Which is going to make them see racism everywhere, which is going to make them weaker and more unhealthy in their entire life, and it's going to make them fragile, and they're going to fail in life.
Yeah. Well, he said basically that. Robin DiAngelo has cast him as like the whiny baby. Well, there's some people that want to be cast as the whiny baby. They're happy about that.
Right. And that, and that would be another tangible harm he can bring up, is that you never want your society to incentivize being a whiny baby.
Totally.
We're
rewarding them right and left on Twitter right now.
Exactly.
With likes and retweets.
You want to incentivize people for being productive.
Totally.
And beneficial to society. And being a whiny baby is not
that. Is McWhorter's argument. He's saying,
why
aren't we saying these are the tangible gains we want? Listen, Martin Luther King came out and he said, listen, we want a jobs program. We want good jobs.
Yeah, but Chris is a dummy. Okay, so you got to like really spell it out for him, and his audience.
Well, McWhorter's here calling him the smart one. This is crazy.
He's being
this is rhetorical.
Satirical.
Yes.
Here. Okay.
No, this is rhetorical. He's like, you're the smart one.
Right.
You people want to drag us into the MMT thing. Look at this. Someone has money.
We can talk about MMT after the video.
No, we have $100 super chat. We're obligated to.
Oh my God.
We're obligated.
Die Hard Dougie. Die Hard Dougie. Thank you
I
so much
know
for the $100.
you guys are so good to us.
Oh my God. Thank you. Says, why does provisioning the military in an economic downturn make sense if the government can get products at lower cost when the supply of those products are high? Then it would be a problem of distribution or production.
You want to take this one, MMT expert?
You're the MMT expert here. You're the big advocate, not me.
So I'm a little confused by the if the government can get products at lower cost when the supply of those products are high, then it would be a problem of distribution or production. This goes back to, and we talked a little bit when we had our little tangent about Warren Mosler. Warren Mosler brought up, when he mentioned the 5-star general or the 4-star general in the debate with Destiny and this other guy,
Rage Pope,
he said that the general was talking about building up the military because the economy was on fire and they had a lot of tax income.
Well, let's be more specific. He said, the general said, we have a government surplus right now, so we should use the government surplus to build up the military.
Right.
And Warren Mosler saying that has nothing, whether you have a surplus or a deficit, doesn't really have anything to do with building up the military. You want to build up the military when the economy is not doing well.
Right. Because, you want to do the because part?
Well, I assume it's because, well, for two reasons. Because A, they can get things cheaper.
Right.
And B, because the military does operate as a jobs program for some people. And so the government spending more money on paying people to be in the military and buying equipment for those people would help the economy recover. So it's like a twofold situation.
No. So listen, the economy's humming. So unemployment is at 2%. If you want to build up the military, which seems intuitive, right? We have a government surplus, which a government surplus is.
Well, that would cause inflation.
We're bringing in more taxes than we're doing spending. So he's like, we have all this income coming in taxes, right? Which is, it's counterintuitive. That's not really the situation here at all, because the real resource constraints, what causes inflation, is real resource constraints in the economy. So he's saying if you're at unemployment is 2% and you're going to build up the military, you're literally going to be hiring people away from the private sector, which is already humming on all fours. So you're actually going to have to pay those people more money to lure them away from the private sector, and that's going to cause inflation because you're going to be bidding up the price of jobs.
It's not just that, because what he says and what I forget the name of the woman who did the deficit myth,
Stephanie Kelton
says is that we can talk about this later too because it's kind of long, but basically they're fighting against the idea that inflation is based solely around money supply. They're saying that no, inflation, that has something to do with it, but also that the unemployment rate and productivity has a lot to do with inflation. And so MMT would conceptualize that if we're at 2% unemployment and the government starts spending all this money, that's gonna be what causes inflation. Is that spending money when you have reached low employment is what causes inflation.
Well, the specific point that Warren Mosler made in the Destiny debate was that he said employed people is a resource, and that if demand is high and supply is low, which is exactly what you have in a 2% unemployment environment, right?
Right.
You've got very little extra resources, then that's going to bid up the price of labor, and that in turn bidding up the price of labor is going to bid up the price of everything else. You're going to cause inflation is basically what he's saying.
Right. I'm just saying it's a I would imagine if you were to ask Warren Mosler to expound on that, you would say it's a multifaceted reason that you'd want the military to build up during a downturn.
Yeah, totally. Yes. When you have 8% unemployment, you get people cheaper. You get people working less expensively.
I guess the way to conceptualize it briefly, because we'll come back to this because it's not a brief topic whatsoever, is that MMT believes that the government and the Fed should be balancing inflation and unemployment, and that government policy, not the Fed, but that the government policy should be based around trying to get unemployment as low as humanly possible.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
And that inflation is caused not just by printing money, but it's also caused by any spending, government spending or any spending. Once you hit the bottom floor of unemployment, any spending over that will create more inflation.
And there's two types of inflation that we should point out too, because this has been confusing in me talking about it, because I say inflation and people don't know if I mean price inflation, which is like products and services are getting more expensive, or inflation of the money supply, which is spending more government spending.
Well, but it's kind of irrelevant because it has the same outcome.
But I think it's important to distinguish between the two, because if you're just talking about government spending, that you're technically going to get inflation. Yeah, but and they're making the argument that you can do monetary inflation, and if you increase productivity, you won't get price inflation.
See, I wouldn't even. That's not my understanding of. I mean, you've read I haven't finished the whole book, so, but my understanding was that they're saying that government spending alone, or the creation of new money alone, does not necessarily create inflation.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so that's why I wouldn't categorize it the way that you just did.
But because they're saying that the creation of new money, if you have increased products and services, you're not going to get inflation. Anyway, we've probably exhausted this topic. People probably want us to move on, so
we'll move on. We'll come back to it. I'm sure we'll come back to
We
it.
will possibly do some MMT streams on my channel, Adam Friended, if you want to check it out. So we've talked about maybe doing one this week.
Yeah, see, it's funny. I listened to like half the deficit myth, and then I was like, I gotta like super pay attention to this. I can't like listen to it while doing other things. So now I'm going back and I'm taking notes. I'm like, I'm back in school. I'm listening. I'm reading the textbook. I'm taking notes. I'm gonna have all the notes down, and I'm gonna be like, okay, guys, this is why Adam can't explain it to you. Okay, let me explain it to you.
I did not really a debate, just a discussion with Academic Agent. Academic Agent is a popular YouTuber. He is definitely like an Austrian school guy. He's a big fan of Sargon. Sargon's a big fan of his. And I did a talk with him yesterday about this topic, because I think the Austrian people are kind of straw manning MMT. There's like two types of MMT people. There's like me and Sitch, who are listening to Warren Mosler and Stephanie Kelton and a couple other people that actually are academics and know what the hell they're talking about. And then there's the Humanist Report, which maybe we'll do. The Humanist Report has a video out. I haven't had time to watch it yet, where he's talking about MMT, and I'm sure it's just like bonkers.
Here's before. Okay, I know we're going to stop talking about this. We'll stop talking about this. This will be the last thing we'll say. We'll get back to the video. Is that there are people. So when I'm looking at MMT, and when Adam's looking at MMT, I'm looking at it. I'm just trying to look at it descriptively.
Yeah, me too.
And that they're trying to say that the way people are conceptualizing government spending is completely wrong, and that should be conceptualized.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that the actual way it should be is counterintuitive, and that's why people are viewing it incorrectly. And that I'm just trying to figure out whether that's true or not. The problem is that there are people like the Humanist Report and other people like that who they don't really care about whether MMT is descriptively accurate or not. What they care about is that, well, if it is accurate, I think it's saying that we can just spend all this government money on all these social programs that I want. So therefore, I'm going to pretend, or I'm going to assume that it's accurate because it aligns with, my prescriptive
my political
moral
beliefs.
values.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also leave out the part which Stephanie Kelton has said a million times, that there are constraints on the economy. There are inflation and real resource constraints. They completely leave that part out. They're like, we can print infinite money. And
the problem is people
stupid.
get confused because MMTers generally say that the deficit doesn't matter, but that inflation is what matters.
Right.
But all they hear is when you say the deficit doesn't matter, they assume that means, oh, well, you're just saying you should spend infinite amounts of money because the deficit doesn't matter.
Yeah. They don't make that connection. But last thing, because when I was talking about the Sargon and the Academic Agent thing, Sargon was in my chat asking me if I was emotionally attached to MMT. So I'm sure we can even draw Sargon into this debate, which will be a lot of fun.
We can.
Yeah.
enduring, it's a year ago, and we're enduring a plague.
Yes.
And we're all inside.
Yes.
And
That's also true.
Spring is turning into summer, and there's this extremely egregious cop murder of a black man. And people are justifiably upset, but also, and I'm not trying to sound snarky about this, but also we've been inside for months, and the protest against him was a motivation for getting outside and connecting with other people and being near other people. I completely understand that. But what then happened?
How dare he say that? How dare he say that? Can you imagine a white man saying that? Oh, what a racist.
Yeah, it'd be unthinkable, unimaginable.
Around June of 2020 was proponents of what used to be the obscure school of thought called critical race theory saw what was happening as an opportunity to try to make their way of looking at things have more purchase than it had before. And they found in America uniquely poised to listen to what they were saying. And what they ended up doing was not, say, making their case as, say, a Kimberly Crenshaw would. You know, I'm not saying that there should be no critical race theory. I think critical race theory should be at the table. But you got a certain kind of person who decided that what they were going to do was exert a reign of terror where if people don't agree with you and start refashioning their institutions in the image that you suggest, then you're going to call them terrible names on this thing called Twitter. Very few people are up for that. And so people started buckling under. And so what we're seeing now is not change in people's attitudes as much as a reign of terror. And I don't see that as the fringe. I see that as the core of what's been going on.
I mean, I would respectfully object to the term since no one's at the guillotine yet. But
as someone who's under the reign of terror right now, he's
right.
like, well, of course, what? No reign of terror.
Right. But I think part of the issue comes back to what I said, which is that I don't think Chris Hayes or many of these other like liberal journalist elite types, they're not going to be swayed by the tactics argument. And that's why you have to make the goal argument. Or say, well, look, Chris, what do you think the world would look like if critical race theory got its way in America? And then when he tells you, say, well, you're wrong. That's not what
Yeah,
it would
totally.
be. It would be communism. It would be the destruction of democracy. Because, and I'm not just making this up. Here's the critical race theory textbook that everyone points to, and it literally says that they don't believe in incremental change and they don't believe in liberalism. Okay, so I don't know where, you can't even fight against this. They're very open. Critical race theory texts are very open about this stuff.
Yep.
But thank God, right?
No, not physical. No.
No, I mean, I actually find like people often playfully will deploy the guillotine on social media as like, and I'm like, as like edgy, and I always think that's actually quite gross.
Yeah, you don't want to minimize. Yeah,
but that actually gets to the other point of it, like to the extent that you're saying about the George Floyd protests, which there was a bunch of things happening at once, and I think it's undeniable that people being cooped up in their houses. It was the first big thing.
It's inevitable.
Inevitable, right? Yeah, that's human. I also wonder how much of all of this is just like, in quantifiable statistical terms, the sheer amount of speech in every direction has expanded by a mind-boggling exponential amount.
Definitely.
It's just the case that we used to have most of our speech, 99%. I mean, I would say 10 years ago, 99% of all speech to maybe 99.999999999% of all speech for all people in American society was effectively private.
Exactly.
And
yes.
now, like, half of it's public.
Oh,
and
yes.
so it seems to me like the excesses run in both directions, right? Both the kind of like Twitter castigating you're talking about and this kind of like, this, what I will admit, some of these sort of mobbish circling of people, right? And then also people's saying awful things. That all of this is like, it's almost like a statistical inevitability, right? Like we just like start massively expanding the amount of speech we actually put out into the public. Suddenly we're going to be bumping into these speech problems all the time.
And also because of there being so much public.
So, this really bothers me. Chris does this thing. He's very talented at it, where he sort of takes a milquetoast position where he kind of agrees with you and then disagrees with you, but it's like in a very not obvious way, which makes it so unless you're like hyper fixated on it, it makes it so you're not going to counter in the conversation. and the conversation just keeps moving forward. And so if you're listening, it sounds like there's an agreement when there is actually a huge disagreement. Because what Chris just said was, actually, I disagree with you completely, John, because I think what's going on is that there's just, because of social media, there's just so much speech everywhere. And that's why it seems like this speech policing is going on, which is, I would argue, is a completely stupid, wrong point. Completely not at all what's happening.
You don't
Public
think
speech is just telling us.
it's I agree with that point a bit, that like the volume of speech is kind of creating the environment for this to happen. Like
the volume of speech is creating the environment, but he's taking it a step further. He's saying the reason that people are concerned about all this cancel culture stuff is just because the volume of speech has reached a level it's never reached before.
Right.
So Chris is basically saying,
no.
All this, he's making the same argument he made about the kids looking at the N-word in the law school. He's saying all these feelings existed. It's just you never heard about it.
That's bullshit. Yeah.
Which is bullshit.
Yeah. The social media is facilitating it.
Yes. Right. Exactly.
But it's not responsible.
He's saying
for it.
that we're claiming that social media is like more a causation. And he's saying, no. Just it always existed. You just didn't know what's happening.
Right.
A class today that so much changes in about 2013 or 14 in that sense, when social media acquires this real power. One of the things that is going to be public is people being called names. And so it isn't, say, Maud, to use a TV character, talking in her kitchen to Walter. Instead, it's that you're going to be called these names on social media, and that scares a lot of people.
We know this is bullshit because Twitter existed for a while. Okay. The woke stuff on Twitter is recent in Twitter's inception. Twitter's been around for I don't know, since when? 2008?
I thought it was 2007.
2007. And so you have like from 2007 all up to like 2013 or maybe 2012 even. It's like totally fine. People are saying crazy shit. Like there's a Twitter account that's called Kyle Kalinski's Old Tweets.
Oh yeah, I know that Twitter account.
And all it does is it shows Kyle Kalinski's tweets from like pre-2016 where he just says like
bonkers shit
stuff that you would find funny,
right?
But would be considered completely cancelable, would be considered completely racist and sexist by today's standards, by the 2016 woke standards.
2006, Facebook in 2004, MySpace in 2003.
And so the fact that all these social media platforms existed for so long, for over a decade, before this stuff happened, disproves the notion that, oh, no, this, as soon as you, because Chris is making the argument that as soon as you have social media, that's what, it's just people being able to voice their opinions. Like, no, that's not what happened. The culture did change. People realized that they could leverage claims of racism and sexism as a weapon against
over the internet.
This is
right.
This is what Gamergate was about, and that's why I made that video about. It was leveraging, it was institutions leveraging the cudgel of sexism to get people to shut up,
right,
and to just accept something.
Yeah, I mean, I blame the algorithms a bit because they had to play a role in this. Like they promoted
the algorithms
these
just
voices.
Promote whatever is popular.
Well, whatever is incendiaries, whatever gets the most attention. And so obviously the incendiary stuff is going to get the most promotion.
To their socks. People don't want to be called names in public. And yes, it's inevitable. I mean, once you have Twitter, that sort of thing is inevitable. The kind of name-calling person, the mobbing kind of person is probably a very small percentage of what humanity is, but they are going to be there. But they're
wrong, John. That's what most of society is. Most of us desire to join the mob.
That's right. You got to fight.
So
you got to fight it.
I know, but it's fun, Sitch.
No.
Come on.
Fight the NPC.
No.
Be an individual. Have free will. Hack your mind.
BreadTube needs us to mob them. Sitch. Join the mob with me. It'll feel good.
Never.
Come on. Do it.
We got Emperor Friended over here. Join the dark side, Sitch. Do it.
Do it. Come on. Shared outrage.
Power is therefore inevitably going to be disproportionate. And therefore you have this, I won't call it a reign of terror, but you have people who are pretending to subscribe to certain ways of doing things because they're very, very afraid, as they tell me directly several times a day. That really does disturb me.
You're ascribing a nefariousness to this that I'm having a hard time.
Not actually, no.
I mean,
no, I think that these people who are terrorizing people, frankly, they're sincere. They mean it. They truly believe that they are doing good. They feel.
But it is nefarious. You got to admit, like the situation becomes nefarious.
Well, and I disagree. Some of it is, yeah, I'm sure some
My
of it
God,
is people,
the Nazi fucking prison guards thought they were doing good.
right?
Jesus
right.
Christ.
But I don't even agree with what John said, because yes, I'm sure some people, they think that they're fighting racism, they're doing good. But a lot of it, as I said, a lot of it comes off to me as people realize that they can get social media presence, that they can get power by leveraging these claims of racism and sexism. And so of course they're going to use it to their advantage.
They know they're literally doing bad, but they're still going to do it anyway.
Yeah, of course. People are shit.
Why would I?
People suck.
Come on.
They're always going to take advantage of any tool they can.
Well, especially when status is involved in this.
Right.
Status is what we're all trading here.
Exactly.
It's sad.
Feel that they need to treat people this way because in the grand scheme of things, they're creating what they call social justice. They really believe that. I don't think they're evil.
Right. And that opprobrium and shame subjected on people is essentially the price of progress because
exactly, yeah.
Because what they are doing is
wrong.
They are, by doing that, they're moving the boundary, and that boundary is in the wrong place, and they want to move it in the right place.
And there's no other way. Yeah, that's what they believe. I literally do not see these people as I don't see them as Robespierre's even figuratively. But what they're
I completely disagree. There's so many Robespierres running around. That is so incorrect.
Yeah.
Doing their idea, they say social justice and they think they're saying justice. It's kind of like if you say advanced planning, but you could say planning. They think their vision of social justice is justice. I think they're wrong in that, but I can imagine being them and not stopping to consider it. But nevertheless, what they're doing, I still think needs to be checked.
When you
I'm trying to think of one person that actually buys into this shit and is sincere, and I can't think of one. I can't think of one person.
Ibram Kendi and Robin DiAngelo. I think they're true believers. They believe this nonsense.
Oh yeah, I'm just thinking in the social media atmosphere.
When you talk about critical race theory,
anyone?
I think part of the problem is that John really needs to conceptualize for Chris what the tangible harm here is. Chris just can't see it, and John's not really, and maybe John doesn't know it. He's not really verbalizing it, because he's just, get people getting fired is bad, but then Chris just says, well, break a few eggs.
Yeah. We're winning. What are you going to do? We got Trump out of office. Shut up.
Right. That's right.
I mean, it's a little, that term's a little, it's weird because it's gone through a bunch of different iterations in terms of what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not even sure what we're talking about when we talk about that now. I mean, you mentioned Kimberly Crenshaw, and obviously there's a sort of there's a legal academic origin of it, which is sort of talking about the ways in which race factors in the law and the way it's often hidden.
Exactly.
Which is the sort of, as far as I understand, the kind of intellectual origins of that phrase in the legal academy. But people use it now a lot in ways that I'm not quite clear what they're referring to.
I think that there's a guiding principle, although it's not usually stated directly. The idea is that battling power differentials is the paramount goal of all intellectual, artistic, or moral endeavor. Battling power differentials.
That is critical theory. That's what critical theory says. Not just critical race theory. Critical theory says that's what the goal is here. You're oppressed and you're battling power structures.
Mm-hmm.
I really want a conversation between James Lindsay and Chris Hayes. So badly. James, Why? Don't sabotage your chances here, James.
So if you
James,
look, the media people.
you realize James Lindsay was a big time anti-theist before this. Like, he's like a bomb thrower, man. He's always been a bomb thrower. Nothing's really changed about James Lindsay. Like, he's moved on to a new religion now. Now he's going to dismantle this one.
Well, I don't. It's possible. I didn't follow
the thing
him.
that the anti-theists.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second about your anti-theist stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of people that can talk about anti-theism without coming across as crazy or trolling on Twitter, right?
Right. But the fundamental anti-theist argument was you would shame people into submission, and I think that's what he's still continually trying to do.
It's not. I'm not talking about him shaming people. I'm talking about him. To me, and this is why this is troubling, or it bothers me, is because he's so knowledgeable about the origins of all this critical theory nonsense.
I know.
He has a very good way of explaining it and breaking it down.
I agree.
People.
I agree. I listen to all his stuff.
I listen to
what
every
is it?
video
New discourse,
he puts out,
new
yes.
discourses that he
Right.
does.
They're all
Everyone,
wonderful
yeah.
videos. Okay.
They upload
And-
5 minutes later. I'm listening.
Right. Exactly. And we need someone like James Lindsay who can do that, who can walk into these conversations with John McWhorter or
Yeah.
Chris Hayes or any of these mainstream conversations and say, look, Chris, you have no clue what you're advocating for. This is what you're advocating for. And then when Chris pushes back, he says, no. I have the receipts. Bing, bong, boom, bom, boom. This is what we're talking about here. You just don't understand what you're advocating for. We need that person desperately.
Yeah,
to
James Lindsay's the
destroy
only one close.
the narrative. And the only person
I
even
know.
remotely close was James Lindsay.
Well, Helen Pluckrose could do it too, but
Maybe she could do it, but she seems a lot less combative.
but that's what you're asking James Lindsay to be. So that's perfect.
Yes, but the
And she's got the
problem is-
woman card. Like
That's
like
true.
you have to listen. Sit down, son.
That's true. She could do it.
Believe
okay? Or
all
maybe
women. She's telling
could
you
do
the
it.
truth here.
She could pick up the mantle. I
She's
don't know
got a
if she-
feminist background. She's perfect. Chris Hayes has to bow.
You're
Kiss
right.
the ring, Chris.
You're right. But
How do
until
we
she
do
picks
that?
up-
How do
until
we
she
get the
picks up
Helen Pluckrose?
Until she picks up the mantle, okay?
Mhm.
But she hasn't done yet. She could, and she would be the best avatar would be a black woman. Okay, obviously.
Oh.
You have to find a black woman. James Lindsay has to impart all his wisdom to
I
a black woman, and then
know.
she'll be the
The
avatar. Okay.
understudy.
But my point is that it's just frustrating to me because whoever that person is
Mm-hmm.
who comes into the spaces to have these conversations with mainstream media figures, they can't be a fucking troll on Twitter because
Yeah.
that destroys all their credibility. Because even in this conversation, if John McWhorter says, well, that's not what you're advocating for, Chris, because, this is XYZ, this is what you're really advocating for, and James Lindsay talks about this, Chris Hayes just says, oh, James Lindsay, he says crazy shit on Twitter. I just dismiss him instantly. And it's just like, it makes no sense to me why you would destroy your credibility for being this unique asset to the culture war in such a way.
Well, I have a theory, but I don't know if it's politically correct.
Say you're in politically correct theory.
Well, I feel like James Lindsay's like the nerd that suddenly became popular, and now he's like been beat up by the jocks his entire life, and he's like, now I'm super Chad. So
Maybe
it's
that's
all
definitely
gone.
how it comes across.
It's all gone to his head. He's like, I'm a superstar now. Fuck
Maybe,
all of you.
Maybe.
I
That's
feel
very
like
possible.
it's just typical human nature.
No, you're 100% probably right.
Yeah.
It's just classic human nature.
He is a superstar, and also he has adopted. It is the same exact playbook from the anti-theists. Shame them into submission. I've seen him trying to shame Jesse Single on Twitter. Like he's trying to shame people into submission. Like, don't accept this stuff.
It's so not going to work. It's not even
No,
remotely
it's
gonna work.
rhetorically completely ineffective. Yes.
Yes.
I agree. It was ineffective when the anti-theists were doing
all
it.
it's doing, like,
Making people dig in harder. Yes.
yeah, also is making people dig in. All it's doing is dividing the anti-woke community, which
Totally.
is stupid because we're always mocking the woke community for eating itself. And it's like, okay, so now we're gonna start doing purity testing on the anti-woke side.
Totally.
Like, what are we doing here? What's happening?
It's breaking up the anti-woke side and making the woke side stronger.
Right. It's insane.
What the fuck, James? But listen, he's a Chad. What's he gonna do? He's got to do it. You don't understand the ways of the Chad. He can't help himself.
Terrible.
I know. It's so bad.
That sucks.
It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so disappointing.
I know.
I love this. I love the heavy sighs. I love it when Sitch goes into heavy sigh mode.
I guess it's like Tim Pool. It's like you had someone who was really in a position.
Oh my God, he's the new anointed one.
You had someone in a position who could really impact positive change in the world.
It can't
and
happen.
Then they just sacrifice
There's
it for
structural. There's a structural barrier here. I'm telling you.
No, but it's even worse because at least with Tim, I could say he's sold out for money or whatever.
Right.
But with Lindsay, it's the opposite. He's hurting his career. He's hurting his ability.
I don't think he is though.
To enter the mainstream. Oh no, he is definitely.
I don't know. I don't know that he's hurting his financial. I don't know that he's hurting his financial gain. Like
he's not. No. Let me be clear. He's hurting his financial potential.
Mm-hmm.
Not his current financial gain.
I don't know, because I mean he's straight white male. What's he gonna do? He can't really. I mean, you can't move up the higher. Listen, I've told you privately a couple stories about like the Hollywood game with the straight white male.
Right.
At some point, you just check out. You're like, but this is impossible.
Okay, James Lindsay could have been Jordan Peterson 2.0. Okay, he could have been.
I don't know.
He's not anywhere near as
He's
not anywhere near as rhetorically effective as Jordan Peterson, but he could have been the guy that gets interviewed on all the shows.
He could have done the Kathy Newman debate pretty easily.
He could have been Kathy Newman with Chris Hayes or someone else.
He could.
Where he would just calmly explain how everything this person is saying is wrong, and how all the woke stuff that you think you're advocating for is actually incredibly toxic, and you don't even like it. You just don't realize it.
Right.
He could have been that guy, but now he can't. Because if he was on any of those shows, you know what they do? They say
they go straight to his Twitter.
At your Twitter, and you're an anti-vaxxer.
Totally.
Why are you saying crazy shit about vaccines on Twitter?
Yeah, if he pulled in the performance that Jordan Peterson did with Kathy Newman, it would not be the same, because that performance immediately propelled people to Jordan Peterson's YouTube channel, and they started scouring his background. They couldn't find anything. They were like, "This guy's squeaky clean."
Exactly.
With James, it's completely opposite. This guy's dirty. We have enough dirt here to bury him 10 times over.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know.
Kathy Newman's winning an Emmy, and poor James Lindsay.
Twitter destroys minds. Okay.
It does. Oh my
Stay off
God.
Twitter.
It does.
Stay off Twitter.
It does. It turns.
Oh my God.
I know it. I feel this. Like you and I have both had our Twitter addiction.
Yes.
Seriously, I feel like I'm making headway. I'm pulling back. I'm not
good.
tweeting near as much, and I mean, you and I are texting now, which is a better platform than interacting on Twitter. So. I don't know. Maybe James will. No, I guess you're right. It's already spent. Never mind.
It's too
Water
late.
under the
It's
bridge.
already too late.
So listen, we need to contact James, and we need to get a little sensei under him.
And I know you need to find a black female,
Right.
a black trans woman. Okay.
Sensei. He would be the sensei. Who's the one under the sensei? We need him to
student.
mentor.
He needs a student. Yeah, as I'm saying, he needs to mentor a black trans woman.
Right.
Okay.
Someone who's never been on social media in their entire lives.
Someone who's such a part of so many different oppressed classes that they can
never
never be canceled. Yeah.
They have a flip phone without a record button on it. Right?
Yes.
No history of
the
blogging.
avatar of anti-wokeness. That's what we need. We need the avatar to be to awaken from his iceberg.
What's that book that you love? Ender's Game. This is like an Ender's Game scenario where we,
That's
we
right.
need to like recruit.
We need an Ender Wiggum to come in and destroy the buggers.
We can do it. We can do it. We'll hit up James. We'll set it up. We'll get this going. This will be a new powerful storyline for Sitch and Adam here.
We're gonna find the chosen one.
Let us know. Send us your applications on Twitter. We'll we want to vet you closely, but
Though you have to include your impression score, okay? Because that's very key part of the matrix here is what's your impression score.
You're basically like a minority hire. We're just going to be straight up with you.
We're going to be 100% straight up with you, okay?
Yes, yeah.
Pieces. People under about 35 write from that perspective. They may not say critical race theory, but that word power and the way it's being used, that it's all about power. What they mean is that there are all sorts of things one might do or think about, but battling power differentials must be paramount over everything else. And as you see, when you take that proposition and you put it nakedly, it's arbitrary. Power differentials are problematic. It's disgusting when people use their power in untoward ways. And the story of America is getting further and further into understanding that. But for it to be everything, for it to stand athwart all other concerns, that's a really radical proposition that I'm not sure these people can defend.
Well, I think the intellectual line that is being mined there goes back centuries. I mean, you know what I mean? In some ways, like, that's Marx's challenge to liberalism. I mean, the Marxian challenge to liberalism is like, you guys think you're having like free of exchange of ideas and all this stuff, and you're just under the thumb of the capitalists.
Right.
So the friction between particularly leftists and liberals on this question, I would, I have sort of straddled those two lines in different parts of my intellectual trajectory.
Maybe Chris does understand what the fuck is being advocated for, and he's a secret commie.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Hold on, I'm searching Chris Hayes and communism right now. Chris
That's
Hayes.
an old one, right? Like, and in some ways it's the one that we're...
And a good one.
Right, and in some ways it's the one we're fighting out in certain ways here, right? I mean, I do think that like...
See, well, this is what... See, I don't know. Maybe he does understand what's happening because he just said, in some ways, that's what we're fighting out. Yeah, that's exactly what's being fought out right now, is the fight between liberalism and fucking Marxism. That's exactly what's happening right here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think John is super aware of this. I don't think he's very knowledgeable about this specific aspect. Like, he intuitively understands that what the woke people are doing is wrong. He understands that that he wants to build a society not based around terror, but he doesn't necessarily understand what it's being built towards, maybe.
There is a kind of ascendant leftism that generationally that is challenging to a kind of liberalism of people. And it's funny you said this 35 thing, because my experience with this is there's a huge generational divide that in some ways is greater than the divide along other lines. Mm-hmm. Like, I think that folks that I know who are 45 plus tend to be more sympathetic to your camp.
Yep.
Across different lines of difference, like identity,
That's
race,
definitely
like
true.
including like people who for most of their lives have considered themselves like
liberals,
radical,
or
feminists.
even leftists.
So exactly, right.
Exactly.
There are a lot of leftists, self-described and self-understood, Black, Latino, gay, like of different,
who are mystified now.
Yes.
Exactly.
And then there are younger people for whom this is obvious.
Exactly.
Like, that this is the way that speech, that speech is sort of power, and that this sort of all this stuff about debate is like,
what's there to debate? Yeah.
Well, right.
Exactly.
What's there to debate? But also, but there's a deeper intellectual tradition there, just to give credit to it, right?
Sure.
I mean, the deeper intellectual tradition is that like the terms of debate are set by certain hierarchies, and that like the notion of debating certain things itself.
So I didn't finish this when I listened to this. I only listened to the first like 40 minutes of it. Mm-hmm. And I see that was a mistake, because this kind of completely changes my opinion of this conversation. This all sounds like Chris is very aware of what critical theory is, what critical race theory is, what it really is, and that he's advocating for it. Because he's talking about, it's, all these debates, it's all about power structures and hierarchy. Like, he's totally bought into all this nonsense, which I never would have guessed going into this conversation, that he was a fucking secret commie.
I found a tweet, Chris Hayes.
Uh-huh.
The least sexy part of socialism is effective, efficient, bureaucratic administration, but the project lives or dies based on it.
Well, that's true. I don't disagree with that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, communism would live or die whether the central government is effective or not, or efficient or not, right? I mean, that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, but would you tweet
exercise of power?
Would you tweet that?
Well, I don't know what the context that he's tweeting. I'm assuming he didn't. I'm assuming there's something he's responding to.
Yeah. No, that's just his thought for the day.
No, but I mean, like, usually we get into trouble because we see, like, you look up a tweet and it's not a direct response to something. You're like, this person says something crazy. And you're like, no. Everyone on Twitter that day was referring to something and they just.
Yeah,
you know.
Gotcha.
So I don't know what he was responding to. Now, I would argue that obviously it's childlike naivete to think that you're going to have some sort of magic central authority that's going to be able to efficiently, effectively figure all this stuff out properly. That's completely ridiculous.
Jeffrey Miller's response is great. Eroticizing genocide is a bad look, bro. God, I love Jeffrey.
That's the Twitter dunk, though, right there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Power or oppression, which is clearly the case in certain circumstances. You just think it's not the case in the ones that you're citing.
Yeah, that's a very subtle point, and it's true. Yeah, to an extent, saying, let's talk about it. There are times when you have to say, no, we've talked about this enough.
Right,
It would be the equivalent of saying, let's discuss whether or not women should have the vote. No, let's not discuss it. But where do you draw the line on things like this? And I think
who draws it? That's the other thing. I mean, to me, that is really part of it too. And who gets a veto over who draws it? Because that's part of it also, right? Like, if a person says, like, that thing you're saying is offensive to me, we should draw a line there. I don't want to have that debate. What is the proper balance, right, in response to that challenge? And I get this as someone who's on television, right? People send me emails, say, don't use that term or something like that.
Right.
What's the proper moral, politically righteous, open-minded, broadly small L liberal reaction to that is not a clear path. But I do feel like there's a lot of people who just don't like being told that and have turned their distaste in that into an ideology. That in the same way that you see a kind of like
he's like doing everything possible to be like, look, I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand it's a complicated question.
Oh my God.
But the Republicans, it's so disturbing to me that, like, every part of this conversation always has to come back to, but the Republicans.
Yeah, it sucks. It's partisanship.
Yeah, like, that's the primary lens in which Chris Hayes sees the world.
Yeah.
But the Republicans.
Manichaeism. It's a war. We're in a culture war here. Come on, McWhorter. You know you're on my side.
Robespierrean role ethos in the folks that are on the other side of this. I see a kind of like, fuck you, don't tell me what to do, contrarianism in a lot of it too, that's now been pathologized into an ideology, which is like, how dare you tell me I can't use that word?
Right. And of course, all of this makes a certain sense. But then when it gets to the point that, for example, Donald McNeil at the New York Times is reported to have had a conversation where he referred to the N-word in one conversation. And it was, a rather clinical conversation. This gets reported, and that one thing, there were other little things, but if it hadn't been for this one thing, he would still have his job. Of course, what's behind that is a certain kind of person saying, I don't wish to discuss this. That word shouldn't have come out of his mouth, and therefore he has to go, or the conditions have to be made such that he basically has to resign. And I think the knottiest problem that we have in our society right now is grappling with the fact that sometimes there might be a moral argument that a person who is not white is saying, I don't wish to discuss this. The head must roll. I'm sorry, I keep using these French Revolution analogies, but you know what I mean. And the fact is that a reasonable, moral, say, leftist, if we're going to make a facile equation person, might say in these situations, no, you insisting upon this is unjust in itself. It's uncivil. You're exaggerating.
Right.
How do we decide?
Right.
Can we say that to someone? I think everybody's at the edge of their seats wondering whether they're allowed to even think that. And I think that, frankly, they are. We just have to decide it within what realm.
Right. And then the question of sanction, right? Because like there's such a range of sanction. I mean, there's a certain person who says, if someone says to Don McNeil when he gets back from the trip, hey, buddy, the student told us you dropped an N-word.
Could you not do that again?
Let's just not
do that, which is what originally happened. Yeah.
Right. And like, it's like, that's a censure. And there's some people who would be like, how dare you tell me that? Right. Like there's some people who would find that censure and sanction excessive and tyrannical and over the top. Right. But then there's like, lose your job. And then there's to me, the thing that I find.
Let me tell you a red pill, because Chris is totally off the rails here. I guess he doesn't know this. Maybe Chris is still living in the Matrix. Okay. Here's the red pill. Most of the people on both sides of the political aisle, so both the people you politically agree with, people you politically disagree with, they don't support the politics for any good, logical, rational reason whatsoever.
Of course not.
Yeah. No, it's
pure tribalism.
It's even beyond that. Yeah, Chris is right. There's lots of people on the anti-woke side who are purely there because they were just born with this very emotional, rebellious streak of don't tell me what I can say and what I can't say.
Yeah,
and that's basically
there's people on both sides that have that rebellious streak.
Right, but I'm saying there's no one on the woke side who's predisposed to say, don't tell me what I can say and what I can't say. That's not existing on the woke side right now. All those people.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Intuitions,
Okay. Yeah. It's
all the people.
It's forced him onto the conservative side.
Right. All the people that would be in who have that moral intuition, who are born that way, or their life shaped them to be that way. Okay, they're all on the anti-woke side. Yeah. And so they might not have the exact principled, logical, factual argument because they're coming from a place that's more based on this just feeling of don't tell me what the fuck to say. It's like, okay,
psychological reactance.
Right. That's entirely irrelevant because guess what? 95% of all people on all sides are that. They just have some weird emotional reaction to something, and that's why they're on that side. It's not because they spent, their days in a fucking monastery weighing the pros and cons and thinking about all the politics and the rational facts and logics to try to figure out all this stuff. So Chris keeps bringing this up like it's a gotcha point, but it doesn't mean anything. It's irrelevant.
Totally.
Because it's everybody.
Yeah. Well, he's not really addressing any of the real issues.
No, he's deflecting.
Big time. Yeah.
A lot of deflecting.
Well, and I keep listening and I keep wondering, is this like a Mott and Bailey? Because McWhorter keeps bringing up obvious injustice, injustice, right? And then he keeps downplaying it as,
edge cases.
Yeah, totally edge cases.
Well, and again, it's funny because Chris starts the conversation saying, I want to ground this in specifics.
I know, it's so bad.
And it feels almost like when he has this conversation with the average person, they don't have necessarily the specifics on hand. They don't have the big list of people that have been canceled to draw from.
Right.
Okay. Because most people they're not going to keep all this information in their brain. Right. So maybe he's used to having that conversation and he didn't realize that John McWhorter does have the big list of people who have been canceled. And he could bring it up and say bing, ba, 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 boom. And so it's funny that Chris then kind of falls back on, he's the one who's being not specific whatsoever in this conversation.
Totally. The question of censure, who decides, all that stuff. Okay, give us your, who does decide? Give us your take.
Right.
Well, it's complicated.
Yeah.
What?
Chris Hayes just keeps saying, he keeps Tim pulling. It's complicated. Look, I agree with you, John, but it's complicated. It also helps. It's like, okay.
Yeah. So much of it, I feel like this happens too. They're like, yeah, if people are being canceled and it's effectively scaring our competition into silence, and what's really the harm here?
That is and there's so much harm in that.
It totally, yes, yeah.
Beyond the fact that it completely goes against what the kind of society that we've been building in this country Yes, and very specifically going against what the
Principles.
left used to stand for.
I
Their
know that's the
principles.
insane thing. That is the insane thing. Like
Right.
this was their core principle, freedom.
And I guess that's what I would be curious to ask Chris. It's like, well, Chris, you keep wondering what the harm is. Does it bother you that the left used to be the side that would say we need to protect free speech, we need to protect people for not getting fired from the job for having unpopular opinions? It used to always be the left that was on that side.
Yeah.
But now it seems like, well, the left didn't believe that because of principles. They only believe that because they were the ones taking the more contentious, politically unpopular positions.
Yeah. They were.
And so does
they're
that
in the
bother you,
underdog
Chris?
role.
Yeah. Does that bother you, Chris, that apparently the left doesn't have principles, or this new generation of left doesn't have principles? Like,
Hey,
I guess it doesn't bother them.
I'm like one comment away from canceling, guys. Don't ask me that shit. What are you talking about? Why are you being mean? That's what he'd say to you. James, why are you asking me this? Like, you're crazy.
Exactly. No, he would say, he would probably deflect and say whataboutism to the right and Republicans. It's like,
Oh
well,
my
I don't care
God.
about them. I'm not talking about that. Does it bother you that you took that the red pill right now is that you grew up thinking that, oh, I'm on the left, I'm the good guy. The liberals are good and the Republicans are evil. And now the red pill is, sorry, everyone's a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You just didn't realize it. Sorry.
Even if people are doing it just to be edgy, I mean, how's that an argument in favor of canceling them? Are you saying we should cancel edgy people? I don't know.
Exactly. You shouldn't cancel edgy people.
Yeah. He's not making an argument. He's punting, bluffing.
The one place where I find myself, I think, most sympathetic, and I got people were mad at me on the internet for saying this, which is a fact of life. But the woman, the former wrestler who played this character on the Star Wars series.
Oh, I forgot. He mentions my hero.
They bring up Gina Carano.
Gina Carano. Oh, Chris Hayes calls her a white supremacist.
Oh no.
No, I don't think he does.
Okay.
But
It sounds like he's setting up
close.
that he's going to defend her.
Oh, I think he does defend her.
Okay, that's interesting.
Plot twist.
Plot twist.
Mm-hmm.
Who's got, like, in my mind, truly terrible right-wing politics, and was posting, like, bad and offensive stuff. She made this sort of too cute by half, like, dumb anti-trans joke about her pronouns, which she took down. And then she posted this really vile mural that's, like, very frankly anti-Semitic in its iconography, although I don't know if people who don't know the history of anti-Semitic iconography understand.
That mural that he's talking about is not anti-Semitic.
Oh,
As a
okay.
Jew. It's like, it's one of those murals that depicts, like, the people controlling the world. Like the secret elite controlling the world. And none of the people drawn in it have, like, stereotypical
The Jewish characteristics.
or anything. And I've seen the ones that do.
I
It's
never
very
saw the
obvious.
mural. I don't know what she posted.
And
I
look,
know
mean,
Isaac has gone on and on and on our Saturday stream about Gina Carano and how she had it coming.
And well, I mean, it's interesting because I agree that Gina Carano believes some really stupid, dumb shit.
EC Coles in the chat said Chris did defend Gina Carano on Twitter once. Oh, interesting. Yeah.
But yeah, no, Gina Carano definitely believes some really dumb shit. But it doesn't mean that she should be fired over basically a lie that she's anti-Semitic when there was no indication from what she posted that she was anti-Semitic, even remotely.
E.G. Coles says again, okay, yes, she's evil, but did she need to get canceled? In quotes, obviously, saying that that's what Chris is saying. Yeah, that's
Right.
my entire problem
Right.
with this, because, like, the stance to take is she didn't do anything fucking wrong.
Yeah, but this is what's sad, though, is that
She didn't do anything wrong.
Chris has to
Yes.
frame this very specifically.
Well, as soon as that setup, most people read that as she had it coming. That setup
Yes,
of she has
exactly.
completely terrible politics, which basically is dog whistling. I know how they love to talk about dog whistling to say she's racist.
Well, it's him saying, look, guys, I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what it is. He
Yeah.
has to posture this way.
We all know Gina Carano is a secret racist, okay? But what she did was technically not incorrect. Yeah.
No, not necessarily she's a secret racist. That she's an evil right winger.
Well, that means that's secret racist.
I guess that's true,
exactly
yes.
what he means. When I'm talking dog whistling, this is what they're talking about. Yeah. Why do you listen to what he said? He's like, oh, terrible, degenerate politics.
Vile.
Yeah. What are you talking about when you're what? She's like she's in favor of the flat tax. Is that what we're talking about here? No, he's talking about racism, Sitch. That's exactly what he means.
Right.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Understand that what anti-Semitic?
Right.
Anyway, so she posts this stuff. She clearly had been warned a few times. She gets kicked off the series.
Mm-hmm.
And my feeling about that is, to me, that's the most extreme version. The place where I'm most worried about this is for people, sanction for speech of people where their job has nothing to do with it for their public speech.
See that McWhorter's like, oh, finally he's getting it. I've only been talking for an hour. Oh,
right.
We found the one.
And that to me is like,
of course, it's like the hot white girl, right? It's like all these other people he doesn't care
That's
about.
right. Fuck all these other people. I only feel bad for the mommy milkers. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, did you? Oh man, she's smoking. We got to defend her.
like a really, because the classroom's different, right? Like, not saying that you don't have examples in which the classroom excess is happening, but in a classroom, like your speech is your job. Right. Sure. Like, sure. And what you're doing. But like an actress on Star Wars, it's like, that's just like, I don't know. She's got terrible views. Like,
right.
And people said, well, they're worse than terrible. They're anti-Semitic. And again, obviously there are some views that if you articulated as the lead actress in a series should get you fired. But that to me, like the employment sanction.
Sure.
Is the most extreme and the one I'm most worried about. And particularly in contexts where the sanction is for speech unrelated to the job. That to me seems the most extreme and the most dangerous of these sort of categories.
And what kicked me off was watching this happen to one of my fellow linguists this summer, where a lot of the issue was things that had nothing to do with him being a linguist, and the idea was...
I mean, well, I'm happy that Chris can at least give on this issue.
Giving. Like... I'm telling you, if I'm Gina Carano, I'm happier if he doesn't even bring me up. Like seriously, what the fuck?
It was not a good endorsement. But
yeah.
I'm saying I'm not in terms of that specific example, but in terms of him saying, well, he's worried about people being fired for their Twitter when they have nothing to even do with, like their job doesn't have anything to do with their Twitter presence.
Totally.
Which fine. I'm glad that he's at least there. Okay. But where he's totally missing the fucking point here is that all this stuff is connected. The outgrowth of the stuff happening on the college campuses is why people are getting canceled for Twitter. You can't separate them.
Yeah, they're totally inseparable.
I mean, another thing here, which maybe is another reason why corporations are so deferential to wokeness, is because corporations view kids as being the primary drivers of consumption.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Especially for entertainment.
Yeah.
They think, oh, kids are our number one customers because either they're the ones buying our products or they're the ones convincing their parents to buy our products.
Oh my God.
So if they think that kids are disproportionately woke, they will be disproportionately woke to appeal to the kids.
Totally. They want to capture consumers for the next 20 years.
Exactly. So no, you can't separate them and say, well, maybe it makes sense. Kids on college campuses and teacher makes sense. It's like, no, it's all connected. It's all related.
God, that Gina Carano stuff is just completely disgusting. Completely disgusting to me because it's so, I mean, what are you going to do? Like what he said about how, I mean, he cast her as such a degenerate that it just, the argument is like this person's a horrible, terrible, degenerate racist, but we should let him go. It's like, no, you've cast him as like a murderer. Like, no, you convicted them just in the way that you set it up. I hate that stuff.
Well,
I guess
understand why.
I guess he's
I understand
forced
why.
to do that.
Yeah, I understand why you're reacting to it that way, but I think he's trying to frame it in a way that's persuasive to his team, and he kind of has to frame it that way.
Yeah, that is completely unpersuasive to his team. Like, he's basically saying the person had it coming. Like, he's saying it. These are the people that we're after.
No, it might be on. It might. Yeah, but no. But what he's trying to. What I'm saying is he's trying to say, for once in this conversation, that we need to have a principled position, that we need to protect even people we think are awful in certain avenues.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand what you're saying is that, well, most of his audience
Does
they
not
don't give a
believe
shit.
that. Yeah. They don't have that principle in any way, shape, or form.
But he's
they
not
don't care.
coming at it from that angle. Yeah, but he's not coming at it from that angle whatsoever.
What angle is he coming at it from?
He's trying to make a principled argument.
Right.
Saying, oh, you could have the most awful person ever, but, I might not like what they're saying, but I defended that the right to say it. And you're saying, yeah, that's not a persuasive argument because his audience doesn't give a shit about that, which I agree with. They don't.
Hold on. Did I miss something here? Since when did the woke side start talking about principles?
Exactly.
Hold on. Their whole argument is that, hey, we're oppressed, so we can fight dirty. They don't have any principles.
Exactly. That is their whole argument.
Yeah, no, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's very, well, look,
that's why he undercut that argument, because he's listening, saying, like, she's this awful oppressor, of course, but we should let her go.
It shouldn't surprise us that Chris, in this conversation, even when he seems to have a position that we would agree with, frames it in the worst, stupidest possible way ever.
Yeah, I don't agree with the position.
You agree that
the position is she did nothing wrong. Like, people can have different opinions.
Let's pause for a second. You do agree with the position that people shouldn't be fired from their jobs for problematic tweets on Twitter. That have nothing to do with their jobs. You do agree with that position.
Well, I would characterize it as that's doing nothing wrong. Like, people are allowed to have different opinions.
That.
Yeah,
I understand that.
Yeah, people should not be fired for doing nothing wrong. And having terrible political opinions is
doing nothing wrong.
Well, it's doing nothing wrong,
part.
but it's not even really. It's not even really a thing, because, I mean, her political opinions were just mainstream conservative political opinions.
I understand that, but that's a different issue completely.
I wish someone would. Because John McWhorter doesn't know about the situation as detailed. Yeah, obviously he's changing the subject as quick as possible. I think she did come out
pretty anti-vax though, which I think is really fucking stupid.
She did? I didn't know that.
I thought she did.
Okay.
I thought she did.
But I mean, the thing that actually got her fired was her making the case that when you start demonizing people in the way that Chris Hayes is demonizing her in this podcast, that it can lead to
I don't disagree with
bad things. Yeah, exactly.
I don't disagree with that.
So I would ask Chris Hayes. So you're saying she has terrible political opinions? Is this a political opinion that's terrible that you think that you disagree with? Is this a bad political opinion? Are you saying demonizing people is good? I mean, you're doing a great job of demonizing her. Maybe you do like demonizing people. Maybe you do think. I'm sorry. Am I going too far?
I think we've hammered the point to death.
It's so infuriating to me.
Stripped of his epaulets. I refer to something that happened with Steven Pinker that was in the media for a little while. Yeah, these things are frightening, as is also the issue of time lapse. And so when the person who's been tapped to edit Teen Vogue is not allowed to, because now I've heard that there were some other things going on.
Clearly there are, but right.
But really it was because of things that she wrote 10 years ago when she was essentially a child, where the same people who would argue that we have to have a criminal justice system that's sensitive to atonement won't let somebody atone for something tacky they wrote 10 years ago. It's inconsistent. And so that's where I start thinking this is more about virtue signaling and sometimes just kind of a recreational hostility than really trying to build a better society. You know what I mean?
Yes, I would respond to that by saying I think they were worse than tacky. I mean, they were gross and racist. But I tweeted after this, like, I'm fine if we just make a rule that there's like a 18-year-old it just all disappears from your adult life. I mean, I remember the craziest example of this was there was some draft pick that this happened to. Do you remember this? There's like some kid who got drafted to play some sport, and they found some like truly vile,
really horrible things. Yeah,
truly vile stuff that he tweeted at 16. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. That's awful, but like, what are we doing here? So yes, I mean, I agree, and again, I think that's an example of like the quantity of speech overwhelming, sort of overflowing the banks of our ability to deal with it. I also think that the point which is made both in Alexei McCammon's case at Teen Vogue and in Don McNeil's, which is that things are more complicated than they look when you're dealing with employment situations, is well taken. Although my response on the other side is, to the extent that's the case, it's not really great if this is being used by whoever, whether it's management above her, by staff or whoever, as a kind of proxy for some other battle. Like, that's not actually exculpatory. If you say, well, we are actually having a bunch of battle on some other substantive stuff, and this was sort of like the public facing proxy, that I don't think that is exculpatory when we're talking about people's employment situations.
No, but would you agree, Chris, that there is more than a little bit of excess here? Or maybe we won't disagree about that. I don't think that it's just that some eggs are being broken. I think that there's a crisis.
Yes, I think that's where we disagree. I think there's definitely some eggs being broken. I think there's more than a little excess. And I think, the Willie Brown being taken off of San Francisco school seemed nutty to me. I think, again, I think what ends up happening here is that it's all about to me, the question is...
the question I would ask in response to that is, what is the signal to you that we
there
are
is
in
a crisis? Totally, yeah.
Well, what are you going to look for and say, oh, I guess we are in the crisis now?
When our side starts getting canceled in the same numbers that the right is getting canceled, the degenerate Gina Carano's of the world, that's exactly what he's thinking. He's like, oh, it's a crisis when it comes to our team.
Right.
Yeah. So sad, man.
The question about what are the lines, who draw the lines, the scope of the problem, the severity of it, and the sort of context of what the social problems are in American life. And I think that's probably where you and I, disagree, right, in terms of how big a problem this is. It's not that I don't think there's nothing there. That's why we're doing the podcast.
Oh, of course.
Because clearly there is. And again, I think these debates are sort of worth engaging with. I will say this. I mean, I do think that not to be overly formalistic about this, although you're a linguist, so I think you'll be sympathetic. I do think that, like, the venues of Twitter and cable news are basically the worst venues for these kinds of conversations.
Yeah.
And I think that the more that's happening in those places about these kinds of
that's why he's podcasting right there. That's exactly why.
Yes.
Things, the worse the discourse gets.
That is definitely the truth. Yes.
Like one of the things that I always said this the other day about Substack, whether, which itself has its own, questions about, moderation.
Lately, right. Yeah.
But the one thing I really like about it is, like, back in the day, I'm an old man, but, when I was
even going after Substack.
Yeah.
It's so it bringing up your favorite artist, Scott Adams, again.
Oh my God.
He brought up a Sitch point, which is that if someone is claiming a moral harm, but that moral harm perfectly aligns with their financial incentives, you can't actually trust that there's any moral argument there whatsoever. And it's the same thing with Substack. It's the same thing with YouTube.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
You have all these journalists who are controlling the flow of information and being paid for it. And then you have an alternative information source come about, like YouTube or Substack, and people are making money off of it and being popular off of it. And of course, what do they all do? Oh, you gotta moderate. You gotta, there's a bunch of Nazis and evil people on these things. You gotta stop it.
Yeah.
The blogosphere, like, someone would write a blog post attacking someone else at 1,500 words, and that person would reply with a 1,500-word response.
Remember that?
In which they would quote in block quotes. And it got super nasty. It wasn't like people were like, oh, that's so great that you wrote about me. Like, people fought.
But it wasn't so telegraphic. Exactly.
It wasn't so telegraphic, and it wasn't like I screenshot it and now I'm dunking. It was like,
precisely,
people argued. They genuinely argued. And one of the things I've liked about Substack is that there's space for people to argue. If you're going to argue, then argue. But arguing is, that's what humans have been doing. That's probably why they invented language. Or they actually invented language probably for gossip. But I'm sure they probably started arguing soon after. So I do think that and part of the project here and having this podcast is finding venues to have these conversations that aren't, at the sort of dial turned up to 11 on the moral fervor and also truncated in the format such that you can actually explore it.
Twitter has been scaring me ever since it began because of that. And I wasn't super active on it until recently because I always said, I can't express myself so briefly, and I don't see how anybody could have a productive discussion. But it's at the point where you have to somehow figure out how to halfway do it, or you don't exist, because that's just where all of the heat is. But yeah, Twitter is really, really dangerous, and I miss those blog days as well. And you're right, I've been doing Substack, and it allows you to stretch out in a way that makes you feel like you're participating in the sort of thing that created the Federalist Papers, as opposed to, something written on the side of a blimp.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
John McWhorter is Associate Professor of English and Comparative Literature at Columbia University. His latest book is 9 Nasty Words, English in the Gutter, Then, Now, and Forever. He has a Substack as well.
I don't think I've ever read a John McWhorter book, which is kind of crazy. Maybe I should read one. I wonder if they're any good. I wonder if he's got writing chops, writing ability. I'm reading a book right now on property. It's called Mine, and it's super interesting. I'm curious about the moral foundations. That there has to be a moral foundation for property rights. They synthesize everything down to, I think, 6 basic rules of property, which are kind of cool. Yeah.
Anyways.
Fascinating stuff.
So we got through that conversation.
Barely. Sitch got mad at me because I talked about you. Come on.
Adam got very triggered at the end.
Gina Carano. She's cool, and I don't.
You can't attack an attractive woman.
Yeah.
On Adam's turf.
I have to go white. I have to go full white knight.
He becomes full white knight simp. Okay.
Well, it's like a double. It's a double triggering, because not only is she attractive, very attractive woman, she's also got the mildest of conservative takes that are being cast as racist, sexist, bigoted nonsense, which just fucking totally triggers me.
So I looked it up. She wasn't anti-vax. Mm-hmm. She was anti-mask.
There you go. Okay.
Which I don't know if I consider that a mild conservative take. I wouldn't consider it conservative take really, but I think it's a really stupid take.
Yeah,
anti-mask. Yes.
Well, you got to understand. How bad are the psychological reactants on a woman who gets into a ring and kicks other women's asses? It's just
oh no, I completely understand why an MMA fighter,
yes,
totally, a female MMA fighter,
have
a
fighter,
very fuck you attitude about a lot of stuff.
Totally,
have a very anti-protection, anti-fragile attitude about stuff. I understand all of that completely.
Tell me what
I understand why she has the positions that she has it. If we're throwing free will out of the conversation here, but it's a stupid fucking position to have, in my opinion.
Okay,
for the most part,
right?
It's a very stupid position to have.
Yeah, but should you lose your job over it?
Of course not.
Yeah,
100%. You shouldn't lose your job.
Should it even be mentioned in a public forum about?
No.
Who cares?
But that's what part of what was happening here is that she was giving takes that people didn't like for a long time, and so people were the vultures, the hyenas were waiting to tear her down. So when she made any take that could be perceived as remotely anti-Semitic, that's when they strike.
She should have known that was coming. But I don't. Funny.
I don't think she should have known it from the tweet that got her fired. I can't even conceive. I can't conceive how an honest person can look at that and think it's anti-Semitic, because it's the exact opposite.
Totally,
it's literally the opposite. It's
yes,
the opposite.
Totally. I disagree with her position 100%. I completely think actors, to maintain the illusion of the whatever performance they're delivering in, whatever piece they're delivering it in, need to be apolitical. I think if you go into the vocation of acting, you should like not be political on any kind.
So
Yeah.
it's interesting because you're saying sort of the opposite.
I completely disagree
Chris's
with her on
position.
that.
Yeah, is
Yeah.
that an actor's political persona is very important to the role and the job that they play. So it actually would make more sense for actors to be less,
Exactly.
into politics.
Exactly. Yeah.
Et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think it.
I mean, I guess I agree with that to some extent. I
It
understand
inhibits
that
their
position.
ability to inhabit a role. Like if Gina Carano was going to take a role as an SJW, you'd go this like it would inhibit her playing that role. I don't know. People might find that more entertaining actually, but
it depends. I mean, I understand what you're saying. To some degree, I would.
I want to make this
to
clear.
some degree.
I don't think it should be like imposed. I'm saying like
I understand that.
Personally,
I understand that.
if I was going into acting for my craft, it's one of those self-sacrificing type things. Yeah.
Right. No, I understand because you don't want someone to go. Well, it's like the perfect example of this is Tom Cruise. Okay. People used to love Tom Cruise.
Mm-hmm.
And then it turned out he was a crazy person because he believes in Scientology. Okay. And so then his career basically tanked. But then it was revitalized by Tropic Thunder because people said, oh, Tom Cruise.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Can
take himself not seriously and he can be funny. And so everyone kind of forgave him for being a crazy person. And so I would say it's the same thing. If you have an actor, they shouldn't go putting out very strong political statements because that's going to come off as crazy to half the country.
Yes.
And when you're an actor, the whole point is that you want people to not see you as the person. They see you as the character. Like I don't know what Robert Downey Jr. is like in real life. We assume he's just like Iron Man in real life, but I doubt that's the case. I don't know what Christian Bale is like in real life, besides the fact that he got very angry on the set of Terminator.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how any of these people are in real life, but that's good. You shouldn't, because then it would destroy part of their ability to
inhabit the role,
pretend to be someone else.
Yeah.
So I get that.
The Christian Bale thing. I mean, he was just having a bad day. I'm assuming.
He could have just been having a bad day. I mean, he knew he was in a shitty movie and he was very upset.
Oh my God, I know. Terrible movie. That was the Terminator movie, I believe. It was when that happened.
That was the Terminator movie, yes.
Christian Bale's like an amazing actor.
He is an amazing actor. He's wonderful. He has one shortcoming, though.
Mm-hmm. Short temper?
Nope.
Bad voice. But I love that voice. I totally stole that voice for Social Justice Detective. Batman's great. Come on, his Batman voice.
That was the worst Batman voice ever in any Batman film. Cartoon.
Wrong. You're just full of bad takes today. Jeez.
You think the Batman voice was good?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it was.
God, it was so bad.
Amazing.
Your voice is way better.
Amazing.
You're doing the voice is like 1,000 times better than Christian Bale's Batman voice. Okay.
What a
even as much as I really did not like Ben Affleck's like robot Batman voice, it was still better than the terrible Christian Bale Batman voice.
No. Did you finally make it through Snyder Cut?
I did make it through Snyder Cut.
Yeah,
I can't believe you like that.
Snyder Cut?
It's not awful, but it's
bad.
not good. It's like eh.
Did you watch Godzilla versus Kong yet?
Not yet, no.
Or is it Kong versus Godzilla? I don't know.
Who cares? I haven't watched it yet, no.
It's amazing, by the way.
I can't trust you.
Kong
you
is
thought
such
the beginning of Wonder Woman 84 was amazing. So I put no credence in anything that you say regarding movies.
Kong is such a badass in this movie. Oh my God, I can't believe. The whole time I was watching it, I was like, Sitch likes,
that's right, I forgot.
Sitch likes Godzilla.
Yeah, because he's a fucking badass dinosaur that
Not in
shoots
this
nuclear
movie.
fire laser
Not
breath.
in this
Okay,
movie. He's
he's
totally
got God in his name.
nah.
That's how badass he is.
Kong has king in his name.
Yeah, who wins in a fight between a king and God? I don't know. You tell me.
King God.
Yeah, there you go. King God wins all, or the God King actually wins.
Yeah, there you go. Wait, he was in 300, right?
That's right. That's right.
Xerxes.
Xerxes comes in and he beats Godzilla and King Kong.
No way. Come on, Leonidas beat that guy.
That's true. That's true.
A god will bleed.
Did you see the Space Jam 2 trailer?
No. Oh my god. Space
So-
Jam 2. Don't kill me.
So when I heard that Space Jam 2 is coming out, I'm like, it could be fun, fun kids movie, right? I was like, okay, I'm sure it'll be fine. It's not made for me. It's going to be made for children, right?
Mhm.
That's fine. Because we had watched.
You are a child.
That's true. I am a child, but we had watched the first Space Jam again. And I was like, yeah, I mean, it's not great, but it's it's a children's movie, whatever. It's fine. It's fine for what it was or is. But then I saw the trailer and I'm like, this looks like a piece of shit. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
Like it's usually the opposite. Usually I go in thinking something's gonna be awful, and then I'm like, oh, okay, maybe it's not so bad. But this was like, oh, it's not gonna be so bad. And I saw the trailer. The trailer for Space Jam 2 is so fucking bad. It's shocking. Now, of course, it's just a trailer, so it could be very misleading, but it's so weird because they tried to turn Space Jam 2 into like a combination of Ready Player One and what was the movie with Sarah Silverman inside, and Wreck-It Ralph 2.
Mhm.
Like they're trying to make
God,
it
that was so
they're trying to
bad.
make it like a shared universe.
Mhm.
Like, oh, it's not just the Looney Tunes. It's like all Warner Brothers characters exist in a
Oh my
magical
God.
shared universe where there's all these different worlds. Like literally there's a scene where LeBron James is like flying to the Looney Tunes universe
Mhm.
and he passes Game of Thrones Westeros universe.
They're trying to
I'm like,
copy Marvel exactly.
Yeah, they all are. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is happening?
Marvel's
And then like when they're playing, the Looney Tunes are playing their game. There's like the It Clown is in the background. Like there's always this
what? Oh
There's
my
like-
god.
there's even people are pointing this out too. It's even more ridiculous. There's fucking
Oh
the
my
rapist
God.
murdering characters from A Clockwork Orange are in the back. There's, like, all these
No,
different-
no.
Yes,
In Space Jam, a kids movie?
yes, the Drooges or whatever.
The
they're named for, the
Droogies.
gang. They're in there.
No
They're in the
way.
background. There's always like random characters. I'm like, what the fuck? This is just Space Jam. Just a Looney Tunes movie.
Are
Why
they
is
assaulting
everything
a-
needs to be a shared universe? This is insane.
Are they assaulting people?
They should be. But
Oh
and
my
people point out because they're
God.
like, oh, they had to get rid of Pepe Le Pew because he's like a sexual assaulter, and they put the fucking.
Oh, they got
Clockwork
rid of
Orange
that. They got rid of Pepe Le Pew
They got rid of Pepe Le Pew.
and
Yes.
put the Droogs
They
in.
put the Clockwork Orange.
That's
rapist in the
insane.
background. I know, and like, but I'm like, what is this? This is so dumb. Why is this Ready Player One? I don't want to see this. This is so terrible. And then they have this whole subplot where like LeBron James's son doesn't want to play basketball, but he's trying to force him to like play basketball like he. I'm like, oh my god, like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, for as bad and silly as like the first Space Jam was, at least that like there wasn't some stupid plot line. I guess the only plot line was like Michael Jordan didn't want to play basketball. Look, that was it. There was no plot line of like some deep, oh, his kids, want to do this with their life, and Michael Jordan's a bad parent. Like, just make it about Looney Tunes playing silly basketball. That's all you need.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be deeper than that.
No, I think some sexual assault from the Droogs could actually spice it up.
I know. Oh, and they also made it even worse because when LeBron James is in the Looney Tunes universe, it's not like Space Jam or Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Like they make him a cartoon character.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I don't know. It's stupid.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's read some super chats.
You want to read some super chats? You sure?
Yeah.
You don't want me to read super chats? When Sitch comes on my channel, he freaks out because I read super chats so bad.
I mean, if you want to, I would love for you to read the super chats, Adam. It's kind of funny. When you
It's
read the
actually kind of hilarious. Yeah. Was one I could read the last one. Automata for $2 says Space Jam 2, Singing in the Rain intensifies.
There you go.
Was there singing in that movie? Oh, now I don't like
No,
it.
remember in Clockwork Orange when he's he's singing in the rain when he's beating up the guy.
Oh yeah, that would be great. He's on the court and he's like singing in the rain as he's like punching people in the face.
Yep.
Alex DeLarge, yeah, not many people know Alex's last name. That's pretty good.
Alex
Mr.
DeLarge, that's
Purple.
right. Yeah, that's right.
Little Alex.
I tried to read that book. It was impossible.
I used to know the intro perfectly. It was me sitting at the Korova Milk Bar having a little. Yeah, I
don't like that movie
remember.
at all.
Really? Oh my God.
It's stupid. I think it's really stupid.
I remember watching that movie with my girlfriend in high school, and she looked at me like, "Why are we watching this movie?"
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, "'Cause it's good." Shut up.
You know, they changed the ending from the book.
Yes, yeah, I know that.
They completely, because in the movie, he doesn't change at all.
Yeah,
he's still bad. He's still evil.
In the
book, it like flash forwards as him to being like 30s or 40s, and he's completely changed. And it's like it's sort of like how like the generational shift keeps changing you, and then you look at the young kids as being fuck ups again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think the author got super mad at Stanley Kubrick for changing the ending.
They did. They got very mad.
They're like, this is my magnum opus about how life is redeemable. And you made it completely unredeemable.
Yep. That book sucks, though. It's unreadable. It's unreadable if you're not British. I tried to read it. It's like, not only is it filled with British slang, which if you're English, you think, oh, if you speak English, you're like, oh, I can read this. It's in English. It's not in English. It's in British slang.
No.
But then it's worse because it's not even real British slang. It's like made up British slang because they made up a bunch of words and language for like a future post-apocalyptic British slang world. And you're like, I can't even fucking understand any of this.
Viddy well, my little druggie. Viddy well.
I'm just like, okay, I can't read this.
Yeah, but that milk bar. I used to go to a bar in New York that was modeled after the Korova Milk Bar. It was pretty cool.
That's funny.
Yeah, because everyone wants to hang out in the Korova Milk Bar, right?
That's right. Everyone wants to hang out with the rapists and the predators and the.
What do you mean? They had that nice singing lady. You don't remember?
Why do you like? I hate that movie.
You hate that movie?
I cannot stand a movie or story where there's no one that I like or sympathize with.
Yeah, I don't know, because I mean, I liked it as a kid when I had no free will whatsoever. I was super obsessed with that movie Time Bandits too, which is like another movie.
But that's different. There's lots of people to empathize and sympathize with. The kid
that
is like,
movie's completely morally ambiguous. Are you kidding? Oh my God.
Yeah, but the kid is portrayed in Time Bandits.
The kid's parents die in the end, for heaven's sakes, and he ends up an orphan.
I know.
Spoiler alert for the movie that's like 30 years old.
So for you guys don't know, Time Bandits is a very great movie where a kid accidentally gets involved with a bunch of little people.
Involved.
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember exactly how he gets sucked up into
They're
the
little
scheme.
people. They're little people that are traveling through time to fix.
No, but how does the kid get involved?
Because he has a time hole in his room that they were supposed to fix, but they don't.
Okay, right. Yeah. So this random kid gets involved with a bunch of dwarves who are bandits who go through time stealing historical treasures.
Right.
During key moments, and like there's a scene where they're on the Titanic trying to steal shit from Titanic as it's sinking and stuff.
Yeah. God and Satan are both characters in the movie.
God and Satan are both characters. That's right.
It's so prophetic because the Satan character talks about how fucked up God is because he doesn't embrace technology, and that if he was God, oh my God, technology day one.
Right.
Yeah.
But then the same character is also totally evil and fucked up.
Everything in that movie is completely prophetic.
But even if you can't empathize with the Time Bandits, the kid he's just caught up in this larger scheme. His parents are awful. He's like the Harry Potter. He's the kid with the awful parents.
He has a good moral compass. Yeah. But there's so much fucked up shit happens in that movie.
Well, it's what's his name? He always does fucked up shit.
Yeah. What is his name? I can't remember.
The Monty Python guy.
Yeah, Monty Python. I was trying to remember his name, but I couldn't. He's got a bunch of great movies. He did 12 Monkeys too.
Terry Gilliam.
Terry Gilliam, that's it. Yeah, Gilliam. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. So I was super obsessed with just like
He had the most fucked up ending of all time in any movie ever made. Brazil.
Oh yeah, Brazil. I loved Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil's amazing till the end. The end is the worst ending of any movie ever.
What is it about? Like my whole life I've been obsessed by these completely morally ambiguous movies, which is kind of, I'm noticing a pattern here. Like all the movies I like are just morally, yeah. Yes.
I would disagree. Brazil is not morally ambiguous. It's the opposite.
Are you?
There's no ambiguity. There's no ambiguity
yeah,
in
you're
Brazil.
right. Yeah, you're right.
It's like in 1984 where they just fail.
What he's doing is the bad. He's totally
right.
He's involved
in
in a completely corrupt system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Maybe I would have been fine in Brazil with it ending with bad guys winning if it wasn't the fuck you like fake out ending where you think the good guys win.
That's
Another movie did that too. A recent movie. I was shocked to see this. They literally stole the end of Brazil and made it worse.
Oh my God, I have to see this movie. What is it?
It was Repo Man.
Oh, is it a remake?
The one with
Emilio
the one that was
Estevez?
based off the musical that wasn't a musical.
Oh, Repo Man.
Not Repo Man. Not Repo Man. Repo Men. The one where they were taking the organs.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'll check it out. That's
it
like
was
a
called
sci-fi
Repo
movie.
Men. Yeah, it was the one with what's his name? Last King of Scotland.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Jude Law and
Jude Law is great.
what's the guy's name? Forrest Whitaker. I love Forrest Whitaker. Yeah, Jude Law. I love both of them. There's literally like it's worse than Brazil because you're watching Repo Man and you think like all this stuff's happening, and then you find out at the end that like literally the last hour of the movie
Don't
happen.
tell me, man. I want to see
I'm spoiling it for you.
Why are you spoiling it?
Because I'm saving you, Adam.
No,
I'm
I
saving
want to see
you.
this movie. It sounds amazing.
At the end of the movie, you find out that the last hour of the movie didn't actually happen, and it was all in the imagination of the main character's mind as he dies.
No, not listening to you.
It's like the dumbest. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I don't like that.
What a terrible twist. Why would you do that?
Yes. I like the ironic ending. I like it where the main character wins and loses. It's such a tough ending to write, but
Kind of Cringe is living up to his name. For 50 Mega Man X dollars says, my name is Sitch. I can't empathize with the movie Ants because my little Sitch self is not an ant, and the kid is unlikable because morally he something.
Getting called out.
That's completely wrong. I love the movie Ants, and you can completely empathize with the main
Woody
character,
Allen?
Ants. With Woody Allen Ant character. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
That doesn't even make sense. I think you completely have no concept of what I'm talking about. So in Time Bandits, you empathize with the kid, and Ants, you empathize with Woody Allen's character. In all these movies, there's a character, there's something called a protagonist that you generally empathize with. In Clockwork Orange, there's no one to empathize with. Everyone in the movie is fucking awful and terrible. And look, I understand that people like that movie and they don't care that there's no one that you can empathize with. That's totally fine. I'm not saying you're wrong for liking the movie. I'm just explaining to you my preferences. Okay?
Yeah.
My take.
You're allowed to have preferences here.
That's right.
You're just not allowed to like musicals. There's a simple line we're drawing here in the sand.
Well, and let me maybe I'm wrong here because I'm thinking there's a movie I love where you don't really empathize with any of the characters called American Psycho.
Oh yeah, that's a good movie.
So, but why do I like American Psycho so much and I don't like Clockwork Orange? I maybe because I think American Psycho first of all, American Psycho is hilarious. Clockwork Orange isn't really funny.
Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't laugh about that movie.
You shouldn't really laugh. Yeah.
In front of your girlfriend. It
No,
doesn't go well. I can tell you from experience.
American Psycho, on the other hand, is hilarious. And to me, it has a deep meaning to it, which I don't see or understand what the deep meaning is in Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move on.
It's not.
We talked about movies long enough.
Yeah. No, we can
Anonymous
talk about
Coward for $5 says, if I see another MMT debate, I'm expecting Adam to counter every response with, you haven't read enough MMT.
Oh my God. Is that like a Jordan Peterson reference? It sounds like it.
Yes.
You haven't seen enough MMT. You haven't watched enough Jordan Peterson.
MMT.
You were doing terrible in explaining MMT too. You need to go back to your notes. I'm like an expert now.
Well, I'm trying because I didn't want to talk. It's so long to explain.
No,
it has a very
not.
long setup to explain, and I didn't want to go into it all there in the middle of the video.
Yeah.
I don't want an hour-long tangent on MMT.
We could easily do an hour-long tangent in the super chat section, though.
Right.
I wonder how many. It's good we have the super chat thing up. I wonder how many of our clips are from super chat section. I don't know.
The Crappy Robot for £2 says, A-Team reigns supreme in my Taco Bell wet dream.
I know. I saw that.
There you go.
A-Team makes you hungry. A-Team satisfies your hunger. There you go.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, happy Easter, degenerates. A-Team reigns supreme. There you go.
There we go. More A-Team. I love it.
A-Supreme.
A-Team Supreme. Right there. With a large
Crappy
Coke.
Robot for another £5 says, Sitch, super important question. Who would win in a fight? V from Vendetta or Rorschach?
Ooh.
Rorschach.
Ooh,
Sorry,
that's a
Rorschach
tough
from
one.
Watchmen.
That's a tough one.
No, it's not. V would win. V has V has legitimate superpowers.
Yeah, but
Rorschach's just a crazy person.
yeah. Well, that is a superpower.
I guess that's true. But no, right? I'm not misremembering. Didn't they experiment on him? He doesn't feel pain, or he's super
Oh, you're
strong
right. I forgot about all that stuff.
He has some power.
Yeah.
His skin's all burned off, or I don't know. He has
Yeah.
some superpower. Yeah.
Yeah, V'd probably win.
He would win. He would win.
Yeah.
I do like Rorschach as a character a lot more, but I think he would win in a fight.
Hey, Sitch, do you want to see a picture of me punching a little kid in the face?
I do want to see that picture.
Yeah, are you sure?
I really want to see that picture.
Let's hear. Okay. Thinking about a new variant cover for Supervillains Anonymous here. It's called, I don't know, Sex Adam? I don't know about the Sex Adam part. What does this say? Oh, look. Hey, we don't have like a name for our comic book company, but I do like Thick.
You like Thick? I like that too. That's a good one. Thick, though he spelled it should be with 2 C's.
Oh yeah, like
Thick Comics.
Like,
I love this picture. This is the Last of Us 2, fat guy punching meme. It says Sex Adam. This is the one part I don't like. It says featuring Adam's sidekick.
PSA Sitch and
PSA Sitch, the shady lad. I do like that. The shady lad.
There you go. The person of shadow.
Yep. This is the perfect. Yeah, it's the perfect old style cover. The shady lad. I like the 12 years old, pull or die.
Yeah,
Adam
exactly.
saying, time to vote, you pubescent chuds. He's punching. I like this a line of kids that you've punched.
What? Look, this one's down. This looks like this one voted already and still got punched. Is that a girl? Oh shit!
And I'm
this
saying,
is
my God,
completely degenerate art.
My God, Adam's gone mad. He's become erratic and callous. He's threatening kids, making them fill out ballots.
There you go, right there. Come on.
Who drew this? Who drew this? This was Mr. Slip. This was Slip Creamy.
Slip and Creamy Dip.
Slip Creamy on Twitter.
Mr. Slip and Creamy Dip is the name that he had. So
yes. When I saw this Slip Creamy, I literally laughed out loud for 5 minutes straight.
I did too. I did too. And then I was like, I hope my wife's not. If my wife took my wife see this.
Yes.
Why am I laughing about punching a kid in the face? Oh my God.
The idea that you're you better fucking vote, kids. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
What would Gina Carano get get fired if she posted this? I'm curious. I'm curious if this crosses the line.
Nah. It's fine. As long, well, maybe because there's like a black kid you punched. If it was just white kids, it'd be okay.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, that's true. White kids are they're the spawn of Satan, right? Obviously.
That's right. Mike Hawkins Balls for $2 says, "How's the tail, Adam?"
Doing good. Doing good.
How's your tail doing,
As long as I don't go up on high buildings, I'm fine. I'm safe.
That's good.
Yeah. No parking garages recently, so but I'll let you know. I'll tweet next time I'm having difficulty.
Those of you that don't know, Adam, we learned last week Adam has a ghost tail.
I know we have a new
ghost
meme
monkey
going.
tail. Yes. The Smut Weasel for $5 says, "Sorry I couldn't back the comic to make you guys stream for a day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for the 24 hours. Here's some free will bucks anyways. Keep up the good work. Hashtag I dream of A-Team."
Nice. Wait, I dream of A-Team. Oh yeah, that's great. I like it. That might be better than A-Team reigns supreme.
Mm-hmm. Janos Kuhn for $3 says, "Sitch, I just realized since I'm now neutral, you can also get me in S class if you answer this simple question.
Oh no.
According to you, which JoJo character looks the gayest?"
Oh my God.
Great choice.
Don't mess up.
S class kicks ass.
What? You didn't even
That's
he
what
let
it
you
says.
off, he let you off easy.
You did let me off easy. I didn't even have to
You
make
didn't
a
even
choice.
choose. It's
Yeah.
Caesar, right?
No.
No.
The
It's
gayest looking JoJo character is
Jotaro.
probably either Diablo
Oh yeah, Diablo by a long shot.
or
by a mile.
Leon, maybe.
Doesn't he have like a penis pocket hairdo or something like that?
Peanut? What?
Someone has like a hairdo that looks like a penis pocket on their forehead or something.
Diablo? I don't know who you're. Diablo is the one who has the pink hair with like the black dots in it.
Oh,
And he has no shirt on.
well, obviously that's.
But yeah, him and Leon, I would. It's funny because the characters seem to get progressively more effeminate. Like
Yeah.
season 5 is just full blown like
Off the charts.
off the charts. Yes, off the charts.
It happens, you know.
Yep. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. Anyway. So I hope that the answer was worthy enough for you, Janos, to be S class.
He was S class before he asked the question.
That's true. Viz Sparad for $5 says, "Late. Oh wait, being on time is white supremacy. Never mind."
Yeah,
True,
exactly.
see? True. If you're on time, you're racist.
Just trying to be anti-racist, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive us.
Mimi Juligan for $10 says, "No modern day debate or T-Jump versus Jangle. Weak. Why am I giving you my hard-earned moolah? A-Team made me do it." There you go.
Good. But what I've debated Tom Jump many times.
I didn't watch it, but I will. We had decided. Some people sent us some really good choices for videos this week.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I don't
Tom
respond
Jump
to you
versus
guys.
Jangles. We can't do Jangles. Jangles is like a troll. This is
Well, I
like,
was gonna say. Well, let me just finish. I was gonna say, even if I don't respond, I do look at people's suggestions. So
you
I
don't
was gonna
respond?
watch.
Oh,
I don't. I'm a bad person sometimes.
yeah. Evil.
I just forget because I look at it and I say, "Oh, I should respond to this," and then I just forget.
I respond right away because then
know.
I don't have to remember.
Responsible adult.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I
and I'm
love
not.
my A-Team.
There you
That's
go.
the difference
There you
between
go.
A-Team and S class.
There you go.
We're like a community. We have each other's backs. S class is like, you know.
Yeah. Go into the Discord and yell at Stanton some more, please. Thank you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I had Stanton on my show.
I know you did.
Yeah.
I did want to watch the T-Jump versus Jangles debate. I did feel like that would probably be very interesting because T-Jump totally destroyed. Who did he destroy? I totally forgot. Who do you debate? Was it Surfs? I don't know. He totally destroyed some woke guy about cancel culture and wokeness and whatever. So I do want to watch that. I don't really want to watch the modern day debate 12-person panel debate. I don't know. Maybe I will. It looked like it was really chaotic. But...
All I know, listen, last week we had someone on the show that we made a lot of fun of. Her name was Demon Mama. And she won. She won the modern day debate.
Yeah, the modern day debate. He did it in conjunction with the Hippy Dippy podcast, and they do this thing where they keep voting people off, and whoever is the last person standing wins. And you're telling me Demon Mama won.
So if you watched our show last week, I think like 37,000 of you did.
Yes.
The one that we,
the crazy person who had all the crazy points of view, or the most crazy points
most
of view.
contradictions, would not make a solid argument, won the debate.
They won the debate. Out of Shoe on Head was there, Actual Justice Warrior was there, Hunter Avalon was there.
Yes.
This was like a fucking corncob. Jake was there.
Yes. Yeah. I think half the panel simultaneously misgendered her.
That's funny.
Right.
Funny.
But no, since the half of the panel that did was politically aligned, no damage was done.
There you go.
Everyone let it go.
That's right.
Yeah.
Cullivar for $5 says, sent you guys a cool video of Destiny losing his crap on the left. I saw that you sent that right before the stream. I'll have to check it out. Thanks, Cullivar. Oh, and also they said, S class is best class. Thank you.
Skeptical, but.
Butternut for 2 Canadian says, you never said, hey now, I need my fix, dog.
And there you go.
I thought I said it, didn't I? Well, there you go. Hey now.
I don't know. That's good.
We had the intro. I forget where you were doing something stupid, so I had to comment on it.
I was just playing my harmonica
You
like
were
I normally do.
Prospector Adam playing his harmonica.
We
searching the mountains for MMT. I'm telling you, there's MMT in them mountains. I'm telling you, it's there.
I got this meme. I don't know. CT sent it to me, and it has CT in it, but I don't. It looks like SR Girafo made it.
Well, she just edited it.
Oh.
To be you and her.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got it.
You got it. Okay. And it's Adam is there saying, CT, it's time you learn about money and the importance of CT. No, and you see she's putting it into the super chat machine.
Yeah, we always tell CT not to super chat.
Yes.
So she always does. She hasn't figured out that we are using reverse psychology on her yet.
Maybe you are because you're evil.
No.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
I'm kidding, obviously.
I'm a good person.
I wish you would stop.
Did you see she made another version of that? I'll send it to you. I don't know if
with you in it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Me and Harker. Oh, so you did see that one?
I did, yeah. We'll bring it up. I'll put it up. Copying my meme.
JJ Cheeker for $2 says, I'm about to genocide a plate of hot wings. There you go.
Oh my God. That sounds delicious.
John Smith. Hey, John Smith for $5 says, Sitch, if I simp the comic in the chat, will you throw me a wrench?
Yeah, why doesn't John Smith have a wrench? Makes absolutely no sense to me.
Well, they have a wrench now. I didn't know who John Smith was until your conversation.
Our conversation.
Well, you were the one arguing with
Weren't
John.
you there?
Okay. I was there.
You were there.
That's true. I was there.
It was, and Aiden Paladin was there too.
That's right.
It was hilarious.
It was a good conversation.
Because Aiden Paladin kept strawmanning me, and Sitch would be like, he's gonna say this. He's gonna say that. I'd be like, please, Aiden, tell me, what am I gonna say? Oh, he's gonna say that.
I've argued with Adam for so much I can just see the strings of the conversation.
I know, it's hilarious. Yep. It's hilarious. That's called a steel man. You should be proud of that, Sitch.
It's the same thing whenever you're arguing MMT, like when you're having that big argument with Adam Post and Stanton and I forget who the other person was, Justin Ubercross. And I'm like, every time they would talk, I'm like, oh, here it comes.
I know. You just weren't on the stream, so we couldn't enjoy you going, he's gonna say this.
I feel like I have to moderate whenever Adam has these MMT debates. I have to moderate there. It's like, okay, everyone.
Well, so much of these debates are just that it goes back to that John Stuart Mill quote where, if you don't understand both arguments and you really are just arguing against yourself, like you're arguing against a straw man, basically.
Right. Right.
So I just want them to understand my argument. That's all I want. That's all I want. Sitch is the only one I found.
Okay, listen. This is okay. Let me explain a little bit longer here. Now that we're on the video,
What do you mean, the MMT stuff?
I just want to explain one issue. Here's where I think everyone's getting confused. Okay, I'll bring up
On my
notes.
MMT stream.
On any time you talk about MMT, this is where the confusion comes from. Okay. So Friedman, which is the Austrian economic stuff that people on the right and libertarians generally like to pull from.
Yeah.
They believe, or Friedman believed, that inflation was based solely around the money supply.
Correct.
Okay? So he's saying that inflation is directly and only correlated with the amount of money being produced.
This is why you have to separate the two types of inflation, because that is true if you're talking about monetary inflation.
No. But Friedman's
he
saying
means
there is
price inflation.
Friedman, according to Stephanie Kelton, this could be wrong. This is from her book. Okay. I've never studied Friedman, so this could all be wrong. According to her, in the deficit, she's saying that Friedman only believes that there's just only inflation and it's only tied into the money supply. There's no second inflation. There's none of that stuff. There's just money supply inflation. That's it. Period.
It is price inflation, though. He's saying there's a direct correlation between money supply inflation and price inflation.
Yes.
If the money supply is inflated, there will be inflation. End of story. The end.
The end.
Okay.
The end. And that's the only factor.
Right.
That inflation is based around. Okay. She also says that before that, Keynesian economists disagreed. They thought that more money meant more spending, which means businesses would hire in response to demand, unemployment would fall, and then inflation could increase as more people were hired and wages would rise. Okay. So that was the Keynesian view. And that the Keynesian economic structure, Keynesian, would try to do a balancing act trade-off between more jobs and more inflation. They try to balance this out. Okay. But Friedman comes along, who only believes inflation is tied to the money supply, and says, no. There's a natural rate of unemployment called the NAIRU.
The NAIRU. Hey, look, you're speaking my language. Don't we sound smart when we say that? As soon as you say NAIRU, you just pretty much
I know,
won
you sound
the
like a big
conversation.
smug asshole.
Fuck yeah, exactly. Okay. How come you don't know about the NAIRU? The non-accelerating rate.
I do know about the NAIRU. It's in Egypt. Okay. So Friedman comes along and says, look, there's a natural rate of unemployment. So he's basically saying that there's some percentage of unemployment that will always exist and there's nothing you could ever do about it.
Right.
And that any spending, anytime you spend to try to get rid of that natural rate of unemployment, it's a trap because you're going to just increase inflation.
Right.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So right. But then MMT kind of comes along and says, look, increasing the money supply can increase inflation, but it's too simplistic to say that's the only factor here. And MMT makes the argument that as long as productivity increases and as long as employment increases, you can increase the money supply without actually increasing inflation to any sort of noticeable level.
Right.
That's their argument, right?
Right.
I'm not. Okay.
Yes, completely correct.
Right. So that's where I think people are getting confused because myself, before I had read this book or heard this book, I assumed that everyone agreed that inflation was purely and only tied to money supply. And I didn't realize that, no, actually, even the Fed right now doesn't believe that. No one really believes that it's only tied into money supply. They believe it. They sort of actually more agree with MMT that it's tied to a bunch of
productivity. Yeah. This is the argument that I always make. Because this is the argument I made when I had the talk with Academic Agent. You know, if this is a crazy experience. This is a extreme case just to make the point. But if you could potentially, hypothetically, increase the money supply by 10% and get 1,000% increase in productivity, you're going to get deflation, even though you've technically increased the money supply.
Right. And there are examples of this in the world. You know, they look at Japan is always pointed to as Japan's had a deflation problem for many years. And if it was as simple as just printing more money, they could have just printed more money and they wouldn't have a deflation problem anymore. But obviously that doesn't work.
Yeah. So, yes. Yeah, exactly.
And MMT's position is basically they're criticizing the Fed and not just MMT, other people are criticizing the Fed, saying that the Fed is way too conservative, not politically, but like they're too cautious in terms of approaching whatever the supposed natural unemployment rate is. Because MMT or Stephanie Kelton says no one can actually predict what the natural rate of unemployment is because it's always changing. It's very, it's always changing to whatever's happening at the time. So what you have to do is you basically have to adjust financial policy until you hit it, and you're not going to realize you're hit it until you do, and then you pull back.
Someone's accusing me of doing the smug John McWhorter.
And that there's more to it too about how she says that the Fed basically uses unemployment as a weapon against inflation. We don't think we have to really get into all that. Though I will say this.
Oh, my little Sitch is all grown up. He knows.
Well, you're not going to like what I'm about to say.
He knows his MMT.
You might not like what I'm about to say.
Oh, okay. You're just doing it to spite me. S-Class is so mean.
There is, I haven't finished the book, but there is, to me, one massively huge shortcoming to MMT.
Okay, let's hear it.
Is that in the way that she's conceptual, I think that descriptively they could be correct in terms of how this all works. Okay. Prescriptively, though, she says
the jobs program.
She says that the way this should work is not through monetary policy, which is the Fed controlling interest rates, but through financial policy, which is Congress passing laws and cutting taxes or spending taxes or raise taxes or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
So what she's suggesting is that basically our economy should be trying to get rid of as much unemployment as possible. And then when we figure out whatever the actual natural rate of unemployment is, then Congress comes in and uses fiscal policy to push us back away from the edge.
Yeah.
I don't trust Congress to figure shit out, do anything.
Neither do I.
Whatsoever. This is where I think the big shortcoming is that she's basically relying on Congress to be rational and not political, which is not at all the environment that we currently live in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with all that.
Agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the thing. It doesn't change the underlying argument. It
doesn't change whether the description is accurate or not.
And just the argument Moser makes about the general. Like, we've got a bunch of tax revenue coming in. Now's the time to provision the military when we're at 2% unemployment. It's like, you don't make stupid mistakes like that if you know how the monetary system works. I think the gain in knowing how the monetary system works is better than everyone being afraid of the non-existent debt monster.
Yeah, well, that's a different issue, because we were talking about inflation. With the military stuff, it's more about...
Well, that is inflation, though.
Well, no, but it's before you talk about inflation, you talk about whether the deficit matters and does the government actually need to raise money to spend it? And because MMT, this is where everyone really, their brain falls out. And maybe this is the problem with the book, is that I think she starts off with the craziest claim first, which maybe gets you sucked in, but it also makes it hard to conceptualize, is that the most incendiary claim is that the government doesn't raise tax money to spend it. The government spends tax money so that you can pay the government back.
Yeah, this is like all the libertarians are just fucking. Right. That's why I said don't read this book. You won't live through it.
But it's not even a libertarian thing. It's just the entire thing is counterintuitive, which is why so much people have so much trouble grasping this, because it's completely counterintuitive.
Hold on a second.
The government spends tax money in order for you to pay them back. Doesn't seem like it makes sense, as opposed to what we generally thought, which is that the government raises tax money to spend on government programs.
Yeah. Yes.
Which is wrong.
Come on. The libertarians conceptualizing all money like a movie ticket. No, they're not going to buy that. That's going to be...
No, I understand. I'm just saying, I don't think it's... I'm saying...
The only purpose of money is to pay taxes.
Right.
You think that... Oh, my God.
Well, but look, I had a conversation with my very liberal father.
Okay, oh, I'm dying to hear this.
Where I tried to explain him MMT. And I started off by saying what I thought would not be a contentious talking point at all, which is that the entire point, the reason money has value is because you can pay taxes with it.
Right.
Okay. He didn't agree with that. We had like an hour argument about that
What?
one point.
Oh my God. Hilarious.
So that's why I'm saying like that point alone is a very contentious thing to think about.
It is.
The only reason money has value is because you can pay taxes with it.
Yeah, that's another totally triggering thing. And the way Mosler sets it up with his kids makes it even more triggering.
Well, so there's an example that I think perfectly illustrates this concept, which is that, and I said this last week, I guess I'll say it again briefly, is that Warren Mosler tells a story about how he was trying to pay his kids in business cards to do chores. And obviously they decided, well, no, we're not going to do chores for business cards. Your business cards are worth nothing.
Yeah.
So then Warren Mosler says, okay, well, I'm going to impose a business card tax.
Yeah.
So if you want to watch TV, it's 30
business cards.
Tax.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
you want to go to the mall, it's 40 business card tax. If you want, your allowance, it's 50 bit. So he starts imposing taxes on them,
right,
based in business cards. And then suddenly the kids actually have an incentive to go do their chores because they need the business cards so that they could
watch TV. Yeah, exactly.
Business cards. Right.
Which is perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Yes.
The business cards are inherently worthless. Why does he keep he doesn't need them to actually pay him the business card? It's like, yeah, but he does need them to pay him the business cards because part of taxing is lowering the money supply.
Yeah. Taxes turn litter into money.
Yes.
Triggered.
Anyway.
Money is a store of value. What are you doing? Sitch! Ah!
I know.
My entire life is a lie.
It's hilarious because my dad, when I was talking to this about him, he even went into the whole barter thing, which is like the history of bartering.
God.
And I'm thinking like, in the entire book, the intro is that the history of bartering is actually not true, supposedly.
Is it in the book? I don't know if this is in the book. I have a clip of Stephanie Kelton that I recently tracked down of her telling all of the different academic vocations that are in that the Austrian guys are in conflict with on the barter thing. Like it's just stunning. There's like 6 of them.
Well, no, that's not in the book, but the Austrian inflation being purely tied to the monetary supply thing is interesting because generally those people that are more in favor of Friedman Austrian economics, they're against UBI because they say it'll cause inflation.
Yeah, there you go. MMT.
But under Friedman, UBI shouldn't cause inflation as long as you're not printing more money to pay for the UBI. So it's weird because they're sort of intuitively making the more MMT Keynesian argument about UBI increasing inflation while claiming they're making the Austrian economic position. But they're not.
And Friedman was in favor of UBI actually.
Yes,
but it's
right.
not called UBI. It's called alternative tax.
I thought it was
negative tax. Negative income tax. That's it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
God, this economic stuff is fascinating.
It's so confusing though.
Yeah. Well, why are you even paying attention to it?
Likes it.
What's that?
I was gonna say it's so confusing. But here's what's funny. This shows the human element here. Okay. Normally I would never listen to this book or care about it. I only care about it because I like people arguing about it and I like being able to understand that why they're wrong.
Yeah.
Being able to participate and say, no, you're wrong. That's the only reason why. I don't actually care about it. I just like to be able to tell people that they're wrong.
Yeah. I told you this is the chief thing that drives me. This is what makes my life meaningful.
I know.
Being able to tell people they're wrong.
Yeah. I guess I'm there too.
I'm literally arguing that 12-year-olds should vote, Sitch, just so I can tell people they're wrong.
Yeah, but you're wrong about that.
Well, it's different though. I mean, they're wrong. They just don't know it. And in this particular case, most people believe them and not me. But
fucking 12-year-olds voting. Oh my god.
Wait, there's one more thing. There's one more thing on the deficit stuff.
Okay.
Another big red pill, because the deficit is like, oh my God, if you said you can zero out the deficit, like that's someone's dream. They're like, what? I can go to bed tonight knowing that the deficit is paid off? Well, the deficit is the actual money supply and also the private sector savings. That's like the thing that I think is
Yeah, that's the
definitely
weird thing.
fact. Yeah,
You
definitely
would
true.
never actually want to have
The
zero
deficit paid off. No, because you'd
No,
where
because
what money supply would you have? None.
well, even beyond that, the U.S. population in the world itself, and
Yeah.
and our this came up in the Adam Post conversation too. The U.S. gains way too much. The individual people and the U.S. government gains way too much from being able to issue treasury bills
Yeah.
and T-bonds that are worth that people want.
Yeah. Totally.
And so it would make you would never want to have zero deficit.
Yeah. It would be crazy.
And I think maybe that's the thing that people don't understand. I didn't understand that till I listened to the book, was that the deficit is treasury bonds. You can't have one without the other. That's what treasury bonds are.
Yeah.
They issue treasury bonds for every dollar that is in deficit.
Which is actually kind of brilliant because so the deficit is just the difference between government spending and government taxes in a year. So if the government spends $1,000 and taxes $1,000, you have a balanced budget technically, but you have no leftover surplus. So if you're starting out on year one and the government spends $1,000 and taxes $1,000, you literally have the population with zero money in circulation.
Well, but here's something too. I guess that's important to point out. So the government doesn't have to issue treasury bonds.
No.
For stat. So that would mean that if they didn't, there wouldn't actually be a deficit.
Totally. Yeah, there'd be no deficit.
It would just be the government is spending more money than they tax, but there's no deficit because there's nothing owed specifically anywhere because they're just printing money.
Well, there actually still would be a deficit. And this is where the treasury bonds are actually brilliant because like this happens year after year. Let's say year one, government spends $1,000, taxes back $500. There's $500 left in the economy, which is technically the government deficit, right? The spending minus the taxation. So that $500 is in people's hands that they can use to trade. You know, obviously it cycles through the economy. I guess year one is a bad situation because year one, as soon as you start selling, like you have to build up a money supply for a bit.
Sure.
But now when the deficit is like this enormous amount, so you spend, and then instead of taxing that money away, they take away the purchasing power by selling the treasury bonds because you're basically taking, like if you're buying a treasury bond that matures in 30 years, you're basically saying, well, I have this money, but I'm not going to spend it for 30 years. So you are definitely taking that money off of the table as far as the money supply goes.
It's sort of, to how I understand it, is that you'd say that issuing treasury bonds is genius, not only in that it's creating this immense value that private citizens and other people around the world want to invest in, which gives the US dollar and the US government more value, but it also is basically reducing inflation.
Yeah,
because
shrinking the money supply.
Yeah, because you're technically, what you're doing is you're actually creating more money, but also shrinking the money supply at the same time because people are investing the equal amount of that money back into the government, into the T-bills.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, they're saying, okay, well, we'll let you keep that money, but you have to agree not to spend that money in the economy for the next 30 years.
Right. And in exchange, will give you, 1 point whatever percent interest.
2% interest rate, whatever it is.
Whatever the fuck the interest rate is. Sure. Yeah, exactly. No, it is. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Alexander Hamilton who came up with this concept.
Oh, genius. Figures.
And it was funny because Thomas Jefferson and John Adams were fighting him they didn't want to do this.
Yeah.
So.
Well, thanks to him winning, like we're basically the global currency. And also we get so like you read this book and you think, man, we really have we're in the catbird seat, man. We get a lot of advantages from this situation. When they talk about trade, and I went back and reread the chapter on trade recently, I'm like, man, we get a good deal on trade.
Yeah, I'm not at the trade part yet, so I don't understand exactly the argument about how we're benefiting from the trade deficit.
Yeah.
So much, but I'm sure
Well,
I'll get there.
you'll be shocked when they lay it out, definitely.
Yes.
Which it kind of sucks because the liberal progressive part of you is like, we are kind of fucking over these other nations. The way, I mean, and this is it's a good thing you know selectorate theory too, because selectorate theory works perfectly with this, in the fact that in these nations like China, you like Americans will ask themselves, well, if China's getting such a raw deal on trade, why are they doing it? Well, because they're fucking over their citizens to do it.
The same reason why do they have sweatshops?
Yeah, totally. So the Chinese people don't want it, of course not, but they don't have any democratic power at all, and the exporters are fucking getting filthy rich off it. So, like, they're basically breaking the backs of their people so that they can profit.
I think people have this wrong idea about how the U.S. debt, the deficit, and the T-bills work, and there's kind of this conception, I think, that like, oh, China can like acquire some amount. There's some tipping point where China will just acquire like such amount of U.S. debt that
they're going to
the
cut
US
us off.
Government's going to somehow like have to do what they say. It's like that's not how any of this works.
No, not at
whatsoever.
all. They
any of this works.
They have a bunch of money because we are buying stuff from them, so they end up with U.S. dollars. Yeah, like
which is what we want. We want
the
more people outside of the U.S. that have U.S. dollars and trade them, the more unlikely it is that the U.S. dollar will lose value or power or stability in the world.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because then it means it's too beneficial, like, because the real question is, okay, if China acquired too much U.S. debt or too much U.S. dollars, then they're going to destroy the U.S. economy. It's like, well, wait a minute, they would just fuck themselves completely if they did that. If China, say, had like trillions and trillions of dollars of U.S. debt, and then they destroyed the U.S. economy somehow, that would mean that all that money they had would just suddenly become worthless. Yeah.
Why would you do that?
They would be suicidal.
Yeah, totally.
And I thought it was interesting in the debate you were having, where people were worried about the U.S. losing its global, dollar hegemony power if people followed MMT. And I was thinking, well, people were acting like you can just wait, like you can go to sleep and then wake up and then suddenly China's the dominant economic power. It's like, that's not, it's like, no. Even if the dollar started to lose its power, it would be a gradual process over many years because it's so tied into so many different things that you can't just snap your fingers and say, we're not going to follow the dollar anymore. And the perfect example of this is we all experienced this with the housing crash. Okay?
Yeah, totally.
Think about it this way. You had in 2008, you had a totally or mostly totally domestic economic collapse with the housing market. Okay. And it fucked up the entire world. The entire world is so heavily invested in America and the dollar that when we had an economic crash, it basically fucked up the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone pull back from the dollar after that because of that?
Nope.
Because they can't.
Yeah, I was wondering. I wish that you'd made your housing crash video because I would be very much. I mean, we might have internet beef over that. It'd be great.
Well, I don't see how this isn't. The MMT stuff has nothing to do with the housing crash.
Well, they say in the book that the scorekeeper bailed out during the housing crash. They talk about it some. Hey, I want to make a point too about the political situation too, because it might like ease the medicine a bit on the right wingers who are just totally triggered over all this stuff. This does put Democrats in a strange situation because Democrats have been going around forever as the party that is fiscally responsible and balanced the budget during the Clinton era. So in order to accept MMT, you kind of have to admit that was a gigantic mistake.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because MMT, which is supposed to be the big left-wing thing, she literally says that Clinton balancing the budget was fucking dumb and actually really hurt the economy.
Totally. Yes.
Yeah.
Caused the 90s collapse. Yeah.
Yeah, the tech bubble. I mean, I guess it didn't cause it, but it was definitely related to it.
Yes.
Whalers for $5 says Just cut straight to the point and call inflation and government debt social constructs that don't matter. We'll call it postmodern monetary theory.
Oh my God, that's a great idea.
Well, I know it's a joke, but it's literally the opposite. Because they're not saying it doesn't matter. They're just saying that everyone's conceptualizing it backwards.
The straw man version of it is it doesn't matter. Like the straw man version is it's all about printing as much money as possible to infinity, and there's no constraints on money printing at all, which is completely bonkers. Yes, that's not the case at all.
Real Us 10 for $5 says the problem with being racist is that wokeists beat us at our own game so much that they don't even try. True. Very true. Very true. William Icebane for $5 says, so what's cooler, cyber terrorism or regular terrorism?
Oh my God, I got this question on my stream.
He says, score 3-0. Adam already answered. A team is the team. You answered this question, which is cooler?
I did, yeah, unfortunately.
Well, obviously, cyber terrorism is cooler, sure. I mean,
anything was cyber. That's what I answered. Yeah. Anything was cyber in it.
Anything with cyber, and it's going to be, I'm hacking the system. Okay. I'm programming the files. I'm cool, man. I'm wearing my sunglasses inside while I'm hacking. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
You think of cyber terrorism, and it's like, yeah, it's the Matrix. You think of regular terrorism, you think of like sweaty, disturbed,
exactly.
Random person blowing up
in a truck with a rocket launcher or something.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Well, if they were in a cyber truck, would that be cyber terrorism?
If they were in a cyber truck, it's all different.
Yeah. Oh no.
Mr. Pat Lechew for €2 says, guys, Jesus came back and he's 18.
Yes.
I think Jesus would be S-class.
No, Jesus is definitely
being a Jew. I think Jesus.
You should read the $20 super chat. Visparad for $20.
Visparad for $20 says, gotta go to bed soon, but keep up the good works, guys. Yeah. Thank you, Visparad. Thank you.
And we did recognize that you were going to bed and that you did do a $20 super chat.
That's right.
Now you're officially allowed to go to Slumberland. Sweet dreams.
Oh my God. No one for another $50.
Wow.
Oh my God, no one. Jesus. You need to chill. Okay. You need to chill out, no one. We love you. We love you so much. Just spending $50 to say S-class is pretty good. Pretty good.
Hilarious.
And by good, I mean the greatest in the entire universe.
That's good.
Also, come check out the Centrist Militia Discord. We love to argue about stupid shit. It's a ton of fun.
Well, that's our favorite thing to do. We love arguing about stupid shit too.
Yeah, Centrist Militia Discord. That's the one that Felix has created. So
yes.
Check it out.
I'm sure I'm going to stumble in there one of these days. Stanton High was on my show, and he hangs out in there as well. So
that's right.
He's like, "Come on in, come argue with us."
I'm pretty sure Jesus understands that the comic book ending of Watchmen is better than the movie. Mm-hmm. So
yeah,
he's naturally S-class.
I can't believe. Listen, I'm the Christian atheist on the show.
Here's the question:
You're trying to take Jesus from me.
Here's the question: do you think Jesus thinks 12-year-olds should vote?
Jesus, yeah. Hold on.
I would say no.
Here's a question for you. Uh-huh. You think Jesus thinks fetuses should vote? You think Jesus thinks the unborn should vote?
No.
Of course he does. Come on. Jesus said, I knew you before you were even in your mother's womb.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go.
Cameraman 502 for $10 said, I read that one.
I love it when you do that.
Yeah,
I read that one.
It was a good one. It was about, Dr. Seuss, eBay and Amazon refusing to sell the Dr. Seuss books while selling Protocols of Zion.
I brought up the Venezuela thing just to trigger some people.
CT says, I have to go home. Check your DMs.
Oh my God. 2,000 yen.
Oh, that's a funny comic. Okay. Anyway, 2,000 yen. Wow.
I know. I'm like,
Jade Elhar. Jade Elhar. Jade Elhar. Jadelhar? That's not a Japanese name. How dare you, Jade Elhar? You're culturally appropriating whatever that is. Konnichiwa from Japan. Long time watcher of your stream. Awesome. You both do good work. And no, I'm not Asian. I'm a white boy. Oh, and if you assumed I was, you're racist. Oh, I did. Oh, I got racist.
Oh, my God.
I'm the racist now. Oh, you got me. You totally got me.
White boy in Japan. Totally.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay.
I know how that goes.
Gregory for $4.99 says we should stop using cancel culture. Instead, we should use illiberal censorship. I find it to be more accurate and a precise description of these actions.
Yes.
I agree, but cancel culture just rolls off the tongue so nicely. It's got a nice alliteration to it.
Mm-hmm.
Illiberal censorship is good because it's harder. It's like calling abortion baby killing.
Mm-hmm.
Or the estate tax, the death tax. Like it's good in that way that no one wants to say they're in favor of illiberal censorship.
Yeah.
So maybe you're right. It would be, it's not as catchy as cancel culture, but it would definitely be harder to defend. That's what we need. What's his name? Where's Frank Lutz? Frank Lutz, we need to get you on this cancel culture here. You need to come up with some term.
Yeah, is he working on this? I don't know.
Yeah, come on, Frank. We need to hire
We need
him.
your help. Rescue us, Frank. Frankly.
Lemur Wrench for $5 says, sentiments expressed through words can be harmful. The words themselves are not. True.
Yeah.
True.
Lies are
Any
super
harm
harmful.
you get from words is self-inflicted.
Tell that to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, that's true. And not in terms of slander.
Mm.
In terms of the SJW woke conception, like someone says a mean thing to you, any harm you take from that is self-inflicted.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why when I make my definition of cancel culture, it's about lies. I include lies in there.
Right.
And then we can switch the conversation to arguing about whether or not it's a lie.
DMV Boss for $9.99 says Destiny stood up to the Rittenhouse mob and he looks like his shoes light up. LOL. Also known as Vosh's dad.
That's funny.
It's funny.
Yes, Vosh's dad.
Yeah, I am curious to see that video, the Destiny video that's sent to us. Someone saying, Culliver said that Destiny
I started
agrees with
listening
us.
to it.
Maybe he's finally seeing the light. Maybe he's finally seeing the light about the woke menace.
Is this the one? Because I think I opened it up and started listening to it. Please stop debating. Vocal
Yes.
Destiny fans revolt.
Yes.
They want Destiny to stop debating? What?
A lot of Destiny's community wants him to stop debating leftists.
Oh, because he's destroying them. Yeah.
He's destroying them.
And then not only he destroys them on Tuesday, and then on Sunday we review. Destiny, don't listen to these people.
That's right.
Of course, I have the moral high ground here. I've
aligned exactly with my financial incentive.
I
Yes.
have principles, okay?
Yes.
Stick to my principles. I want to make as much money as I can off of this.
Dr. Coke for $5 says, censure, verb, express severe disapproval of something or someone, especially in a formal statement. Oh, so in Genetics Position for $50 says, anyone who uses censure instead of censor, they meant censure?
Mm-hmm.
Did Isaac mean to say censure and he said censure or something?
Maybe. So you use the word
Yeah,
incorrectly.
doesn't remember. You know what you say? If you use the word wrong or spell something wrong, you automatically lose the argument on the internet. Oh my God, the name of this person. Barbie doll C word. Barbie doll with a lot of other fascinating adjectives after it. Says, for £2, says, do you hate that they're trying to make colored Barbie? What? I don't know what that means.
I have no problem with colored Barbie, though.
I thought there was always like
Yeah,
different
there's been a black
ethnic
Barbie
group.
forever. Yeah,
Yeah, I thought there was always black Barbie, Hispanic Barbie. I thought there was always like that.
many different Barbie colors. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Though I guess it wasn't Barbie. It was like they had other names.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it was like Barbie and Barbie's friends. They all had like different names. So I mean, are they trying to make Barbie? But I don't really give a fuck. I don't care. I don't
so
care about
funny.
Barbie. I can't muster any caring about Barbie whatsoever. I'm sorry. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
We have too much testosterone to care about Barbie.
That's right. I don't care about Barbie. Enlightened centrist for 229 euros says S class is
Lame?
no. It's like S class is.
Oh, it's like an I am thing.
Yes.
I am.
I like it.
I am. I am.
I am. That's right.
Lame.
That's right. That's the Chad move right there.
I guess.
Oh, but then
Unless of course it's 18.
for another 229 euros,
Uh-huh.
Enlightened centrist continues. ... Best class.
Oh, there we go.
There it is. There it is. Thank you, Enlightened centrist. Alex Karras for another $5 says, "Do pets live in a post-scarcity society?"
They do actually. That's hilarious that you've noticed that.
I guess some pets do if they're
Yeah.
well taken care of, right?
Yeah. Well,
Well,
if they're
mean-
technically pets, they do.
Yeah, but some people abuse their pets. You know?
I don't know. Are we lining up for like? I don't know if I want to take the neutering for the post.
I was about to say there's a trade-off though. You get your balls.
I know. Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We have post scarcity, but you're never going to get to reproduce on your own terms.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it might not be a healthy trade-off.
See,
guys.
but Alex, you've just given Sargon the
I
best
know ammunition.
example for him to use for why post-scarcity society is bad. He's like, do you want to be like your dog, be in a cage with someone taking care of you, telling you what you can and can't do, cutting off your balls, literally and metaphorically?
Of course not.
Of course not. Well, that depends. Am I going to get my MILF robot? Kind of loses its luster if I don't have my balls, right?
Yeah, I guess maybe they'll let you keep the balls and just you got to make a deposit in the MILF robot. Because I mean, the whole purpose of cutting your balls off is for birth control anyway.
Right.
So
That's true. See, in the post-scarcity human society, they don't need to cut off your balls to limit your reproduction.
yeah, they just give you the MILF robot.
They just give you the MILF robot.
Yeah, they don't even have to tell you it's a robot.
No, you don't care.
Well,
You
maybe.
don't care. As long as that is going to be an issue. Once robots look and act close enough to be confused as humans, like I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, all bets are off. Exactly.
All bets are off.
I guess they
weird.
could. I mean, if they were really devious, they could, and you wanted to have kids, they could give you a new MILF robot. You could keep trading in and being like, damn it, now this one can't have kids. They could just
I see what
run
you're
out the
saying.
clock on you.
Right.
Yeah, even if you still did have the desire to reproduce.
Your boy Big T for $5 says, after public opinion has been shaped by a majority of media, Washington Post and New York Times quietly come in to clarify the Georgia laws. I don't remember what the timeline was. I thought the articles came out reasonably quick.
They were the ones that put the kibosh on the idea that it was super racist.
And I don't know if it was quiet because when I brought this up to my dad, he's like, "Oh, I read that article," and I was like, "Oh, if he read it then," because he reads all this like.
You're like, oh,
shit.
if my lame dad doesn't know, if my lame
Well,
dad
no, I'm
doesn't
saying I
know.
use my dad as like the barometer of like normie news. Well, not even because he's like very he's not even normie. He's very voracious in reading like news shit, but only like mainstream left-wing sources, liberal sources for the most part. So he found the article. So I don't know.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Stephen Michael Davis tweeted out, I might do some stuff on MMT. Gonna have to look through some books I haven't read in a very long time.
Nice.
Everyone.
Steve Michael Davis, very anti-MMT. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're going to finally put this flat earth Austrian stuff to bed, though. I mean, it's been... Don't you? I love the schoolyard bullying. It's so fun.
John Smith for another $1.99 says, Stanton is old news now. Uh-oh, Stanton.
What?
Stanton is old news. Wow, John Smith, so fickle. Just throwing Stanton in the trash. Oh. Stanton is old news now. Old news now. I hashtag simp for Sargon.
Nice.
There it is.
Sargon achieved a new simp.
Yes.
Sweet. One day I will
Mike,
get a lady simp. It'll be great.
Mike Hawkins. They're Adam. They're there.
One day.
One
day. I can dream.
One day, Pinocchio. One day, you'll be.
I'll be a real boy.
Mike Hawk and Balls. Oh God, Mike Hawk and Balls.
Say it right. It's Mike Cock and Balls. Okay.
It's Mike Hawk. It's an H. Mike Hawk and Balls. Okay.
Pronounce it correctly, Sitch.
That's how it's pronounced. For $2, says hashtag repeal the 19th. There you go, Adam.
What is the 19th?
That's the women's voting.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, I want to abolish the vote. I want to expand
No, but you
the
were
vote.
talking about that earlier. So
Wouldn't it be crazy if, while we expanded the vote to include 12-year-olds, we made it illegal for women to vote?
there you go. See, Adam, maybe you would get it right now if you said, I want 12-year-olds to vote, but only male 12.
But only male 12-year-olds. Exactly. I lose the argument then on the smarter.
I think you do.
On the smarter aspect of it. Everyone knows 12-year-old boys are the dumbest people on the planet. I mean, I'm not going to argue that, okay?
Utter nonsense for $3 says, did you see the high school in Portland that's changing its mascot from the evergreen tree because trees equal lynching?
No way. Holy shit.
Oh no, is that true?
These people are just trying to get their name in the paper. That's all.
Right.
This is national level trolling going on. This is like, let's see what kind of insanity we can convince the media to publish. I mean, it's got to be that.
Portland school postpones vote on changing mascot to evergreens over racism complaints.
Oh my God.
It says the evergreen tree was the front runner of a mascot survey submitted to students and staff. Wait, okay. How lame is your fucking school?
Yeah, the evergreens. What do you do
That
with
when
the
they're
games?
voting? Yeah, that when they're voting for a mascot, a tree is winning the survey. Like, are you shitting me?
Wait, is this Portland, Oregon?
It is.
Okay, well now it all makes
You
perfect
think
sense.
they meant it ironically because it was like evergreen?
No,
like
there are
evergreen
a bunch
college?
of crazy environmentalists up there.
I
Of
see.
course, they're like, "Oh, the tree! Look, the tree, the thing of life, the thing we make plywood out of,
Wait a minute.
the thing we sacrifice to the plywood god."
The school's name is the Ida B. Wells Barnett High School.
Oh my God!
So maybe there you go. Adopted its namesake earlier this year after the Pulitzer Prize-winning African-American journalist who extensively documented lynching at the turn of the 20th century.
I recently,
This is a very woke school.
yeah, evidently, Portland, Oregon. You had me at Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
I recently watched. I love the show Portlandia, and I recently watched. I don't know if it's the most recent season.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's the most recent season. I don't know if it's recent though, or if it's just ancient. But man, it was hilarious, and they were definitely taking a few digs at the wokeness, which they're particularly in a good place to do that since it's Portlandia. They're making fun of Portland.
Yes. Adam's Monkey Tail.
I saw that go
Adam's
by.
Monkey Tail for $2 says the frustrating thing about Destiny versus the Serfs was not that Lance was saying Kyle was against Black Lives Matter. It was that Kyle was on tape saying he is for the protest, and Destiny still has not seen it because the bubble won't let him.
Really? Holy shit!
I
That's
thought Destiny
crazy.
brought that up, didn't he?
I'm not sure. You'd think he would bring it up if he saw it.
I thought that was brought. I vaguely recall that was brought up where he said that it was on tape. Maybe he said someone in chat said that it was on tape that Kyle was in favor of the protest.
Yeah.
Because in the debate, Surfs kept trying to conceptualize this as Kyle Rittenhouse is anti-Black Lives Matter. And it's like, well, he's not anti-Black Lives Matter necessarily. He's protecting people from burning down property. That doesn't really have, that's not, unless you're saying Black Lives Matter is in favor of burning down property. It's a different topic, a different issue. So Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, UBI, children voting. Carl Benjamin, we summon you. La la Sargon Fatah. There you go.
Wow.
Big Tyler for $3 says, for $6 for two says, I caught something to comment on live today. Celebrities are lame podcasters without script writers. Without directors and reshoots, they lose a lot of charisma. Behind the characters, they're just as vapid and empty as we knew they were deep down.
Oh my God.
When it comes down to it, without the millions of dollars of production value backing them, I find it easier to listen to you guys for 8 hours than even Nick Offerman or Rob Lowe or Donald Faison, showing how out of touch they are for half an hour.
Man, I don't know that I disagree.
Maybe that's why the only people we've really seen who have gone from being actors/celebrities to podcasters successfully are comedians.
Yeah, comedians are dealing with material that has actual substance to it. I almost said this.
It's completely different from being an actor.
I almost said this when you mentioned Tom Cruise, or I think you also mentioned Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. did a podcast with Joe Rogan, right? The podcast
Yes, I
king.
heard that one. Yeah.
And man, that podcast was boring as fuck.
It was very boring.
They weren't talking about anything. They didn't go deep into anything. And I mean,
but you know why? Because he's doing what you said. He's
I
not
know
gonna
that's
take a
the
strong
thing.
stance on anything.
that is the thing that's exactly what I was thinking. I was
Yes.
like, well, I can't really. I mean, just don't go on the podcast, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Don't go on a long form podcast.
That's a good point.
Especially
That's a good
Joe
point.
Rogan, where you're expected to talk about actually, substantive stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
that's true.
we have a good situation here where we really try to test each other and like we're trying out new ideas and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's funny to me that so many people just kind of dismiss this MMT stuff. Like, well, it's so much here to digest.
Adams for $4.99 says the constant need to call everything racist is driving me insane. This is why I can't vote for the Dems for quite some time until woke is defeated.
Well,
Yeah, a lot of people feel
you
that
know
way.
how I feel about that. Sounds like your A-team to me. I mean, jeez. I actually called him. I called him racist when they were texting me in the election, and I just, oh God, it felt so good. Felt so good. Just to say, to the canvassers, I'll never vote for a Democrat. You're a racist piece of shit.
Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $5 says Destiny brought up Kyle supporting the protest. It was Vosh, big surprise, who had not seen the video.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Well, I think we covered the Destiny Vosh Kyle Rittenhouse thing.
We did.
I think it's one of our most popular videos, actually.
Because it's one of the most insane things you've
It
ever
is.
watched.
Yeah, I know. Of course. God, there's nothing like having two completely sane people like watching something
See,
insane.
this is how I know that my father is not a crazy person. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Even though, because he bought into the mainstream narrative Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, yeah. He worked his
Completely.
way
Hook,
out of it?
line, and sinker. Okay.
Really? Oh, my goodness.
But when I explained to him what really happened, he doesn't pull a Vosh and defend it. He just says, oh, well, if what you're saying is true, if the way the facts are is what you're saying, then yes, I completely agree with you.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have a $10,000 Patreon he has to protect.
That's true. That's true.
I don't
he
know what
does
Vosh's
have-
Patreon is, so I'm just
He does
throwing
have a
number
lot
out
of faith in the left-wing liberal media.
there. Yeah. Ooh. We should get him on with Isaac. We could do like
We should.
a
That'd be
doubles
interesting.
debate. It'll be fun.
We should.
Isaac and Sitch's dad against Sitch and Adam. That would be
my
great.
dad's not even in the same ballpark as Isaac. He's like way. My dad listens to reason. He just disagrees with some of the facts and ideas, but he's not like Isaac at all.
Isaac was Danimal called Isaac dishonest, and it totally chapped him. He got really angry about it. He did. He was really angry.
That's funny.
We're actually supposed to Danimal's going to come on and talk to Isaac, so it should be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Zombie Chicks for $5 says humans are funny. You tell them no, you can't have this, and it makes them watch it more. 6 Days in Fallujah's controversy is another example of that. True. That's the literal first narrative story in the Bible.
Oh, it is. Exactly.
Is that exact lesson?
All except
the more you
this tree.
The more you tell, the more you tell a child they can't do something, the more they want to do it. That's the first lesson in the Bible. Okay, it's there for it's the first lesson for a reason.
Notice how all this fruit is eye level. Notice how it's perfectly within grasp.
Yep.
Oh my God. And they call this guy God. What the hell?
No, of course.
Oh wait, it was a test. It was a test. Never mind.
It probably wasn't an apple.
It was.
In
Oh
the
yeah, it's a
original text
pear.
of the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, they don't know what it was.
No, it was a pear.
I think the word was like a general word for fruit.
Simulation people told me it was a pear.
And as you may or may not know, you can't just plant an apple seed in the ground and the apple tree will come out. It will probably taste like shit. They have to do this weird grafting process where they clone basically certain types of apples to get apples to not taste terrible.
Yeah. You know why did you say grafting or cloning?
It's both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They use a root system that's a super hardy apple. That's a super hardy apple tree that roots can survive in the desert, and they use a very effeminate apple on top, which tastes good.
Oh, there you go. The Crappy Robot for £2 says, have you watched or read Invincible? About to watch it soon. No, I've seen it constantly advertised on Twitter, I think. Every time I'm scrolling, I'm sure Adam's seen it, though he probably doesn't remember saying it. It's a little superhero cartoon thing you've seen advertised on Amazon. Advertised on Twitter for Amazon Prime. But no, I haven't watched it or read it. So let us know how it is, Crappy Robot. Thanatos777 for $10 says, my cool cats. The biggest problem with comics is that they're all about the characters because the characters are the moneymakers, while manga seems to be more about the stories. A-team for the win.
There we go. Exactly. Best case scenario, you get both, though. Best case scenario, you got good characters.
I actually kind of disagree with that. Because I think all the best stories are ones where you see characters that are interesting interact with each other. To me, maybe that's just me, but that's where more enjoyable stuff comes from the story, not necessarily the story itself. I don't know. I have to think about that. Crapspackle. Crapspackle. There you go.
I like that.
For $5 says, woke comics don't sell, but back sell like hotcakes, fella. Is that true? Like old comics are selling really high right now? Because if that's true, that would lead to the credence that it is woke stuff that's destroying the comic book industry.
I think Comicsgate makes a pretty strong argument that it's woke stuff. They're always posting stuff on Twitter that I'm like, is this for what? Well, this is real? Oh my God.
I guess here's something I didn't consider, which could be very possible, which is that it's true comics have been on this downturn for the last 20 years. But that was before all these comic book movies started to come out. And you would expect that when all these comic book movies come out, that comic book sales would increase to some amount because of this. Because people watch the movies and they say, I want more of that.
Hell yeah.
And if that isn't happening, then there probably is a good argument that that's because current comics are woke and terrible and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So no, that does make sense.
That's a theory. I buy into it. I think it's true.
Yeah.
I think that I think as someone who's been around a lot of writers, I think like the higher woke level, the less like understanding of human nature people are. And to write good stories, you really have to understand human nature. You have to understand human dilemma.
Yes.
Stuff like that. And it has to be a dilemma that everyone can relate to. And I just don't.
Well, there was a time period where I was reading a lot of comics. And when I was reading it, I noticed the same thing would happen in all the titles. And it really bothered me.
Storylines were repetitive.
Which, no, not even that. It's that all the story arcs would have these massive buildups for like books and books of buildup. And then it would all be resolved in like 2 pages.
Oh, that sucks.
It's terrible.
God.
It feels
Terrible
like
pacing.
the worst fucking thing ever.
Terrible pacing.
Yes,
Pacing
pacing
can
was
destroy something.
Disastrous. And I remember there was one comic book arc, a Spider-Man one, that actually didn't do that, where it had all this build up and then the conclusion was the entire last book. And I'm like, perfect. That's all I wanted. Just perfect pacing. Wonderful.
Yeah, we got pacing is huge. We're going through our book and doing it basically all together so we get the pacing right.
Orion, the above average, $5, says, I think kids are learning to use what they can get out of tests. In high school, freshmen knew bomb threats get you out of tests from their middle school days. There you go. So now they're using
I remember
instead of a bomb threat, they use like a racism
I
threat.
remember the bomb threat days.
There you go. There you go.
That's what you had to do. When
We
you were
do
like,
not condone the use of bomb threats. Okay.
I mean, pulling the fire alarm, I remember. There were definitely some people that I know that pulled the fire alarm to get out of a test. But yeah. Bomb threat that's after my time.
So, oh my God.
What's up?
John Smith for $1.99. I might have to take your wrench away, John Smith. I just gave it to her. Maybe I have to take it away.
What's going on?
Well, she sent a super chat that's just Hebrew.
Oh, I
That's
saw
funny.
that.
That's funny. I was like, okay.
But you put it in the translator.
I put it in the translator.
And it's something bad. Oh, shit.
It's how is my N-word?
Oh, my God.
Which I don't even know why that could be.
How can you? I didn't even know Hebrew could do that.
I didn't even know Hebrew would translate the N-word like that, which is what I'm confused by.
This is crazy.
I'm trying to see how much I can. Oh my God, my Hebrew's so rusty. And you did it without vowels too, so like 100% can't even read it.
Don't read it.
I can't even pronounce it. There's no vowels. She didn't include the vowels.
Oh my God.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, did I miss that not gay Ben last week? I missed that guy. No, he was here last week, wasn't he?
I thought so.
I don't remember. I hope he was.
He came out as not gay.
He came out as not gay. That's right.
It's official.
Amazing news, right? Cutting edge, mind blowing stuff. Not gay Ben came out as not gay last week.
He came out as super straight.
I read this one. This was Dax Lucerno saying that he liked Adam until pineapple pizza.
Oh yeah,
that's right. So he's
you
become
can read it again if you want to rub it in.
S-Class, Lord of the Multi-Universe, Lord Sitch. Evil Hero Diamond Cat for $5 says, "You guys watch Mahler's Snyder Cut video? I think it's insane that he thinks it's bad because it's out of continuity with Wonder Woman 84 and Aquaman." I haven't seen it yet. That would be a weird argument because the Snyder Cut technically came out first.
I have not seen it yet either.
I'll have to check that out.
Was it April 1st that he came out with it? Because he did that April Fool's Day thing, and I think I might have been.
Maybe that was it.
I think I might have been sus. I think that was the only reason I didn't jump and watch it immediately.
Oh my God, CT, as an April Fool's joke, she made us an OnlyFans account.
No way.
Yes,
Oh my
she did.
God.
You can type in onlyfans.com Sitch and friended.
No way.
CT, you fucking,
You evil.
you fucker, you motherfucker.
Why would she do that?
Because it's pretty funny. The
People are
thumbnail.
going to sign up for that.
The thumbnail is the S class cover.
Oh my God.
CT, you're
Why
evil.
are you trolling us?
You're so evil. You're so evil.
I can't. What?
Yeah, you didn't put up the other.
Oh,
comment,
man,
though.
this-
the one.
Okay, it was March 30th that it came out. Okay, maybe this is a legit,
There you go.
an unabridged rampage.
Well, we'll check it out. We'll check it out as soon as Adam puts up the other comics, the other artwork, because he's terrible.
What do you mean?
I sent it to you. Render unto Caesar for $4.99 says words are not violence. Lies and misrepresentations are. Yes, that's Adam's big position. Yes.
Words are.
I agree with
yeah.
that. I agree with that.
I just think it would be. I mean, imagine. You would have the left.
Imagine all the people.
Well, you would have the left. Well, that's technically what would be going on because they both have the same position. But we're in this weird world where they can't agree with each other. It's like, no, don't don't let me agree with you. Oh my God, this
Speaking
is pretty good.
Of woke comics.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, did you put the thing up?
No, I'm gonna.
Oh, speaking of woke comics, someone sent, I don't know when this was, if this is new or old or recent. I don't know if this is real. I hope it's not real. Someone, if it's real, it's terrible. Someone at Marvel has a panel that depicts the Red Skull, the Nazi villain from Captain America, as a blogger, and it says 10 rules for life.
Yep.
Chaos and order, the feminist trap. So they're equating Jordan Peterson with the Red Skull.
Yeah.
At Marvel. Disgusting.
Yeah, they're not even really hiding it, are they? Like, it's not even subtle.
This is a comic CT made that says, me saying, CT, I feel bad. You can go to bed. You don't have to stay awake for us. This was last week when we went till like 4 a.m. Adam says, no, CT can't go to bed. And then she's saying, oh, I'm fine. Why? You amateurs sleepy. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Up
She
all
had us
night.
beat the
Look at
whole
that.
time. Yep.
I love that thing she does with her glasses.
The little X glasses?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're cool.
it is cool. Super cool. Great color on this, CT. I like this. Looks great.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says kids use naughty words. News at 11. True. I know. Shocking, right?
Yeah.
Culavar for $5 says, since you mentioned writing stories, would love your opinion on my writing of the stories of the last 2 videos I made as they tie into one another. Oh, I'll have to check them out. I'll have to check them out.
Here's the Red Skull picture. Chaos and order. Look,
I hope this is not real. I couldn't find out if someone knows.
you
Is this
tried to
real? Is this
check
from an
it.
actual comic or is this just like a parody? Because it could also be edited. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's actually real or not. Because if that's real, that's fucking terrible. Terrible. That's
Feminist
terrible.
trap.
Terrible.
Well, what? I don't know. It might not be terrible. What's his advice on the feminist trap? Maybe it's good. Maybe it's actually good. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be disgusted. Never mind.
James Lindsay had a really good meme, which was it's the spider and the it's the frog and the scorpion, and the frog is normal people and the scorpion is woke people. I was like, yes, see, that's why we need you, James. That's why we need you. Jonathan Watkins for $2 says A-Team wears Supreme. There you go. You got to get yourself some fresh Supreme gear, Adam.
Ooh, is that a thing? Can I do that?
Yeah, the clothes. Remember the picture someone made of your face on, like, you had the jacket
Yeah.
that looked like Goku? That's the Supreme clothing brand.
Sweet.
So there you go. You got to get some Supreme clothing brand stuff, Adam.
You're sending me art that's already been displayed, by the way.
Did we display that one? I
Yeah.
don't remember displaying that one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
Last
making
week.
sure. I'm just making
Taking
sure.
care of business.
You didn't put up the Harker one.
I did. I just did. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The CT made the comic with me and
Harker.
with you, yeah. Instead of
Harker,
instead
it's
of her.
time you learned. You learned. You learn
about money and the importance of Harker. No, yes.
Look at that.
There you go.
Bad super chatters.
Bad.
Don't
super
do
chat.
that.
Don't do it. Dr. Diddler for $5 says 18 P's sitting down
I saw
and
that
wears
one too.
Velcro sneakers because tying knots is hard.
True.
S-class is best class.
Oh my god. Tying shoes is hard.
That's true. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. 18 P sitting down and wearing Velcro sneakers. Econs for $4.99 says Apple's diversity VP, a black woman, said diversity could be found in a room full of white men, and she got fired and replaced by a white person. Yes, I forgot about that.
What?
That's a good example. That's a good example. Yes, that happened.
A black woman got fired?
Yeah, because she said, she was talking about diversity of thought. So she said there could be diversity in a room full of white people, and she got fired.
Oh my god, you're kidding me.
And they replaced her with a white person who was woke and said, oh, no, we need more skin color diversity. Yeah.
Oh, well, did that person go to town firing all the white people?
I hope so.
Yeah, let's see. I hope they all got canned after that.
I do remember that, yes.
That's crazy.
Apple's head of diversity, Christy Smith, leaves after 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah. They're
no,
like,
it's a different
diversity of thought? What are you?
Was it
right-wing
Apple?
reactionary?
Whatever. Anyway.
Yeah.
The Wooster for $1.99 says,
Mm-hmm.
mm-hmm,
Mm-hmm.
mm-hmm,
Mm-hmm.
mm-hmm.
That's a John McWhorter.
That's the John McWhorter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 95 Keat for $5 says, what are you guys streaming on Easter? Oh, right. Atheist and the Jew. Please proceed. That's right. That's
Hilarious.
Right. That's right.
I was very proud of myself that I actually threw out a happy Easter, though. So
HP Lefty for $5 says, just found you guys a little while ago. Been laughing at embarrassing YouTube debates for years, but only heard the term steel man after watching you.
really? Oh,
There you go.
yeah. We came up with that on our own.
There you go. And they said ATS, which I imagine is the shortened version of A-Team Supreme.
I didn't come up with Steel Man, just so you guys know. I don't want to be. I
Right.
was kidding.
Oh,
Slash
did you
lying.
lie?
Yeah.
Look at this. Adam lied to you
I
guys. He
know.
lied to the
I
A-Team. He
know.
made you think he came up with
Sometimes I do that. I joke around. I have an uncle that does that. And when I was a kid, I never really realized that he was actually lying to me.
Right.
Like I'd always believe his jokes. So now I'm sort of in that habit where
There was
someone
like
might walk away thinking we actually came up with that. Go, wait
There
a
was like
second.
very early in my Twitter career, there was like a month where every day I would tweet out a weird random fact that sounded like it could be true, but was actually a total lie.
Oh my God.
I should go back to doing that. It was
Are
pretty
the
funny.
tweets still up? Have you ever
They're
nuked
somewhere.
your tweets?
No, I've never put my tweets. They still exist.
You've never nuked your tweets?
Nope.
Oh, I've
Never
nuked
nuked my
tweets.
tweets. I'm not a coward.
I nuke tweets on a regular
S-class
basis.
is not a pussy class, okay?
Yeah.
A-team is the pussy team.
I guess
Nuking your
so.
tweets. God.
I don't know why. I just got in the habit of like nuking them every once in a while. Just feels
for the
good to have
pussy
a
team.
fresh slate. Just feels good. I might have changed my opinions.
It feels good to delete evidence, is what he's saying.
Yeah, back in the day.
Render unto Caesar for 499 says A-Team Saiyan Team. That's true because you got the tail.
Yeah,
A-Team is Saiyan Team.
true.
I mean, Adam doesn't even know who the Saiyans are, but he can learn. He can
I
learn
like
about his
Render
true
under
heritage.
Caesar.
Yeah. Are you more of a Goku or Vegeta fan?
You know,
Come on. Are you Team Goku or Team Vegeta?
I don't want to answer right now.
Just answer. There's no wrong answer here. There's no wrong answer. To
Oh,
this
there
question.
is a wrong answer. I
There
know
is not.
You're
It's like
tricking me into
team-
something.
It's not. It's like Team Edward or Team Jacob. There's no wrong answer. Okay.
Wait a second. There is a right. There is a right answer. With
Is
Team
there a right
Edward.
answer to that?
Hell
I
yeah.
didn't watch Twilight, so I don't know.
I didn't watch either, but I know that there's a right answer. Like one's
I
the
see.
bad boy and one's like the good guy. And you know, you want to be the bad boy.
Okay, so Team Goku versus Vegeta. Goku's the good boy, and Vegeta's the bad boy.
Okay, then I'm Vegeta.
There you go. Adam is Team Vegeta. Everybody.
Oh
That's
my
fine. I'm
god.
Team Vegeta too.
What did I admit to?
Okay, Team Vegeta is the way to go. I agree completely. I agree
Vegeta.
completely. Vegeta's a better husband. That's true. That's true.
Goku.
That's true.
Oh, right here.
Team Vegeta all the way. Mincy Piper for $5 says 5 units of free will, please. Do you space these out or take it all at once? Don't want to freak out on this stuff. So
Oh my
I
god.
would recommend
Do it all
Mincy.
at once.
No, do not listen to Adam. If you do all your 5 units of free will at once, you're gonna
Oh no.
you space them out. You save them for a rainy day. You know, you're kind of in a situation you don't really know what to do, and you're like, wait a minute, bam! I got a unit of free will right here. Snipe, and then you figure it out. You don't want to use it all at once.
Mhm. You cut out at the most inopportune time.
I
It was
know.
pretty hilarious. I laughed.
Whatever. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna say this. There was a very famous example of someone who took too much free will at once.
Mhm.
You know who that is?
Let me think. Who is
His
that?
name's Mel Gibson,
Oh,
and we know what
yeah.
happened to him.
Oh my god. You don't want that much free
You don't
will.
want that much free will, okay?
I completely agree. Yeah. Oh my god.
Frosty LaForge for $2 says, "Hey Goku, have you read Machiavellian's The Prince?" I guess we should call him Prince Adam now.
Hmm.
Have you read?
I haven't read
Prince?
The Prince. No, but I've read Dictator's Handbook, which actually talks about the Prince.
That's
so-
true. That's like the Prince for the modern era, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They
Yes.
basically say that Machiavelli got it right in The Prince, and they use social science to prove it. So, which is kind of a little scary, right?
Overcome Goku. How is Goku's like the worst father ever? What are you talking about? Goku's the worst father. He doesn't give a shit about he like doesn't care about his children at all.
Oh, really?
I mean, Vegeta's not a good father either. Vegeta's also a terrible father. But well,
I thought terrible fathers were good fathers, though.
Vegeta's the distant, emotionally distant, tough love father, I guess.
There you go. That's the good father.
Goku's a good father when he's there. When he's not absent in the home. Though then again, he did force his 11-year-old child to fight a planet-ending, solar system potentially destroying monster to the
Right.
death.
And you
So,
say 12-year-olds are not old enough to vote. Listen to this.
That's right. Look,
Listen.
you know what?
to
That's a compelling argument. If Gohan can kill Cell at age 11, I guess he should also be able to vote. Right?
Hell yeah! What are you talking about? He's already enlisted in service, saving the world. You won't even let him
Right.
vote.
That's right. Look,
What a terrible
if
person
someone
you are.
look,
What a
I
terrible,
agree.
terrible person.
If an 11-year-old child can beat Cell, then they get the vote. Okay, we can make a special exception just for them. I wouldn't trust Goku to vote though. I wouldn't trust him one bit. Some weird guy for $5 says, "Adam, you've been sneaking me into your bed for the past few weeks,
I've
but
read
you
this one.
promised me a wrench after the first couple nights. Where's my reward, love?"
Oh my god! I know, it's so embarrassing.
Yes.
I hope that's a girl, right?
Well, their name is some weird guy, so I imagine
Oh
not.
my God. You better be
Imagine
pulling a
not.
John Smith on me. First of all, I'm not in charge of the wrenches. Are you kidding? Look how like here, look, I'm
Is
literally
this true? Have you been sneaking him into your bed for
I'm
weeks?
literally the only wrench in the chat right now, which actually physically disgusts me. You come to my channel sometime, guys. You'll see.
Adam's a communist. Okay, he wants to flatten all.
I
communities.
like every single person in my chat has a wrench. And actually, John Smith was out. I don't know what I did because I gave a bunch. Smith was giving me super chats, telling me to wrench people, and I was wrenching people right and left. Then she pulls this
Adam.
troll.
Adam, here's the question. Someone in the chat brought this up. This is a very good question. Okay, so you have the 11-year-old who saved the planet, and you saying that they should be able to vote, but they're an illegal alien. What do you do? What do you do?
Nope, can't vote. Sorry.
No, even
Yeah.
if you save the entire planet,
Go
you
back
don't
to
get
your own
vote?
planet. Go back to your own
Wow.
country and vote.
Wow, planet. Actually, you were right the first time.
Go back
You're
to your own
literally an
planet.
illegal alien.
Go back to your own planet and vote. Hilarious.
Wow, you guys hear that? Wow.
No, of course we'll make anyone who saves the planet
I see.
is an American. Let's
Gotcha.
let's be real here.
Gotcha.
Anyone
Okay.
anyone who saves the planet, I mean, they're technically an American, right?
I don't even know if America exists in Dragon Ball Z universe, but they're still an American.
Yeah, of course. Only Americans save the planet.
That's right. That's true. That's true. Hexadecimal says this is true. Adam hyperinflated wrenches.
True.
That's true. Adam is hyperinflating the wrenches. It's true. It's true.
I have my
I'm
own
fiscally
wrench
responsible,
supply.
Okay.
I have my own wrench supply. I have MMT with the wrenches.
That's true.
We're
Gohan was born on Earth. So does that mean that Gohan is technically an anchor baby?
Oh my God.
Goku's an illegal alien and Gohan's an anchor baby. There you go.
Oh my God. Well, if an anchor baby saves the world, then we have to give them citizenship. Well, technically, they already have it anyway. So.
Right. Hakivelli for 2 Canadian says, can you define the white supremacy, Mott and Bailey?
The white supremacy, Mott and Bailey. Let me think.
In reference to what? I don't remember that coming up in this video that we're watching.
Well, the Mott, it's the moral Mott and the bullshit Bailey. And the bullshit argument is the systemic, like systems of oppression, systemic white supremacy, right? And the moral Mott is the defensible argument, which is the treating individuals racistly.
Racism is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I did it. I got it.
Well, so
Listen.
yeah, it would be, the Mott would be, we should, racism is bad. We should treat people the same. And then the Bailey is actually disagreeing with me about anything makes you a white supremacist. Anytime there is any
Participating in
inequality in
systems of
outcome,
oppression, yeah.
it's a system of oppression and it's evidence of racism.
Will participating in systems of oppression make you a racist?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Bailey would actually be participating in a system that we consider a system of oppression would actually make you also a white supremacist.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or if you say nothing,
Mm-hmm.
silence is violence.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And also words are violence. It's crazy. It's like
That's right.
no
There's lots of violence being thrown around here. Yes. Everything but violence is violence. It's true. It's true. Everything is violence until a convicted pedophile who just got a drug rehab is chasing you down.
Right.
And that's not violence. Then you just have to give in to the mob,
Oh my God. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
That's technically not violence. That's
right.
oppression.
That's fine. Brian for $2 says education didn't work, so now we need re-education.
Yeah.
Brian for another $5 says, I like Jordan Peterson's definition of malevolence, parentheses, toxicity, as a combination of arrogance, deceit, and resentment. Solution, healthy self-esteem. Yeah, I like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Bjorn Kazark for $5 says conversation is boring just because it sounds like two normies getting up to speed with all the stuff we've been fighting for years. A Team Supreme.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
C
right.
Trouble for $5 says shout out to the Monday crew. Have a good day at work, guys. That's right. Have a good day at work.
Yeah. For all our international spectators.
Yes.
Someone on Twitter is complaining that they're blocked in the chat. But I don't know. My instinct is like, what'd you do? What'd you do?
Why you don't have to moderate some weird guy for saying, Sitch, grant me the wrench that Adam denies, or the chat rise up, sees the means of wrenches. That's funny. You don't have to, I don't know why that's being moderated. The chat.
Yeah. Who did
Confused. I don't know. That's totally fine. Don't have to moderate that. Hex Decimal in the chat says, by the way, the most important point about violence is that systems are violence, meaning if you support silently a wrong system by existing, you can be killed. Yes, true. C Trouble for $5. Oh, I read the one. John Smith for $1.99 says, give free will, please. There you go, John Smith. We'll give you two. Give you 2 free units of free will. Use them wisely, John. Use them wisely. Justin Hart for $5 says, eventually the left is all going to decide wokeness was a right-wing psyop. Oh, Patrick said, that's actually funny. Patrick says, it was me. I thought it was funnier to oppress him. That's actually funny. Okay.
Yeah, don't do that though. Don't time.
I don't know.
Out.
Meme moderation. It can backfire, but that's funny. As long as you explain why you're doing it. But I guess Adam's right.
Don't do that. That's not
nice.
nice.
Have to do that.
Yeah.
Automata for $5 says, I want to talk about specifics. Wait, I don't like those specifics. I want to make a broader general point now. Yes, that's what was happening in that conversation. True. Cullivar for $5 says, we had our church shot at in a drive-by. Oh my God.
Ouch.
Windows smash, swastikas on the doors.
What?
Woke equal wannabe victim.
What?
Crazy.
What?
That's crazy, Cullivar. Why were they putting swastikas on a church?
Well, that's probably like a real hate crime.
Huh. CS for $10 says, John McWhorter is vastly more intelligent than Chris Hayes. It's like watching Ali box a little child. Pathetic.
I totally agree, yeah. Chris Hayes.
Big Mitchie for 10 Aussies. Thank you very much, Big Mitchie says. A couple shows ago, Adam says he was Gen X. That means he could be anywhere from 60 to 80. I don't think that's what that means.
That's not true. Come
Adam
on.
out here talking mad poop about Biden being his old man, yet his 70-year-old, but is still sitting. Look at Adam. Does Adam look like he's 70? He'd be the most healthy, spry looking 70-year-old ever if that was
You don't know. I could be 70.
That's true. That is true. John Masters for $5 says, as a conservative, I'm getting increasingly bored with the woke debate. Not to the extent of ignoring them, just hate its pervasiveness in the discourse. That's understandable.
Yeah, it's pretty boring. It's like, mix it up already, okay? We're getting tired of racism. But as soon as you say that, you're like, oh, racist, look, he's tired of the white privilege. Look at that.
Yeah, watching two woke people debate is terrible. I'm interested in watching these conversations where you have someone trying to shake someone in the bubble out of it.
Yeah.
Like, look at what's happening. And they're like, no, they covering their eyes and closing their ears up. Cullivar for $5 says, Chris agrees slavery was necessary in America. Really?
Chris Hayes does? That's crazy.
Because society consciousness snapped, it was normalized. LOL. I'll have to check that out. Contrast for 2 Aussie says, is Seinfeld the Bruce Lee for Jewish people? Sure. I like that. I like that conceptualization.
He does kick ass.
Land Toron I'm gonna say Landatron. Landatron for $5 says, haven't been able to hear the AOC subway PSA again. I should probably snoop around on my state's website for an MP3. Also, what do you two think of Berserk? That's right. Landatron was telling us about how they were on the subway and they heard a AOC PSA come on the speakers.
Yeah, we got to check that out.
Yeah, we gotta check that out.
Does she do the sexy voice or what?
When has AOC ever done the sexy voice, Adam?
Oh yeah, you're right. She's got the nagging girlfriend down. She's got that voice down. Oh my God, there's so much racism in the world. Why are all these people so racist? All Republicans. Coincidentally, the people who I'm financially invested in defeating.
Oh, you brought up a picture of Vegeta and Goku. There you go.
Yeah, I brought up a picture of Mugen and
Do you know
Jean,
which one's
too.
which?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Guess. I want you to guess based on the names.
Why?
Just get. Just it's
Why
funny. Just
must
guess.
you embarrass me so much?
No, it's not embarrassing. It's like, have you never seen when they're like my parents guess the name of Pokemon or something? Like, it's funny.
I don't like being in this. Like being
Adam,
in the, like,
Uncle Adam, guess which
old-timer
one is
role.
Vegeta and guess which one is Goku. Just guess. It's a 50-50 shot here.
I'm gonna go with. Let me see here.
He's looking it up. He's already looked it up. Okay.
No,
He's
I
cheated.
haven't.
He's already
Look,
looked it up.
hold on. Look, both hands up. Look, I'm not typing. I'm gonna go with Goku's the yellow.
First of all, it's orange, but that would be accurate, yes.
Oh, he's a little. Someone's a little pissy that I got it right.
Yes. Because I think you looked it up. I think you cheated.
What are you talking about? There's no typing going on here.
I don't believe it. And to answer your question, what do I think about? I've never watched Berserk because I was told that the main character gets cucked by a demon, and I was like, I don't think I want to watch this show.
Yeah.
There you go. I know it's like, and also because it was on hiatus for like ever.
Cucked by a demon.
I never got involved.
That'd be a great name for a TV show.
Cucked by a demon?
Cucked by a demon, yeah.
I don't think that would be a good.
Why?
I don't think that would be.
I think it would be popular.
Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadian says, A-Team reigns. S-Class is bus class.
Oh.
He tricked you.
I gave you a little extra harmonica there.
That's
I didn't
right.
realize.
Sucked you in and then bam. Thank you, Patrick.
Cucked by
That's
a
why-
demon.
That's
right there.
That's right. That's why Patrick gets the wrench. Thank you, Patrick.
Oh my God.
Landatron for another $10 says, donating for extra free will, though I'm limited as I have a black girlfriend. If I say the gamer word, I lose more than just my Yakubian energy.
What? Oh my goodness. You lose your black girlfriend too?
That's right.
No.
S-Class maybe is class, but A-Team makes the bitches cream. There you go. Even though you said that, I'm a man of my word. Okay.
Mhm.
I give you 10 free units of free will. Thank you, Landatron.
10 free units of free will.
That's right. 10 free units of free will.
Yeah.
That's how it always goes.
It's so funny that they call it free will when it's like so difficult to obtain.
I know, right?
Yeah. So far from free.
I know.
The
That's
free
the
will
irony.
it's reversed actually. The free will should be
Free will isn't free.
the
It
free
costs
will.
folks like you and me.
Yeah. The free will should be the NPC because that's like the free way. You just you turn your brain off.
Well, okay,
Don't
obviously
really
that's not how they're using the word free though.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Obviously, but
I
I'm
got
just
you.
saying.
I know.
Everything's-
Hard earned will, is that what it should be called?
It's very counterintuitive, like MMT.
JJ Cheeker for $2 says, Adam, how many songs can you play on your harmonica?
1/3. 1/3 of a song.
1/3 of a song.
Working up to it.
Yep.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so epic.
Yep. It's gonna blow
Oh
your
my
minds. Blown away.
When I actually play a song.
Oh my God. Everyone's going to be so impressed.
I think I might know 2/3, 1/3 of 2 different songs.
I'm going to say 40%.
No. Not even close.
Garrett Drummond for $5 says, Adam's MMT crazy talk has made me get a macroeconomics textbook. And I'm now convinced that macroeconomics is pseudoscience. Well, you're probably correct.
Yeah, probably so. We didn't say anything about it not being pseudoscience. We just said it was true. Okay.
Right. Crack Rocksteady for $5 says, I still have faith in A-Team. Adam is definitely a man of principles. But that 16-year-old voting stance is pretty bad, though. Sorry to beat a dead horse.
Oh, my God.
Excuse me.
No, I like it.
Oh, my God. So apparently CT did this with you. She sent you a picture of a Pokemon and said, for you to name this, you had to post this picture. I didn't know that she did this with you. Oh, no, I think she told me about this. I forgot.
What did I name it? I can't remember.
You'll see. I don't want to ruin it. You'll post it.
God.
And show everybody.
If it's embarrassing, I don't want to post it.
It's funny.
Why do you always want to embarrass me?
Adam, you're advocating for 12-year-olds voting and you're worried about getting embarrassed because you don't know the name of a fucking Pokemon? Are you kidding me?
Well, when you put it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I do. I actually feel wrecked by facts and logic now.
Yes. Orion the Above Average for $5 says, it's the first Easter without my grandpa. Oh, sorry.
My God.
Sorry to hear that, Ryan. So in his German honor, I hope you all enjoy this Jewish fairy tale, as he called it. He's a World War II era German. Oh my God. Wow.
This is hilarious.
A lot of mixed messaging there. Kind of cringe for 50 Mega Man X dollars says, S-Class is ass class.
There you go. Right there.
A-Team makes the gays cream.
Well, that's true.
That is true. CT, though. CT moderates the stream. Yeah, that's not very cool. A-Team, baby. Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
There you go.
Still pulls the A-Team. Sweet.
There you go.
So here's the name of my Pokemon. Spoon Rat.
For those listening, CT sent Adam a picture of Alakazam. She said, what's the name of this? And he said, Spoon Rat.
Spoon Rat. But then she made a Spoon Rat Pokemon.
And she drew Spoon Rat. That's great. I love it. The Spoon Rat. Yes.
Oh,
there you go. That's awesome. That's wonderful.
It is awesome.
Yes.
I might have to trade in Magikarp.
For Spoon Rat?
For Spoon Rat, yeah. I have my own Pokemon. When people ask me what I'm like, obviously. I have my own Pokemon.
There you
Spoon
go.
Rat.
What's your favorite Pokemon? Spoon Rat. He's the coolest one.
Of course.
I love it.
I can't believe you know all these. First of all,
I don't.
How are you not?
I only know the first 150.
How are you not embarrassed that you know all of these Pokemon?
I don't. I only know the first generation Pokemon.
Right. Still kind of embarrassing, but
this is my childhood, Adam.
when I was a kid, they were teaching me like the bones of the body. I still remember them to this day.
You're so lame that you paid attention to what they were teaching you in school, because I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I was. They're like, you want to learn the periodic table? I'm like, nah, I'm gonna learn the Pokemon.
I know the
That's more
periodic
useful
table
to my
too.
life.
I still remember the periodic table.
Really?
Yeah.
Give me the first 10 elements.
Oh well, I don't know what that was.
That's what I thought, fuckhead.
I think if you gave me some elements, I might be able to tell you what the sign was. Like silver, I think is AU. No,
well, yeah, we remember the
mind.
weird ones. Like
Let's not have a talk
gold
about
is
this.
AG because it's from Latin.
Magnesium, I think, is MG. The easy ones,
okay.
right?
Here we go.
Lithium,
Okay.
LI.
Right.
Yeah. What are you pulling it up? I'm pulling it up now. I don't want to.
Okay, well, if you're pulling it up, then we.
I don't want to. I don't want to be bested.
Look. Okay.
Somebody's so wrong. What? Pokemon.
Do you remember?
United.
Do you remember what makes something a noble gas? Because I remember that.
Yeah, those are like the first. Those are the first ones, right? The first 7 are all noble gases.
Wrong.
What?
Wrong. It's actually the opposite. They're on the far right end of the periodic table.
Hmm.
Noble gases are gaseous elements that are not reactive.
Mm. Oh, nice. I'm getting drone recommendations now.
There you go.
Non-reactive, right? Yeah. Like
Yes.
helium and hydrogen are both reactive.
Very reactive.
Hydrogen is super reactive,
Yes.
aka the Hindenburg.
A.K. the Hindenburg.
Oh, I mean, e.g. the Hindenburg, for example.
Steve Preston for $2 says, "Happy Easter. He's a raisin." There you go. I like that. He is a raisin. Cullivar for $5 says, "Sitch's internet is suppressing him. Cancel Sitch's internet." Yes, it is. It is today. I don't know why it's so bad today.
Racism. Come on,
It is
Sitch.
racist.
You know
It
why
is.
it's bad.
Yes. Reverend knows full shelf of valence electrons. True. Have a vast chemistry knowledge. You two are hurting me.
I know. I knew we were going to trigger some people. It
That's
happens.
my favorite.
Yeah,
That's
it
my
happens.
favorite. Let's talk more about chemistry. It really
Yeah.
bother hexadecimal.
Oh, I know. Oh, no.
Die Hard Dougie for $2 says, "Thanks, guys. I saw the debate with AA."
Cool.
Yeah,
Why
I
are you
watched-
thanking Sitch?
I
I'm the
gotta
one
check
that
that out.
destroyed Academic Agent.
I gotta
What
check
are you
that
talking
out.
about?
That sounds fun.
It was actually a good conversation. There was no real destruction going on. Unless you want to count me destroying him for like 20 minutes before he came on.
Vagabond666 Gmail for 5 Aussie says, "MMT isn't wrong per se. It just seems to lead people to the conclusion that printing money isn't a stealth wealth transfer from middle class to the rich." Yes, I can understand that.
Is it a stealth wealth transfer? Because I
No.
wonder about that.
Why would it be?
MMT? Because you're like doling out government spending to whoever gives you the most money.
No, they're saying it seems to lead people to the conclusion that printing money isn't a stealth wealth transfer from middle class to the rich.
Oh, okay. So normally there is a stealth wealth transfer.
I guess I'm assuming what Vagabond's saying is that if there's inflation, it would hurt middle class people more than rich people. Is that what Vagabond's trying to say?
Warren Mosler famously says, "We already have UBI, universal bond income, or universal bondholder income. That's what the deficit is." He wants to. Warren Mosler is advocating for 0% interest rates, and that. Oh, I don't know how he feels about the Treasury, but he wants a policy of 0% interest rates. Which, oh my God, can you imagine?
When will we stabilize Element 116 and make UFOs? That's the real question.
I think he drastically wants to shrink the financial sector. And I think 0% interest rates, I mean, that would drastically shrink this financial sector, wouldn't it?
Vagabond says, "If you print money, the value of money diminishes, but assets inflate to keep up."
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, but I think MMT is disagreeing with that. They're saying printing money alone does not necessarily diminish the value of it.
Love it.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying, but if it would, yeah, if currency becomes diminished, certain assets can raise up in value and become more valuable than the currency. I understand that.
Yep. That's how it works. That's inflation. Asset prices go up.
Right. Whale Ears for $10 says, "If you listen, Hayes tells you he doesn't believe his own narratives. A lot of things happened at once during protest. The anti-woke people are losing. What does he report on?" Well, that's why he doesn't talk about this stuff. There's a global crisis. We have to talk about that. We have to talk about the pandemic.
Yeah. Wokeness isn't real.
The Wooster for $4.99 says, "James Lindsay has only become more based with time. The mainstream media would smear him anyway, so there's no point in interacting with him. Just go nuclear."
Hell yeah.
Nuclear. I disagree.
Yeah.
Sorry, Wooster.
We understand what you're trying to do, but I like the Lindsay that we have.
Of course you do.
You got to go to war with the Lindsay you have, not the Lindsay,
Not the Lindsay you want.
Yeah. Come on, very famous Secretary of State said this.
Yeah, who said that?
Donald Rumsfeld.
Lord of the Nerds, $5 says, what are you two talking about? Identitarian lefties do not respond to reason. You have argued this. James kissing up to be the good boy you want won't work. I don't want James to be the good boy. I want him to be the academic that people can point to and take seriously and not just instantly dismiss as being silly or crazy or whatever.
People dismiss us like that. Who
Yeah,
cares?
but we are that.
Yeah, I don't.
We are silly.
Would Lindsay get invited on? I mean, Brett Weinstein got invited on Real Time with Bill Maher.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. James Lindsay could very easily be invited on.
Yeah,
Real
I
Time
think
with Bill
so.
Maher.
I think it is
Right.
within the realm of possibility.
No, I'm telling you, we need anti woke academics
Yeah.
to counter all the bullshit woke academics.
All he has to do is do like a week at a comedy club, and he's good to go. That's all.
Get it all out.
A week
Get it
of
all out.
stand up, and
Yes.
he could completely
Right.
say, "Well, I'm a stand up
And-
comedian."
To be clear, the point isn't for him to convince identitarian lefties, because as
No.
you said, they do not.
It's to convince
The
Bill
point-
Maher.
No. Yeah, the point is to convince the normies
Yes.
in the middle.
Yeah.
And to make the I can't even speak. To make the identitarian lefties have to vocalize what they're actually supporting. Because one of the biggest powers that the wokes get away with is the fact that they can kind of couch and hide and obfuscate what they're actually supporting in all this nonsense rhetoric that tricks liberals into supporting them. Prince Charming for $5 says, Chris Hayes is a puny woke boy. Join the L Squad to pump those muscles. Adam, you could join and dump that flabby belly. Lift squad for best spot.
Oh man.
Ouch.
Yeah. Painful. Who says
Whalers-
that? I like my flabby belly, guys.
There you go. It's got the dad bod. Okay.
Dad bods
It's hot
are
right
in.
now.
I saw it in Cosmo. It has to be true.
Whalers for $5 says, he says that Gina is horrible, but her firing is more worrisome. But does he oppose it? It doesn't sound like it at all. That was Adam's
Yep.
emotional reactive take. Yeah.
Oh my God! Listen to Sitch. He's like, well, I was getting triggered here. Gotta here, press play, move on, quick.
Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $5 says, Sitch, did you watch Skull Island yet? No, I have not. Sorry. Or at least the Godzilla versus King Kong trailer. I did see the trailer, yes. I reserve my team choice until I'm answered. I did see the trailer. I am going to watch it at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow or Tuesday. So.
Don't get me wrong. It's ridiculous, but it's fun. It's really
Yes.
fun. And there's
Yes.
there's like I don't know. If you're into astronomy, you're probably gonna freak out. There's some weird,
Mr. Tickle
weird
Trunk for
stuff.
5 Canadian says, Gina posted that people demonize their Jewish neighbors in Germany, which started the road to violence, and that's a bad thing. How is it anti-Semitic? Yeah, it wasn't anti-Semitic. That's what was crazy about it.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy about it.
They said they turned that into, which she should have seen coming, into she's comparing conservatives who have white privilege and are racist to Holocaust Jews, which is, understand that's a disgusting comparison, but that's not what she was saying.
I got distracted. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm
That's weird.
constantly distracted.
Andrew Clark for $2 says less MMT and more MMF.
Yeah, I'm
There you go.
scared. I'm scared. What's MMF?
I'm not sure.
Oh, male, female.
Minimum marketable feature?
A threesome involving 2 men and 1 woman.
I hope that's not what they're referring to. Mr. Tickle Trunk for 2 Canadian says Gina also posted ProMass tweet Sitch. Oh, did she?
Pro mask.
If that's true, send it to me on Twitter so I can see that.
Oh my
'cause then
God. Sitch
that
is
would
in favor
mean
of canceling her over the mask
That would,
thing.
first of all, fuck you. I'm not in favor of canceling her ever. Secondly, Yeah, show it to me because that would mean that I got bought into I bought into the fake news. I got tricked. So it's possible. It's very possible. It's very possible.
What if she's anti-mask, but she's pro-thong?
Oh, that's a good stance. That's a good stance.
You're like, okay, the trade-off's acceptable. I will accept this trade-off.
So this is weird. I guess Surfs was mad about his shitty performance with Destiny on the Kyrie and House stuff. Because for some reason, he's retweeted my March 30th tweet. I don't know why now.
What? You got a Surfs retweet?
Yeah, I know, because people were responding to him. Like, why are people responding to my old tweet? He's very mad. He's very mad. So if you remember, AOC tweeted out a video because people were criticizing her, saying, why aren't you criticizing the Biden administration for putting kids in cages? And she totally diverted everyone's attention by saying, oh, the immigration is a systemic problem. And she goes in and on about how it's because of climate change and imperialism. And then so I said, translation, the U.S. should have open borders because they meddled in the affairs of Central and South America countries at some point in history and also polluted. Okay. Which is literally what she's saying. That's literally what she's saying. And then the Surf said, when did the USA stop meddling in the affairs of Central and South American countries? Trump's last State of the Union, he literally used Juan Guaido as a prop. So there you go, guys. Look, according to the Surfs, if you comment, if any country uses its influence to affect any other country in the world, that means you have to have open borders with that country. There you go.
Wow.
There you go. And since the U.S. is the most powerful country in the world and has the most influence, you have to have open borders with everyone. There you go, guys.
Cool.
There you go.
Let
So
it happen.
his response isn't even a counter. He's just agreeing with my translation. Just agrees. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, I guess. Not very exciting. Some weird guy for $2 says, Think Club hosts Chris Hayes versus Candace Owens. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. That's the worst thing ever.
Why? Candace Owens is great. She's huge now. She's up to like 2.5 million followers on Twitter. Just think, we knew her when she was just arguing with people on YouTube.
Someone responded to this tweet. I love this. I wish this was the Lance response, because this is the good shitty response. It says, we should have open borders because borders are fictional, arbitrary, and don't exist without violence.
Borders are violence now.
Borders are fictional, arbitrary, and they don't exist without violence. Imagine thinking borders are arbitrary.
Arbitrary, I know.
People literally fight and die over borders, but it's just arbitrary. It's arbitrary.
Obviously, this person has never had a lot line dispute with their neighbor.
Like, there you go. Adam knows all about that.
I know about borders. Big time.
Aaron Villarreal for $5 says, since Sitch mispronounced Tiff and Eris. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't say Aerith because I'm not a fucking loser. I say Eris, okay? Original translation, the best translation. I'm reaffirming that A-Team reigns supreme. Boosh. That's a triple rhyme.
What? Why are you doing that? I might have to get a new co-host here.
So, Adam, are you on Team Eris, or Team Tifa?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this super chat related, or are you just asking me this?
It's related to super chat. They literally said I mispronounced Eris. Are you on Team Tifa or Team Eris?
Eris, Tiff, what?
You can type in Eris and Tifa.
Tifa. Tifa and Eris.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's see which one I'm on. Oh, look at this. Finally.
It's a very easy answer to this.
Finally, a good choice to make. Why is it an easy answer?
Well, there's one very clear winner in this. This
Clear?
contest.
What do you mean clear winner?
There's one clear winner here, okay?
Why are you casting it like that?
Because that's the way it is. I don't make the rules.
I don't know. It's tough decision here.
wh-
I can't.
show-
I don't know which one is which.
I know, but show us the picture you're looking at.
There's a brunette and a blonde.
There's like a brunette and a one with black hair.
Okay.
Okay, here, look. Here's the. I'll send you the picture.
Are these
Okay,
lesbians?
Is this the picture? Here's the picture. You can put it on stream.
Oh my God.
Okay.
The clear winner. You're so evil.
How am I evil? There's a clear winner here. All right.
What criteria are you?
The only one that matters.
Oh my God. That's evil. Why are you saying that? Yeah, I saw that one.
Okay.
Who's the one on the right?
So are you choosing the left or the right?
Right.
Okay, good. That's Team Tifa. There you go. That's the
Tifa.
right answer.
Yeah, exactly.
Adam is on Team Tifa.
Did I
There you
answer
go.
correctly?
There you go.
The clear winner. She has a better personality. That's what you're talking about, right?
Tifa is best girl. Okay.
Mhm.
Tifa was my first waifu.
Oh, really?
Yes, there you go. Criteria, breasticles. True.
Oh my God.
True. That's true. One of them is also dead, so that is a bad criteria.
Oh yeah, necrophilia. What if you're into necrophilia though? That
Well,
might
there you
be.
go.
Which one's dead? Did I pick the dead one? Oh no.
Eris is dead, so you picked right.
Okay, good.
Barbie says, for £2, what do you think of diverse deformed fake Barbies? There we go. We need more. I thought they already had that. I thought they had like Barbie in the wheelchair. I mean, obviously she still
No
looks
way.
like hot Barbie, but it's in a
No
wheelchair.
way.
I agree. We need like horribly disfigured, disformed Barbies.
No
I agree.
way.
We
That's
should have that.
crazy.
That's true.
Wheelchair Barbie.
I remember seeing that.
This can't be true. Oh my God, it is true. Holy shit. Holy shit. They think of everything. This is ridiculous. Holy shit. Oh my God. Somebody has all of them.
0088 for £2 says, would Sitch ever debate Destiny? Sure. I don't know what we would debate about. I would want to. I feel like we would just. I'd want to. I don't know. I feel like he's coming more and more to my side. So I don't know if I want to debate. I would just push him away.
Yeah. I've debated Destiny on objective morality.
Were you really debating? He doesn't believe in objective morality.
Yeah, I believe in objective morality.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're okay. We're not gonna have this conversation.
I'm a moral realist.
Just shut up. Shut up.
Universal morality is not true, but objective morality
Right.
is true.
I think the thing where I disagree with Destiny, unless he changed his opinion recently, is I don't think. Oh no, I don't know. I don't see. I mean, seems like I don't know. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
He's very anti-leftist. I don't know if he's becoming anti-woke to that extent.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he is. Maybe he's slowly transforming to becoming light and centrist. We'll see. We'll see.
I wonder if we can get a remote control wheelchair for Barbie and take her to the mall.
I bet you could.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. Have Barbie like tooling around the mall. We'll get her a little
Automata
mask.
for $2 says, now Tideland was a weird Terry Gilliam flick. I never saw that Tideland.
I didn't see Tideland either.
I never seen it either.
Maybe I should.
Check it out. Bet my favorite Terry Gilliam movie is Baron Munchausen.
I am gonna
Very much.
watch. I am gonna watch that Repo Man.
Don't
so
watch
so
Repo Man.
there, I'm gonna
Don't watch
love
it.
it too. I'm a big David Lynch fan.
Oh my God! Look who appeared in the chat. It's not Gay Ben.
Oh
Hey
my
guys.
God, really? Coming
I'm
out
not
as not gay?
I'm not gay.
Perfect.
Hex says Destiny is super woke. He did not take the final plunge. That's unfortunate. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate. We'll get him. We're making progress here.
Debate him
Okay.
on wokeness. That's a good thing.
Right.
There's not many Sitch debates out there. I think
That's true.
we should do one, but we should do one on our channel. Like, why?
Obviously. Right.
Yeah. Come to our channel.
Right.
We'll debate you.
Utter
I'll
nonsense.
moderate. It'll be perfect.
Utter nonsense for $2 has the best idea ever.
Mm-hmm.
You should do a call and stream with Isaac.
Yeah, we could do that. We could definitely do that. Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Isaac wants to stream all day Saturday next week, and I'm like,
Interesting.
what?
All day, huh?
Yeah. I'm like, I have to stream all day on Sunday. You think I want to do back to back all days?
Can he not do during the week at any point? Can only do Saturday?
Well, I don't know. He's got a kid, so.
What is that? That makes less sense. This kid would be in school during the week.
No, it's COVID. Come on.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Nobody's
But how
suffered
does
like
Saturday
people
make
with
it any better?
kids during COVID. COVID has been awful for people with kids. No way you can offload them to some other person.
Jenna Felix for $5. Thank you very much, Jenna. I versus Getorix for $5 says, did you see the short fat otaku debate? No. Who did he debate? JMAA. Do you guys believe in the political triangle? I don't. I don't know what that is, actually. I'm not sure what the political triangle is.
We don't have Google either, so we can't.
Who's
look it up.
JMAA?
Political.
Short fat otaku debated JMAA. Who's that?
Political triangle here. Oh, I've seen this before, yeah.
John Jackson Municipal Airport Authority. That's who JMAA is.
Well, I hope he won. They sound awful.
They do sound awful. Ivan Getorix for $5 says Corncob Jake's response to Short Fat Otaku's response to Sargon's response to Shoehead was cringe.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Wow, that sounds
Of course it's
3
cringe.
degrees. There you go.
How can that not be cringe?
He didn't make actual arguments, well poisoning and ad homs. Yeah, oh, that's right. T Jump debated Corncob Jake. Yeah. Corncob Jake is a moron. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a moron.
We're comfortable saying that.
Yeah, he's a total moron. There's people that we tried to invite on the show that refused. We invited Corncob Jake on multiple times. He's refused. We invited Hunter Avalon on. He's refused.
You know why Corncob Jake refused? Because we're
why?
totally bad faith.
Of
Because of our Jordan Peterson responses.
I see.
That were totally bad faith.
Of course.
This bad faith thing is really weird. I don't necessarily know how to take this bad faith thing.
Of course.
It's like, what does that mean? Bad faith. I don't know. But I actually have I've taken to using it myself now. I call people bad faith. But I only do it. This is the part where you gotta deploy your evilness for good, is when somebody does it to me first. As soon as they say I'm bad faith, it's like every other word is bad faith out of my mouth. You're bad faith. This person's bad faith. This person's bad faith. Bad faith, everyone. Bad faith over here. Got some bad faith.
The faith.
Yeah, exactly.
So JMAA is a crazy person who started calling Short Fat Otaku a fascist. Okay.
Oh, ouch.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. Sounds bad faith. I don't like
Sounds
it.
pretty bad faith. JMA is essentially a nobody to be gentle on them because they might have some kind of mental problem. That's funny. That's funny.
Can you see this triangle?
I can see it.
I don't know.
I have seen that triangle. Yeah. Now that I see the picture, I have seen that. Yes.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm very
I've never
confused.
thought about it, so I can't say whether I agree with it or not. But
Yeah.
That's the triangle.
I don't know how Darwinism is
There you go.
halfway between absolutism and individualism.
Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, so survival of the fittest is a different concept, really,
Right.
than Darwinism. So
Cracker Croc for $5 says, "Did I do an MMT?" Smiley face. Yes, you did.
What's an MMT?
I don't know, but it's funny. I like
It
it.
is funny.
Joshua Worley for $5 says it's far easier to print 1,000 times the amount of currency than it is to produce 1,000 times the amount of goods or labor in the same time frame. Of course. Right? I guess. Sure. Joshua Worley for another $5 says, if we printed enough money to pay off the $28 trillion national debt, then your bank account and the super chat would be worth just 4% of what it is now. Is that true? Is that true, Adam?
I explain this as in, so
I'm going to go to the bathroom. You explain it.
Technically, every single person owes $80,000 in national debt. Like if you break up the national debt between every single American owes $80,000. So if we were to pay off, this is how I explain that the national debt is the Americans' savings in the private sector's capital and all that. Because if you started paying off the debt, obviously, I don't have $80,000 sitting in the bank, so they would clean out my savings account and they would move on to the next person. They would clean out everyone's savings accounts until it was completed. The debt would be paid off and all of us would be broke. There'd be no money supply. We'd be in terrible, dire straits. This is not the thing that you want to do. But the debt would be paid off. So I guess technically some people would be able to sleep at night. Not me, though. I wouldn't. I would be terrified that my savings was like cleaned out. Caffeinated Tweaker says, Wormy is a good cat. He should get extra wet food. I advocate for all good cats. Wormy gets plenty of wet food already. He's a little spoiled bastard. Lord Tennyson's Pipe for $5 says, Adam, would you be interested in chatting about philosophy over Discord sometime? I'd be interested in your views on Buddhist Hindi philosophy. Well, I don't have a lot of time to spend on Discord, but I might be down to chat on my channel if that's an option. I have been inviting guests on my channel and having pretty interesting discussions. It's fun because, people can learn things. People learn things. People listen and get a big kick out of it. People comment. They leave comments and we can see what people's thoughts are. I had a hexadecimal on last week. You guys should check it out. We had to talk about MMT, which seems to be all the rage these days.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm reading another
that was like
super
a
chat.
full 120 seconds of just straight peeing.
Well, good.
Just wow.
Can't believe you. It seems like no time at all you were gone. Vagabond 6.
When you're talking about MMT, the time just flies by.
Well, I was showing Wormy my cat. I was showing.
Oh, adorable.
Wormy was desperate to get in the room.
Oh.
Why are you in the room all day without me, you little? I thought I was your co-host. That's what he was saying. What are you doing? Vagabond 666 Gmail for $5 Aussie says, this will torture Sitch. You can say it doesn't happen all you want, but I enjoyed my half-price U.S. vacation when the dollar was quantitative eased under Obama to half its value.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, the Aussie dollar. Yeah, that's it. Our international super chatters, they see the difference in the exchange rate. Exchange rate is probably a much bigger part of their lives than us. As Americans, as dumb old Americans, like we don't pay attention to the exchange rate at all, like a dollar.
Yeah, but the exchange rate doesn't matter if it's still the same ratio of like goods, right? If the cost is still like the same, the exchange rate doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter that the yen, 1 yen is like a penny or whatever. It's like or less than a penny.
Theoretically, yeah.
Right. Now I know in Australia they have some things are like way more expensive because of, they're on an island in the middle of fucking nowhere, so shipping stuff is more expensive.
Yeah, Australia shipping's horrible. The Butter Anvil for $2 says free will, please. Very important. Also, hi Rags. Hi Rags. Hey Rags. Someday we'll have Rags on.
Bob Obb for $5 says there's a crucial difference between currency and assets. Currency has value because of taxes. Assets has value for other reasons. True.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
Listen
Completely
to this. MMT expert here now.
Yeah, right there. I agree completely. 100%. True, 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 true.
I'm going to put MMT economist in my Twitter bio. What do you think?
I like it. I like it. Orion the Above Average for $5 says if Adam cuts his hair lower and separates his mustache from his beard, he'd look like Sean King. Then he can just argue that A-Team. Then he can just argue that not being A-Team is racist. There you go.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea. It's a good idea.
I can switch my glasses and not look like Sean King though. I might be darker than Sean King.
Adam, I agree. Adam is darker than Sean King. Okay.
That's racist. I can't believe you would say such a
Sean
thing.
King's not black.
I'm blacker than the black.
Do you
guy.
know this? Do you know the actual Sean King claiming he's black story?
Yes, I do. I know all
That
about
is,
it. Yeah.
Yeah. For if anyone doesn't know, Sean King
Has he been
was
officially
raised-
outed?
I don't know, but Sean King was raised by two white people.
Yeah, but he claims he had like his mom was
Like claims his mom cheated on him,
Yes.
cheated on her father. I mean,
with a black
his
guy.
father, with a black guy, and so
Right.
he is actually secretly, truly black. Yes.
Was the black? Does he know? Has there been a DNA test on the?
I don't think there has been. No.
Do you know this thing that's happening now where people are doing DNA tests and they're discovering like they're not like their dads and their moms are not really their dads and their moms because
No.
of this? Yeah, because they're doing DNA tests on what you can do them online and stuff now.
Right. Wait.
So, but people submit their stuff to
You
this.
can do DNA tests online, really?
It's amazing the world we live in.
You gotta mail it in. You can't like. I don't think there's a.
Well, you
a
sign up
USB app
online.
You can like plug into your computer and you just bleed some blood on it. And
No.
it goes like bloop 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 bloop. Like,
You mail it in, yeah, obviously.
Okay, gotcha.
We've been streaming a long time.
JJ Cheeker for $10 says, you see the clip of serfs bring up stats on condom use among gay black men.
Oh my
Refute
God.
Sean, activist warrior, claiming condom use among straight teen black males is low. So funny, I almost died of laughter.
Oh my God. Why would
Send me
you
that
Google
clip, JJ.
that?
I have to see that.
Why
I have
would
to
you
see that.
Google that?
That sounds hilarious. I know that Sean just made another video ragging on the serfs, which I think I don't know if I watched the whole thing. I watched part of it. No, I didn't watch the whole thing.
Sean's videos are great.
Sean's videos are always great.
He does a good job.
Actual Justice Warrior. Thank you. When I typed in AJW, it does not show up. How much did I watch of this video? The Whalers for $5 says just cut. Or that one. Hi Zap for £5 says, did you see the debate Actual Justice Warrior was on? Caught at the end. It was terrible. The prize was you got to talk to Vosh. What a prize.
What?
That was the one. That was the one we were just talking about.
That was one Demon Mama won, though.
Demon Mama. She won the ability to talk to Vosh.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Which is
Exciting.
crazy, I'm sure. Because, I mean, she already talked to Vosh. She talked to Vosh on the one that we did last week. Oh my God.
hilarious.
I can't believe. That's the worst. That's the worst pairing. What's going on? Oh my. What an awful situation.
Mr. Ubacross for $10. Hey, that's who you talked to. Mr. Ubacross says, Sitch, you're really close on the housing market and how inflation can kill us with the dollar. It happened suddenly and the government didn't see it coming. Maybe let's not have the government run money. The government already runs money. What do you mean?
Yeah, how can you stop the government from running money? And I brought up the thing just for the super chat, the Venezuela thing. I looked it up. Venezuela has a problem the U.S. does not and will never have. It owes massive debts in a currency it cannot print itself, namely the U.S. dollar. When its oil, its principal resource, was booming, Venezuela was able to meet its repayment schedule. But when the price of oil plummeted, the government was reduced to printing Venezuela bolivars and selling them for U.S. dollars
There you go.
in the
That's very interesting.
international currency exchanges. As speculators drove up the price of the dollar, more and more printing was required by the government, massively deflating
go.
the
There you go.
national currency. So, see, you know what the U.S. what can never happen to the U.S. is we're not stuck borrowing currency in
Borrowing our own currency to pay off debt. Yes.
yeah. We just print it up.
Right.
It's great.
Yep.
It's like magic for us.
I like every time you say we'll just print it, like people just go, they just get so triggered.
They do, but yeah. But they say we'll end up like Venezuela. No, we won't. Look right here. Like if Venezuela didn't borrow a bunch of dollars from us, they wouldn't be in that situation.
Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, when are you having Mahler and Jay Exley on as guest? Well, Patrick, we already did have Mahler on.
We did.
No, you could check it out.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. We had Mahler and Sargon and Fring on as
Yeah.
on the part 1 of Destiny versus Vosh on whether it matters if leftists are hypocrites or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could have Jay on once. We've never asked him. I mean, he's kind of. I'm sorry, she. Jay is Jay transitioning. I think I'm not. I think Jay is transitioning. I don't know if it's she or he.
I don't know this person, so I won't respond.
Well, they had a bunch of feuds with No BS, and they commented.
Oh, really?
On our amazing No BS stream. Well, they had some clips from it, so I'm aware of Jay. Yeah, I don't know, because Jay doesn't focus on politics too much, to my understanding. I thought Jay mostly focused on movies and things of that nature. So, but yeah, I wouldn't mind having Jay on. That'd be cool. They continue. Is it weird to be sexually attracted to Jessie from Toy Story 2 and 3?
We've lost it. We've completely lost Sitch.
You lost me?
Yeah. Continue.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Reread the super chat, and I'll look up Jessie from Toy Story 3.
Oh, so you did hear it. What do you mean?
Part of it.
Is it weird to be sexually attracted to Jessie from Toy Story 2 and 3 asking for EFAP related purposes?
Toy Story.
I didn't think. I was never. I mean, I don't think it's weird necessarily beyond being attracted to a cartoon character, which is nothing wrong with that. But I never was a big Jessie fan, so that's
really,
just
yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with it. Go nuts. Go nuts.
Yeah, you don't like Jessie because she's like strong, independent woman.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That must be it.
Well, and I mean, she looks 12, so that's.
She does look 12.
Maybe a little young. I don't know.
Maybe that's an. I like the MILFs. Okay, I like the thick MILFs. I like the Tiffas of the world, even though she's not like a thick MILF.
Oh, okay.
I like the Tiffas. I got 2 body types. Okay, we got Tiffa and we got thick MILFs.
There you go.
And we also have Lulu from Final Fantasy X, though I guess she would be considered a thick MILF. Potato of Awesome for $5 says, what are your guys' thoughts on the trans bill in Arkansas and by extension the usage of puberty blockers by minors? I don't have any problems with the trans bill in Arkansas.
I don't know what
Really.
the trans bill in Arkansas is, but I'm totally against puberty blockers for minors.
It was barring. I don't know. Maybe I do have a little problem with it. I don't think I do.
Puberty
it was
blockers are
barring
crazy.
anyone under the age of 18 from going on puberty blockers or getting any sort of transition surgery.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then I'm fine with that.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
let them vote. Less
There you go.
dangerous.
there was a study.
Oh
that
no! What if they
someone-
voted for puberty blockers though? Oh my God!
There you go, Adam. Adam, how can you say that 12-year-olds can vote, but they can't go on puberty blockers, huh?
Yeah.
Checkmate. Checkmate. There was a study I retweeted that someone posted that said that actually there was a large study on the efficacy of puberty blockers, and it showed not great outcomes. Not great outcomes.
Oh really?
And that there was a large desistance rate I think over 80%
What?
of people who who didn't identify with their birth gender, who thought they had gender dysphoria or were transgender, and there was like an over 80% descendancy rate after they went through puberty and became age 18. And to me, that would be why I'm pretty against people. Well, that's why I'm pretty against puberty blockers, because I think there is a naturally high descendancy rate. Not that I think when people, for like that example, I think it's not that people had gender dysphoria and then grew out of it. I think they just never had gender dysphoria in the first
Yeah,
place.
false positive.
It was just false positives.
Yeah.
And I do think that's
80% is giant.
80% is giant.
That's more than. That's more.
It was more than 80%. It was like 85% or something.
Oh my God.
So yeah, no. So I do think puberty blockers are generally a bad idea.
Yeah.
For the most part, because we can't really determine yet who has gender dysphoria really. So I do think it's going to cause more harm than good for the most part.
Yeah, scary stuff.
If we did have a test, if they could do the test and say you have gender dysphoria, then I wouldn't care. Sure, whatever, do it up. But we don't.
Of course. But then you would only have 15% of people being put on puberty blockers. 15% of what's being
15% of the
put on
people, of the tiny percent. Because someone also said like that the rate of people claiming that gender dysphoria has like gone up by like 2,000% or some astronomical number. So. Williams Icebane for $5 said, would John Carpenter's The Thing be able to consume a xenomorph, or would the acidic blood harm it too much to consume it? In short, who'd win? Well,
tough question.
Well, those are two different questions.
Mm-hmm.
John Carpenter's The Thing would easily destroy a xenomorph, but easily. The thing is like almost indestructible, basically.
Mm. Would it turn into the xenomorph? Don't leave me hanging here.
I think it could, right?
Yeah, that's what it does, right? It mimics people.
Yeah, it mimics them.
Yeah.
But would it? I mean, would it be able to consume the acid blood?
Which is scarier, a xenomorph or a thing acting like a xenomorph?
The Thing is 1,000 times scarier than a xenomorph.
Right.
Because it's smart. It's not like the xenomorph's just like a dumb animal.
I don't know.
It is. What do you mean? It's just like a creature. It's just like a beast.
What do you mean? In Alien 5, they like killed one xenomorph so that they could escape. That was pretty smart.
I've never seen Alien 5, so I don't even know what you're referring to. I stopped watching after 3, Adam.
Okay, well, the
Actually,
alien
no, I stopped watching after Alien
n-
versus Predator because it was
the alien xenomorph is not a dumb animal.
in the original Alien 1 and 2 and 3, the alien xenomorphs are just like animals. They don't have like human level intelligence.
Well, you don't know that. Nobody sits down and plays chess with one.
They do not act like they have human level intelligence. The Thing,
well, off camera though, you don't know. He's like calling his girlfriend.
Is an
saying,
alien
that
came on a spaceship that has intelligence. Okay.
Yeah, but he could. Like, you don't know. There's a lot of scenes that take place where we don't know where the alien is. For all you know, he's like
beyond
texting.
It could be playing. It could be texting.
Could be playing Angry Birds.
Beyond the intelligence, the Thing is far more dangerous, just in its ability to consume and spread out than even the xenomorph.
Yeah, that's true.
So I would say even if the Thing couldn't consume the acid blood, it would be smart enough to kill the xenomorph, drain it of its blood, and then eat it. So there you go. That's my answer.
Okay.
There you go.
I think it would bottle the acid.
Someone said in Alien 4 they cut the power.
Oh yeah. See, there you go.
Didn't watch Alien 4. They all retconned it. This is all dumb. This is dumb. Original aliens were stupid.
The Thing is very smart.
Yeah. The Thing is smart.
He would
Very
bottle
dangerous.
the alien. He would bottle the alien blood.
Think of it this way.
Acid and trick people into drinking it.
If the Thing landed in anywhere that wasn't the Antarctica, the world would be fucked.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Jadelar for 500 yen. Thank you. Oh, it's Jadelar again. Oh, I forgot to mention Bad news is woke culture is seeping over here too. Oh, that sucks.
What? In Japan?
In Japan. That's terrible.
I thought they were totally racist over there.
I thought they were totally racist and perverted.
I know.
Yeah, there you go.
No more
There you go.
panties? No more panties?
That'd be interesting if Japan starts to have like mass immigration. That'd be
So much of this woke stuff is like trying to form a culture that's like a global culture around the internet.
right.
It's
True,
so weird.
True. 95 Keat for $5 says, wow, Sitch, that taking the housing crash sounds really interesting. If only there was a video with quality production and snark that talked about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Ouch.
I would respond to that video.
There you go.
I would destroy it.
William, I don't know why you're saying that. It has nothing to do with MMT either. So I don't even know why you're
No.
going on about it.
It does.
William Icebane for $5 says, who'd win in a fight? Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Blade the Daywalker? Blake. Oh, come on. It's not even a fight. Blade would destroy Buffy.
Yeah, exactly.
He has guns. He could just shoot her. I like Buffy as much as the next guy, but she's not a bullet time dodger. Okay, she's gonna get shot in the face and die. The Ed the Boy for $5 says, no one will be a bigger simp for Sargon than me. I'm dating a literal clone of him. That's right. We learned about that. Yes, we did learn about that. A-Team Simps Supreme. There you go.
My phone was talking to me. So I had to mute myself for a second.
Savage Sharpshooter for 93. Oh, I read that one. Stindrel Toll for $5. Thank you, Stinder Toll. David McDowell for 20 Aussie bucks says slime class loses to amazing team. Ouch. Ouch. How dare you?
Hell yeah.
How dare you put me anywhere near your thought slime? We have to watch his new video. It was so bad.
Oh, it's terrible.
About how if you can't not be attracted to trans people if you're straight.
What?
He's saying that you can't not be attracted to a trans woman if you're straight. Or to be clear, that not being attracted to a trans woman is bigotry. It's not a sexual orientation.
Oh, really?
He's talking about the super straight stuff.
Really?
Yes.
Oh
That's
my
terrible
goodness.
video.
Yeah.
Terrible video. Taker610 for $5 says, how do you guys see the Floyd trial playing out? Have you watched any of it? Can't see the murder, third-degree manslaughter sticking. Can't even be called homicide. So I was listening to a lot of biased sources before the trial, like Barnes. And he was really making it seem like if the evidence that Barnes is bringing up turns out to be true, then I cannot for the life of me, unless the jury is super predisposed against Chauvin, which is entirely possible, I do not see any of the murder charges sticking, and that there still be a lot of reasonable doubt. Because remember, you have to say someone is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And if the coroner testifies, which I don't know when they're testifying, if the coroner testifies that George Floyd had a lethal level of fentanyl in his system, I don't know how you can say that that Chauvin was guilty of manslaughter or murder beyond reasonable doubt. I don't know how you could say that.
That's
I do think
scary.
they overcharged him.
Yeah. So more riots this summer, basically, is what you're saying.
Some more riots, yes. However, because I did listen to, the media was sort of regurgitating this one clip that this one, the head of the homicide division said, who was very critical and saying that Chauvin was completely wrong for doing what he did. And they kept replaying this one clip of him, I forget the exact words he was using, against Chauvin. And so I listened to the entire part of the trial where he was testifying, and it's like a lot weaker than, of course, the media clipped it out to be. And the defense, I think, did a good job sort of pushing back at his stronger statements. But this is what I'm worried about, is that the media is only going to play the clips of things that make Chauvin look guilty and they're going to not talk about anything that makes Chauvin look innocent, so that if the jury comes back and says that Chauvin is not guilty,
It's gonna look weird.
it's going to look super bad, and it's going to make the rioting even worse.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be preparing everyone that like this is a slam dunk against Chauvin.
Yeah.
And then when it comes back that he's innocent, everyone's gonna freak out. So
Yeah. It's Rodney King all over again.
and to my knowledge, where Chauvin is responsible in fucking up was that he was not continually checking Floyd's pulse and monitoring his vitals.
Oh yeah.
But the question is, would that have changed anything? Because if he's overdosing on fentanyl, because supposedly, according to Barnes anyway, that this is going to come on the trial, was that the reason he was ODing on fentanyl was because Floyd had fentanyl on his system and he swallowed it. He had it on his person. And when he got pulled over, he swallowed it all to hide the evidence.
Oh my God.
And it was like a lethal amount.
Oh my God.
That was not meant to be swallowed all at once.
Oh
and that's
my
why he
God.
starts to freak out.
Oh
And
my
supposedly,
God.
Barnes also said that he had literally had the exact same situation happen to him the previous year. He got pulled over by the police.
Barnes swallowed a bunch of fentanyl?
No, Floyd. Floyd got pulled over by the police a year before he died, and he swallowed a bunch of fentanyl, freaked out, and had to be hospitalized.
Really?
Yeah. So
Oh
if
my
that comes
God.
out, if that's true,
Holy shit.
if that's true, yeah, and it's crazy because no one's ever heard that before. I only heard it from Barnes. I've never heard anyone else say that.
I have yeah.
So if that
God.
turns out to be true, that he literally had the exact same situation happen to him the previous year, and that he did swallow a bunch of fentanyl in order to hide it. Because then the question changes. It becomes, well, if George Floyd is ODing on fentanyl, does putting him in that position have any impact on whether he's going to live or die? Because it could very likely have nothing to do with whether he's going to live or die, is the position that he was in. And then B, even if Chauvin was checking his pulse continually and realizing that he was dying, would it have changed anything because he already had paramedics coming on the way? So so that's what I'm saying, is that I can't see that you could make the claim that without a reasonable doubt, Chauvin killed Floyd. I don't see how anyone could come to that conclusion. If those facts are true,
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It's crazy that the media hasn't reported any of that.
I know, it is crazy. It is crazy. And it's worse because it's literally setting us up for riots.
Totally.
Because the police had reported on this stuff.
They make gangbusters money when the riots hit.
Right. People would be ready to anticipate the reaction. Yes.
Yeah. They don't want to. They don't want to be guilty of like sabotaging him either. That's another component to it. They don't want to be called racist for saying, "Oh, you're blaming the victim."
That's the thing, is that it's all narrative driven. It's all narrative driven.
Sad.
Completely narrative driven. Kind of cringe for 50 Megaman X dollar says A-Team sleeps with their socks on.
Not true.
Brushes their teeth with their index finger.
Occasionally.
And dips Oreos in orange.
Orange juice?
I guess orange juice.
No.
That sounds disgusting.
No. Not a big fan of Oreos anyway.
No. That's Oreos. I'm not a big fan either. But I don't care. A-Team for life.
There we go. Look at that. Holy cow.
Yep.
Finger brushers. Finger teeth brushers.
Yep. Metalworks for $11.90 for $2 says pie versus cake. Which one is better? Go.
Pie. Easy.
All pies?
Easy. No, obviously not all pies.
Well, here's the problem.
Don't
Things
be
get
crazy.
complicated. Things get complicated.
Well, if you're ice cream cake, then maybe ice cream
There you
cake.
go. Okay. Because I agree that pie beats normal cake.
But ice cream
every
cake
time.
beats pie.
But ice cream cake always beats pie. True. True.
All right.
And also, you know what else
Total
beats
agreement.
pie? Cheesecake.
Oh my God, yeah.
Look at that. Me and Adam, we've reached
Did
an
we just
agreement.
become best friends?
We just became best friends. Our pie versus cake take was exactly the same. There
Oh,
you go.
yeah.
There you go.
This is a part of the show where we start talking about food.
About food. I know.
I can't wait to
Is
eat.
cheesecake
It's gonna be
cake?
so good.
Yeah, I guess it's not.
Oh,
I guess it's not really.
Cheesecake
Stacking damage for
Factory.
$5 says no free will for me. I work for my will. There you go. That's
Do
true.
it. Yeah, you
That's
should.
true. There you go. Stacking damage. But see, you acquiring the money to pay us is the work. So that's why you get 5 free units of free will. Thank you very much, Stacking Damage. Thank you. Overseer's Log for $5 says, missed the mainstream, but here's some free will bucks we'll watch tomorrow. Thank you very much, Overseer's Log. Here's your 5 free units of free will. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, free will, please. Very important. Also, hi, Rags.
Hey, Rex.
Hi, Rags. Here's your 2 free units of free will, Buttered Anvil. Lord Tennyson's Pipe for $5 says, Adam, would you be interested in chatting about philosophy over on Discord sometime? I'd be interested in your views on Buddhism and Hindu philosophy.
Already read it. Already responded. Look at that. Double reading.
Nice. Oh, you read that one when I was gone?
Yeah, I read a few of them.
Yeah,
I think I read the
saw
next
the ones
3.
that you- Patrick Mulligan for another 5 Canadian. Thank you, Patrick. Says, I personally hate referring to the aliens as xenomorphs. Xenomorph is used once in Aliens as a catch-all term for the alien creature like bugs.
Oh,
lame.
really? Interesting.
I didn't realize that.
There's not
realize that.
Xenomorph, Facehugger, Queen.
I thought like xenomorph was the species name.
Oh, really? I thought
Wasn't
Xenomorph
it?
was the
Or is xenomorph just the one that has the big head?
one that has a big head is technically the Xenomorph, I think. Well, I'm technically disagreeing with the super chat. So maybe I'm
Xenomorph
incorrect.
XX121, better known just as xenomorph. Is the extraterrestrial hive-based endoperistoid species with a multi-stage life cycle, possibly
Look at that.
originating from the planet
Okay.
Xenomorph Prime. There you go.
So it is all stages.
There you go. Well, I saw people were saying the Xenomorph Queen to refer to the Queen. So I don't know. Who cares? I will say in the video game Alien versus Predator, where you could either be human, alien, or Predator, I always chose Alien, baby. Every time. Alien was much more fun.
I never
You had to like
played.
face hug people, insta kill them, and then you turn to like a little worm, and then you'd hide. You had to like find and eat dead bodies, and then you'd become like the adult xenomorph. It was awesome. Mr. Ubercross for $5 says, God damn it, I've been debating MMT with a guy who's arguing that xenomorphs are intelligent actors. I have some things to reconsider.
That's hilarious.
There you go. Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $10 disagrees, saying, the hell alien movies did you watch? Even referencing Alien vs. Predator was a perfect example of xenomorph intelligence when the baby stabbed the queen so her blood would melt the chains. I don't remember that part. I've only seen it once. So.
F this A-team again.
F this A-team again. There you go.
Look
I've
at
lost
that.
Savage Sharpshooter. I've lost him. Lost him for King Kong, Godzilla, and now
Well, you're just not paying
Intelligent-
attention during the alien
intelligent
movies.
xenomorphs. That's right. I need to watch Alien vs. Predator again. I only saw it one time a million years ago.
Alien 5 was great. That was the same guy that did City of Lost Children. Oh, God, it's so wicked.
Vagabond 666 Gmail for 5 Aussie says hundreds of billions in property damage and 30 plus dead from the prior riots, and your name is known to nutcase activists. Would you vote not guilty? Their names were released? So that would definitely change things. I didn't know that. Floyd jury,
Oh, really?
Doxed.
Holy shit.
because that is terrible. If that's
Holy
true.
shit. Oh my God. How do you have
Would
you have justice when this is the attitude of the public? I mean, this is people drone on about jury nullification. This is
Right.
jury intimidation.
I don't know where I don't know. I looked it up. I mean, unless Google's hiding it, which is possible.
Oh yeah,
I don't see
no doubt.
it's not showing up immediately. So I mean, that's definitely awful if their names are doxxed. And that's true. There definitely is a lot of, as I said, based on the facts of the case, I don't see how anyone could do it. But obviously, when you add the jury, and the jury could either be very biased against Chauvin already from the get-go, which is highly possible, or they're just worried about more riots or being attacked or whatever. That's definitely possible. Definitely possible.
Who? I mean, who is so unaware that they don't understand about like the doxing threats and shit like that? Like, who doesn't understand that if you take that job, you immediately become a target? Like, who doesn't get that?
Yeah, I think one of the people who was selected for the jury actually said they were worried about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they're aware.
Jeez Louise, that's like the jury duty of jury duties.
Right. Someone says no, the New York Times tried to dox them but failed. What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh my god.
New York Times loses. Like, the New York Times has been on a
true,
credibility like destruction tour
awful.
for years now.
Oh my god, that's true.
Who pays the New York Times money for anything? Like, you try to look at their articles and they give you the one free article and then they're like, sign up, and I'm going.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's an interesting thing. Barnes talked about this. Mm-hmm. So, Chauvin was off.
Barnes fan now.
I like that he talks about a bunch of stuff that you don't hear anywhere else.
He's a smart guy, man.
He is a smart guy. But he lets his elephant control him sometimes a little too much. But we all do that,
not
right?
true.
We all do that, right?
No.
But
I never do, but you do all the time.
That's right. That's
like your MO.
There you go. Mr. MMT likes it because he's totally drawn by his elephant ability to tell people that they're wrong and that he's rebelling and yeah.
I mean, I respect it. Sitch doesn't want to. Sitch wants to sell the free will. He doesn't want to use it. He's like, he's the perfect drug dealer.
But he's
like, none for me, please.
So Derek Chauvin agreed to a 10-year plea deal.
I know all of this,
Chauvin agreed to go to jail for 10 years.
Right.
And
they didn't
what's
take
his
the deal?
Well, who didn't take the deal? It's very bizarre. And I guess because it's murder, it has some, or I guess because it's a federal case. Is Trump's attorney general refused to take the deal.
Yeah.
What's his name? I'm totally blanking here.
Which is stupid.
The guy that everyone liked until the voting stuff came out, and they all hated him.
God, that's so stupid. Like, well, I mean, it's tough to say. You might get some people being like, 10 years, oh God. But at least, I mean, if he gets off scot-free, then it's going to be pandemonium. Total chaos.
Well, no, but yeah. What I was going to say is, the thing that Barnes is saying is that he's not going to get off scot-free because apparently he has all these tax evasion charges mounting against him. So he's pretty fucked, basically. So even if he gets off of this, he's going to get slammed on all these other charges that are not related. So.
Oh my God.
Very crazy.
Patrick Mulligan's coming hard for me.
What do you say?
Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadians. A-Team walks around the house wearing only socks. I actually hate to do that. Oh my God.
Bill Barr. That's something. Bill Barr, Trump's attorney general, turned it down.
Oh yeah, Bill Barr.
Very, very strange.
That fat ass.
Not sure what his reason was for that. Yes. Very weird.
I'm sorry. I'm delirious. I just called Bill Barr a fat ass.
Well, he is fat.
Sitch is covering for me.
Mr. Ubacross for $5 says, if you want your in-house attorney's take on some of these legal issues or just to clarify a few things, HMU.
What's HMU mean?
I don't know. Have me on? Have me under? How's my Ubercross? Hexa mega underboob.
Oh my God. I love underboob.
How many undertales? I'm not sure.
How many
I'm not sure.
underboobs?
Yes.
I like it.
You like underboob? You're a big underboob fan, Adam?
Yeah. I mean, it's it's really a tie. It's always a tie.
Between top boob and underboob?
Between cleavage and underboob. Yeah,
I see,
it's like
I see.
it's tough to say. What about side boob?
Side
Oh
boob's
my
good
God.
too. Side
We're
boob's good too.
delirious. Why are we talking about this? Oh my God.
I'm trying to find where I am in the Streamlabs.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if McWhorter and Chris Hayes had a little conversation about which is better, underboob or cleavage?
It would be a better stream. Let's be
As
real
they
here.
tied up their thing.
Let's be real
No
here.
way. Chris Hayes would be canceled by Monday morning.
That's true. That's true.
There's no way in hell that would fly.
William
They'd
Icebank.
will him in and they'd be like, "What, Chris? Obviously, underboob is better than cleavage. You're fired."
I don't think anyone says underboob is better than cleavage. Come on.
Oh, okay.
How often you don't generally
Either
see
way.
underboob, okay, right, in public on a woman?
Well, we're just theorizing here. So
I see.
I mean, who knows what Chris Hayes would pick?
William Icebane for 3. No, he would say, my God, I used to talk about cleavage so much. When
I
was in middle
know.
school."
Oh, I feel so bad.
the guilt of objectifying women. Oh, it wrecks me every day.
Yes.
Oh. Every day I flick my dick 10 times
Oh my God.
for the penance of daring to think and talk about cleavage when I was in middle school.
Oh my God. That's so funny.
Once, to my great sadness, when I was 12 years old, I crumpled up a small piece of paper and I threw it down Jenny's boobs because she was sitting across the room and they just grew in from puberty. And she was so upset with me. Oh.
Man.
That's when I flick my testicles another 10 times. William Icebane for $3 says, how about instead of pissing your pants when someone calls you a slur, you just respond in kind by calling them an asshole and just move on instead of letting them live rent-free in your head, or worse, proving them right by acting like the slur. There you go.
John
I agree.
McWhorter's advice.
John McWhorter's advice, yes.
To the T. Almost quoted.
William Icebane for another $1 says, the radical left are just the white supremacists, but with a guilty conscience. True. Nils for $5 says, this one looks like it should be good. If I found out last week that I can't swear when doing super chats, can't you turn that off? I looked for a button to turn that off and I couldn't find it, actually. This is very weird. It's very weird. It's not that's, if not, that's fucking retarded. Yes, I agree. It's very stupid.
I don't think
while A-Team is pretty supreme, S-Class has the best individuals that I know of. No for you. That's fine.
Damn it.
That's fine. Death by Sloth for $5 says, another reason why companies/schools are going more woke is because they fear litigation if they do not take all clear steps to reduce harm. True, that's a good point. Since wokeness is predicated on harm reduction, that's an easy path in. That's a very good point.
Yeah. All our whole legal system is based on harm.
Mm-hmm. Floundering Fleabag for $2 says, another iconic stream with Adam's iconic detachable beard. What does that mean? Your beard is detachable?
No. I wish.
The wokies jokies are too goofy for me. I can't handle it.
Yeah.
Zombie Squab for $1 says, Sitch, do you put yarmulkes on Easter eggs? I should have convinced my parents as a kid when I wanted to celebrate Easter. I've been like, but we can put yarmulkes on the Easter eggs, then they'll become Jewish. That was a good idea. Where were you when I was 5, Zombie Squab? Where were you? Chris Hayes is a pit bull. For $3 says, has either of you seen Over the Garden Wall? That's what brought me to Jordan Peterson.
I haven't. Is that a movie? Over.
It's the anime, little cartoon movie. What does that have to do with Jordan Peterson? Like, I've seen pictures of it. I've never seen it though.
Oh, maybe he critiques it in one of his lectures.
Interesting.
He does go deep into the fairy tale lore.
It's this on the Jordan Peterson Reddit. Has anyone watched the Cartoon Network short Over the Garden Wall? I understand it as a story whose main theme is an exploration of nihilism. I don't know. I'll check it out. Am I?
Did you smoke weed when you went into the bathroom or something?
Desert Runner for $5 says 12 hours or bust. No, I don't think we're gonna go 12 hours today.
Oh my God.
No, we're hitting 8, so I guess that's good. I only just finished last week's stream. Any recommendations for games to play while listening to your shows? Tried Subnautica, but couldn't get into it.
Yeah, don't try
no,
that.
Desert
That's a
Runner.
boring game.
Desert Runner. You couldn't get into Subnautica?
You need Carmageddon 2.
my
That's
God.
the game.
Who can't get into Subnautica Desert? That's blasphemy.
Titanfall 2.
That's blasphemy. Okay. The other game I'd recommend, I guess, is Hades. Big Hades fan. Hades is fantastic. I love Hades. Yeah. How do you not like Subnautica? I just can't wrap my mind around that. Have you no soul, Desert Runner?
So lame.
Have you no soul? Carjackers for Jesus for $1 says, got better internet now. Can watch you all live again. Oh, awesome. A-Team forever.
Of course. Am I looking at the wrong thing?
You are.
Is Hades like a porno or something?
No. Wait, what? Hades?
Yeah, I looked
It's
up
not porn. What are you looking at?
Hades 2 on Steam.
There's no Hades 2.
Oh, okay. Well, don't look up Hades.
Hades, like the Greek god Hades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not Hades. I don't know if you like it, Adam, but it's great. It's fantastic. It might be too complicated for your boomer brain. I don't know if you can handle it. Harker Hayes, Harker, what are you doing? Didn't you see the comic? You don't donate money.
Please stop.
Oh my God. Harker for $2 says, I know it's not much, but please enjoy your donation. And don't forget movie night, Sitch. Don't be rude like Adam and watch it without us.
What?
That's right. We're gonna watch, me, Harker, and CT. We're gonna watch Godzilla versus King Kong, and then Adam went and watched it by himself.
Come on, I couldn't wait. I was excited.
I was very rude. Don't be rude like Adam and watch it without us. I agree. What's your favorite go-to candy snack for movie night? And what's the best movie you've seen recently?
Go-to candy snack. Why are you doing this to us?
Well, I know. Harker is evil. She's giving us money and making us talk about food.
I'm starving.
I think I've said this back when I wasn't lactose intolerant. And I used to eat candy and was happy.
Oh my God. You can't eat
There was
candy?
one candy. There was one. Well, I mean, I can eat not milk candy, but I don't eat a lot of. I have dairy-free ice cream. That's pretty amazingly delicious.
This game looks lame.
Look at Adam. He thinks Hades looks lame. But there's one candy I used to always go to. It's nothing like The Sims.
It's basically
oh my God.
like The Sims.
It's not The Sims. There's no Sims in it.
Well, it's the same perspective as The Sims.
It's the same perspective. You just see the isometric third-person perspective, and you're just like, it's The Sims.
This is The Sims, basically.
No. It's a game
two
where
people sitting in a hot tub here.
It's a game about you are the son of Hades trying to escape the pits
from
of
the Sims?
Hades.
Trying
by
to
fighting
escape.
your way out.
Trying to escape the Sims world.
But by fighting your way out.
Okay.
But since you're technically a god,
Mhm.
whenever you die, you just go back to starting over. You don't die forever.
Oh, sounds awful.
Here you go, Adam. There you go, A-Team. Adam says Hades is awful. Just let that sink in.
Oh my
Not
god.
a big fan of the roguelite genre. Terrible.
Let's see.
Anyways. Anyway, what I was gonna say is I used to always be a big fan of the Bunch of Crunch. Bunch of Crunch was my favorite movie candy snack.
Bunch of Crunch.
Bunch of Crunch.
Sounds
Remember those?
delicious.
Those are amazing.
I don't think I've ever had a Bunch of Crunch. I'm in for a treat, aren't I? I'm gonna
Have
get
you had
some
Crunch bars?
just in memory.
Did you like
Oh,
Crunch
of
bars?
course. Yeah, those are delicious.
Okay, so a Bunch of Crunch is they just take Crunch bars and they make it into like these little balls that you can.
Oh, okay. I've had that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Yeah, that is good. I could eat like 10 boxes of those. Yeah, pretty easily.
Yeah. What's the best movie I've seen recently? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't even remember what the last movie I watched was.
I do. It
What?
was Kong versus Godzilla. I saw it last night.
That was it. That was.
It was
not
date
the
night.
best
My
movie.
wife wanted to watch it. I couldn't tell her no. I can't say no to my wife.
You got to
Come
put
on.
your foot down. Okay. Otherwise, you're a simp, Adam. You can't just let your wife
I
tell
forgot.
you what to do.
A simp. I forgot. Never mind.
Doing what your wife wants to on date night, that's a pretty simp move, if you ask me.
Well, it's technically my suggestion, but so she's simping me.
Let's see. What's the last movie I watched? The last movie I watched.
Oh wait, hold on. Duper Da for $5 says Adam would totally love Hades. It's full of hot babes. I take it back. I love this game.
There's like 3 hot babes. So
I'm just Googling incorrectly here. 80s game hot babes. I forgot to put hot babes after.
and you
it.
can bang some of them.
What?
Yeah. There's 3
interesting.
people you can be in a relationship. 2 of them are technically women. One of them's a guy, but
Oh, okay. Maybe I will check this game out.
okay, here's the question. Who is the best waifu in Hades, chat? And the answer is obviously Nyx. Gotta get some stepmom milkies.
Oh my god. This stream is like drifted into delirium.
Well, I'm just telling it like it is. Adam's afraid.
Stepmom milkies. Oh my god.
Pragmaterics for $5 says, several streams behind if gender is socialized and being trans comes with suicide risk, isn't being trans evidence of child abuse? That's a good point. If gender was completely socialized, yes. Isn't convincing someone with mental problems to sterilize himself just a little sketchy? It would be. It would be. Yep. Duper Da says Nyx. Yep. Duper Da knows what's up. Dusa. Lots of people say Dusa is best waifu. I disagree. Harker Hayes for another $3. Stop it, Harker. Stop it. Says Spite Cash. Enjoy.
Ooh,
There you go.
fun.
Abigail Shapiro's Milkers for $3.
Oh my god. Now they're teasing us.
Says, what was your first trip like? Interested in psychedelics very much recently. My first shroom trip was very interesting. It was incredibly positive for 90% of it. The last 10% of it was incredibly negative.
Oh my god. Oh no.
I think I've told
got
this
in front of
story.
the mirror.
No, the mirror didn't bother me. Shrooms is super interesting. Basically, I always describe it as it makes you like a baby again, and that everything seems new and interesting to you, and you don't really know why. Everything just looks amazing and cool, like you're seeing it for the first time. Like you're like, wow, I never realized. Like the way the light hits my arm to like make my shadow splay across the wall. It looks amazing. It's a very interesting experience. I would highly recommend everyone do shrooms. once at least.
Highly
in their life.
recommend. Oh,
Highly recommend.
my
If it
goodness.
was up to me, everyone would be required to do
We
shrooms at least
here at
once. Okay.
Sitch and Adam do not condone illegal drug use in any way, shape, or form.
There you go. Hypothetically, in Minecraft, I would highly
Yes.
recommend that people do psilocybin
Yeah, of
mushrooms.
course.
But the part that got bad was when I was coming off of it.
Mhm.
And here's where you get tricked, because when you start to come off of it, when you're on shrooms, you have a very euphoric feeling.
Mhm.
So when you start coming off of it, you can confuse the coming down part, like because you're coming from such a euphoric place, that going back to normal can be like bad.
Mhm.
And I was confused because this is kind of a funny story. I thought, as I was coming down from it, I thought I had discovered the secret to life. Okay.
Mhm.
Coming down from shrooms, I thought I
Hey, that
discovered the
happened to
secret
me
life.
too.
Yes. And I thought the secret of life was that 6 people
Mhm.
were alone in a room.
Mhm.
And those 6 people were God.
Mhm.
And because God created all of the universe and all of life to trick himself into realizing that he wasn't utterly alone. Okay.
What a
And
devil.
so in order for God
You
to
sure
trick
this
himself.
was God?
Huh?
You sure this was God?
Yes. And so since God is all alone and created the universe to trick himself into thinking he's not alone, basically the conceptualization I had, the image that was in my brain, was that the true reality when you woke up from the Matrix was that you'd open your eyes and you would wake up in a room with the 6 people who are all you, because they're all God, and God is everything, including you.
Mhm.
And God is utterly alone because God is everything.
Mhm.
And once you realize this truth, you would take the turn of ascending to the Godhead,
Mhm.
which was that there would be one of the 6 people
Mhm.
would have to be the one God that knew the horrible, dark truth of reality. And that would be the God that kind of controlled reality for the rest of the other gods living the delusional lie that is reality and life.
Mhm.
And I thought, since I figured this out, that meant I was going to have to be the God
Godhead.
that knew the horrible, dark, existential truth that we were all alone and that there was nothing but loneliness in the universe. And I thought I was going to immediately open my eyes and find myself in that room. And that was going to be my reality. But obviously that didn't
Terrifying.
happen. So I got over it. But just make
Terrifying.
sure that when you do it, you have funny movies available to distract you when you start
Oh my
coming down
God.
from it. That's
I've
my
done that. I've tried to watch a movie.
Yes.
That's a terrible idea.
funny movies. No, funny movies. That helped me. When I was having these negative thoughts, I started watching Jackass, and it was so funny. And
Oh
I
my
just
God.
immediately,
I can't imagine. It's a totally different experience.
I immediately started the feel better. So there you go.
And I've done a lot of psychedelics with Isaac, who's everyone knows now from.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy. We've never talked about it. No, maybe we have talked about it on Saturday. Maybe we'll talk about it more.
You got to get Isaac to do shrooms with like a conservative.
Oh
Then
my
he can
God.
finally understand their perspective.
There you go.
Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $10 says, to be fair, I've been arguing Kong would win since the movie was announced, and I'm still salty about last week. I know you are, Sharpshooter. Once you see the light, I may come back to S-Class. I guess we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to watch it this week. Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, my birthday was yesterday. Oh, happy birthday, Patrick. Can I get a hug from Adam? But first, take your socks off. I'd rather be hugged by natural Adam than a merely socked Adam.
No, I'm keeping my socks on.
Someone says, I had a friend that took acid and it brought out his schizophrenia. It was pretty odd.
Oh, that's
He hasn't been the same
awful.
since.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah. I would not recommend acid. I looked a lot into shrooms before I took them because I was very cautious about them. It's very rare. People can
Really?
have
Oh
like
my
physical a physical problem with them, but it's very rare. It's a very rare thing.
Listen, Sitch
It's
is
not
like
like acid.
going deep into research and stuff like this.
I did. I was
like
I
at
was
a
like
club
I was very much on that. I don't want to do drugs. You know, I'm not gonna do drugs. They're dangerous. I
I'm
don't
at
want
a
to do acid and become schizophrenic, Adam. Okay, I'm responsible. I don't just do things. I'm not at the party at the club like Adam is. Who
I
just
know,
the
that's
hot
what I was
girl
gonna
comes over
say.
and says, "Hey, honey, swallow
I'm
this
like,
pill."
what's this?
And then he's
Oh,
just
these
like,
are
"Okay, you're
microdots.
hot,"
Oh,
and he
okay.
just swallows the pill and he just fucking goes out of his mind.
Oh my God.
I'm not a simp. I have
That's the
free
best
will
way to
here.
do
Okay,
it.
I'm making informed
That's the
decisions.
best way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Let your elephant take over. There you go.
Totally. Well, I'm not going to turn. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to turn down free drugs.
Yep.
Come on.
Someone says watching a familiar film while tripping is like the thread in the labyrinth. Oh, here I am in time. I remember once when I did shrooms, I watched part of Coraline, and that was insane. That was insane.
Man, I can't. I've
they
never
didn't-
watched a movie while I was high.
Well, you don't really watch it because when you're on shrooms, you're super ADD.
You
and so
can't.
get
Yeah,
distracted.
you can't pay attention to jack shit. What are you talking
No,
about?
but you just have it on to look at,
No.
like occasionally.
No.
And Coraline looks super interesting because it didn't look like claymation. It looked like people wearing plastic costumes. It's very bizarre.
We
Like,
go out
it looked
driving
very
around
strange.
like.
You're driving. Okay, you should not be driving when you're high.
Oh.
That's a terrible idea.
I was driving in San Francisco on like
Oh my
crazy like vertical streets. Like
Oh my God, Adam, this is bad. This is so bad.
we ended up going to like I don't know, it was like a basilica or something like that with a bunch of statues of Moses and Jesus, and Jesus started talking to me.
There you go. If you can, I would recommend if there's some place you can go outside that's like secluded and safe, like your backyard or something,
Oh yeah.
or some nice nature place. That's always a good place to do, as long as you have people with you and it's safe. You know,
We
being
used
in
to
nature
go-
is always better.
They used to do these giant drums, like drum sessions with
Mhm.
like 500 people out in the woods in Santa Cruz in the full moon, and we do like a bunch of.
I don't know. I feel like that'd be weird. Like the
It's-
loud drums when you're on like tripping. That could be bad.
It's so far. It's so weird because like it's so far away, and you can hear it in the distance, and you're like, oh
Right.
my God. And as you get closer and closer, you're like, oh my God, this is like. I mean, it's concert level loud.
That
It's
would
like-
freak me out. I don't know. So
Yeah.
do you have this thing? Whenever I've done it, I always get the same sensation, where
Mhm.
like it seems like only what I perceive around me exists, and that nothing else exists until I perceive it. So like if I'm in a room, it feels like the room is all that exists, and everything outside of it doesn't exist. I get that sensation every time I do shrooms.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'd categorize it that way. This
Okay.
is like, it's been so long since I've done anything
Right.
like that.
Me and Adam will have to do shrooms once together.
No, never.
And stream it.
Never happening. Never happening.
Rami
I'm
for 10 euros says, "A team reigns supreme is a great slogan. It conveys pride, majesty, and hence the inability to recognize that S class is the best class." There you go.
I do like the kiss part. If only A team had a.
That's the problem. You don't have a.
I know. We have good.
Lord Tenson's Pipe for Joe says, "Sitch, that wasn't God. It was Plato's Demiurge? Demiurge? I'm not familiar with this.
Demerge?
Demiurge, in philosophy, a subordinate god who fashions and arranges the physical world to make it conform to rational and eternal idea. Plato adapted the term, which in ancient Greece had originally been the ordinary word for craftsman or artisan.
Mm-hmm.
Plato used the term in his dialogue Timaeus, an exposition of cosmology in which Demiurge is the agent who takes the pre-existing materials of chaos and arranges them according to the models of eternal forms and produces all the physical things of the world, including human bodies.
Oh my God! Look at that.
Sometimes this is thought of as Platonic's personification of active reason. Interesting.
Love it.
Interesting. There you go. Well, that's funny. Someone says Sitch loses object permanence. I did describe it as being like a baby, so maybe that's part of it. You do sort of lose object permanence, so that's interesting. I never thought about it that way, but you could be right. You could be right.
Yeah, what's going on in your brain? The filter is turned off.
The filter is turned off. Yes. Yep. Yes.
Fun stuff.
CT for $1 says, I'm donating specifically because Adam watched Godzilla versus Kong without us. Angry face.
Oh, no.
I will decide what petty revenge I will flick upon him later.
You guys are just jealous. I saw it first. I thank goodness I'm not spoiling it for you.
Oh, she says, this may be enough to make me pick a side.
Oh, no. Oh,
because
no.
at least Sitch hangs out with us.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
CT's
going to become S-Class, Adam.
Oh, okay. I hang out with you guys all the time. What's that? What's that Derek says?
What?
What's that?
Baby Sitch.
What's going on?
There you go. Baby Sitch is really the reflection of me here. There you go. There you go.
Oh, I got so much stuff up
See,
here.
CT even sent me. There's a recipe for lactose-free Bunch of Crunch. That's amazing.
What? Oh,
that's amazing. I gotta check that out.
That's a crime.
That is the best thing I've ever seen.
That's a criminal act right there.
Yes.
Lactose.
Spoiler alert.
Bunch of Crunch.
Spoiler alert. Oh my god, I can't. Duper Dow just spoiled the movie for us. Oh my god. Don't read the chat. He just spoiled the movie for us.
I saw it already, so spoiler alert.
Godzilla fights King Kong. Spoiled. Oh my god.
Well, I think you saw that in the preview.
That's right.
Oh my god, it's so good. There's like this fight scene. Oh, it's so good. I can't believe the whole time I was watching, I was thinking, yep. Sitch doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Kong is so much cooler than Godzilla. Every single moment I'm thinking, he's empathizing. I couldn't see if he had 4 toes or if he had 3 toes or 5. So I don't know if he's a lizard or a bird, but what is
the
Godzilla?
distinction? The toe number?
Yeah. Yeah, is he a lizard? Well, you said he was
He's
a
a
dinosaur.
lizard. I thought he was supposed to be like a mutated lizard.
But you said dinosaur, and dinosaurs
well,
are
he looks
birds.
like a dinosaur. I don't know.
Yeah, but lizards and dinosaurs are different. God, I thought you were the smart
in
one.
the childlike shroom-filled wonder world of
This is
PSA Sitch's mind. Okay.
I feel like this whole conversation is a little bit of Dunning-Kruger, where like I'm the super smart
The
one.
Dunning-Kruger about Godzilla versus King Kong.
How many toes
This Godzilla.
does Godzilla have? Someone knows.
Adam's over here like, hey Godzilla, let me get some feet pick.
Godzilla. Oh look, it came right up for me. How many toes? Godzilla is his many incarnations. Oh, New York Times.
I thought he had like 5 toes.
Goes from 4 toes on each. What? To 3, like 4.
Oh, never
what?
mind.
First of all, okay, lizards have 5 toes, birds have 3 toes.
So he's got
4
4
toes.
He's just his own thing, man.
Well, I guess birds technically have 4 toes because they have 3 forward and 1 back. So maybe that's what they mean. Maybe he is a
Dude,
bird.
I thought birds had 2 forward, 1 back.
Hey, you guys, ever notice that on his feet is some
Bird talons.
film? He will have
You're right. Birds
3
have
toes,
3
and
front
others
toes
he has
and
4
1 back
toes.
toe.
Yeah. Come on.
Why do you know this? This is such a random thing.
I know it because it's important. It's important to know.
It's super important to know how many toes a bird has.
What's important to know if I know it from dinosaurs, because if dinosaurs have 5 toes are related to lizards, if they're have 3 toes are related to birds, and that's something people want to know.
I never knew this before.
Yeah.
Thank you for teaching me.
Dinosaurs are descendants of birds. Birds are dinosaurs.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah.
How many toes does a lizard have?
5. Come on. That's basic.
Yeah, I know, because I've seen, whenever I see a lizard, they look like they have 5 toes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got to be somewhat like 4.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere. It's got to be a
Four-toed
4-toed lizard.
Oh, more like
Boom!
4.
There's a lizard with 4 toes. It looks like a gecko. Looks like a gecko and has 4 toes.
My wife was giving me a hard time because I thought, oh no, it was you that was giving me a hard time. It's so confusing. Everyone's always giving me a hard time. It was you, wasn't it?
Adam just called me his wife, everyone. I hope you caught that.
On spiders?
Mm-hmm.
Was
Yeah.
it you that was giving me a hard time about
it wasn't just
spiders?
me. It was everyone in the stream was giving me a hard time because you. Okay,
Spiders.
I'm so
Okay.
glad you brought that up because I forgot. Mister over here gave me a hard time like, Sitch, you don't know how many toes a bird and a lizard have in dinosaurs. You know the toe count of dinosaurs. Mister Toe Count over here doesn't even know that spiders are not insects.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look,
Something every child knows. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, that's 5. Where's the 4-toed lizard?
There was a picture of a 4-toed lizard. I don't know.
Because it's like some deformity, but not really.
It could be.
4-toed worm lizard. Nah,
It looks like a gecko.
not good.
I just sent you the picture. There's your 4-toed lizard.
How are you better at Google than me?
Because I'm just better at everything than you. I don't know what to say.
Oh my God, it is. It's real.
Yeah, it's a 4-toed lizard.
I'm freaking out here. Where's
Some
that
kinda
thing
gecko.
fit? Where's that thing fit in the series? In the
Though I
evolutionary
will
hierarchy?
say, most of the lizards look like they had 5 toes. Oh, wait a minute. It might have 5 toes. It's just that the 5th
Oh,
toe
it's
is
a tiny one. Look at
like
that.
super tiny. Yeah, you see, you can't really, you can sort of see it.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Okay,
Because
so it
it'd
does
be
have 5
weird.
toes.
It would
Yeah.
be weird to find a 4-toed lizard
Right.
because there's like these 2 evolutionary lines
Right.
and toe count. Like we're literally on the lizard line because we have the 5 fingers, 5
Yeah, fuck
toes. Yeah.
birds.
Yeah.
Lizards all the way.
Unless, of course,
Lizards are adorable. They got little faces.
oh my God. You're just trying to backpedal because you made the biggest, most giantest mistake on
That
Kong.
I didn't know the toe count of lizards.
No, on Kong versus the faceless bird monster.
But we don't know because you said he just has 4 toes, so it doesn't make sense.
It says 3 toes in some movies, though, and 4 toes.
I've never seen Godzilla have 3 toes, ever.
Now you're googling Godzilla foot, aren't you?
Godzilla. I need Godzilla feet pics.
Godzilla.
Oh, you're right. Some of them he has 3, and some of them he has 4. There you
Yeah.
go.
They fixed it up. They were like, "Oh my goodness."
How
made a
many toes does he
mistake
have
here.
in the current one?
This is so weird because that's not like a.
Show me
Well, I
them
guess
feet
it could-
pics, baby.
It could
Godzilla,
rotate
show me
around.
them feet pics.
It could rotate around. It doesn't matter which direction it is. It's the count that counts. It's the count. It's the count that.
Adam's over here arguing about the scientific validity of Godzilla's feet.
Yeah. Wait till you see the movie.
Okay.
It basically takes all of science, wads it up, and throws it in the garbage.
I imagine so.
It's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun, but I saw the Critical Drinker did a video on it, but I haven't watched it yet. So
CT says he's a kaiju. He's his own thing. True. That's a good point.
yeah, but
Savage
where's a
Sharpshooter-
kaiju? Come on,
Huh?
where's a kaiju on the evolutionary chain?
That's
Duh.
a good question. Where is a kaiju on the family evolutionary tree? Where's a kaiju?
Duh.
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Sharpshooter 93 for $5 says, take it from a hick who's eagerly awaiting turkey season. Birds 100% have 4 toes, 3 front And
One back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the spur figure in though? Because the game hens have like those spurs. It's big spurs. Oh,
Do they?
scary.
Why do you know
deadly.
about this? Why you know like a lot of weird shit, Adam? Sometimes
I
you know about mantids. You raise
I
mantids. You know
spent a
about
brief
game
time.
hen
I spent a
spurs.
brief time on a farm where my dad had a game. He bought this game hen, this fighting hen. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was like a fighting cock
Mhm.
that would chase us around the yard and try and get
Oh my
us with
God.
those mean spurs. Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, I don't think the spurs count as a toe.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
It's like a protruding.
Did you
Raptor
Google
claw.
cock spur? I'm just curious.
I typed in no. I'm not an idiot. I typed in game hen spur. I didn't type in cock spur. That would bring me to a whole lot of other pictures that I don't necessarily want to see at all at this time
Game
period.
hen spur.
No, I don't want to type.
Oh
in
yeah,
cock
look at
spurs.
those things. My
Yeah, they're
God.
like a protruding bone spike. Yes.
So I had one of those slash my hand once,
Ouch.
and I remember it to this day.
Ouch.
Yeah. So
Are game hen spurs toes?
yeah, if you get slashed by one of those, you remember it.
I imagine.
You don't forget.
Okay. Before we end the stream, here's a super important question.
Hmm.
CT asked me this question. This is a very important question. Oh no, she asked you,
Hmm.
but I don't know. You never respond, so maybe you didn't see it.
What do you mean? I respond to
both.
everything.
Did you? I don't see it. Where is this question? I don't see it in my DMs. Maybe she just asked, "Where the fuck?"
She asked you something secretly in DMs.
Oh no, she did ask me. Okay, I found it.
CT's in your DMs.
Okay,
What's going on
CT
here?
is in my DMs. I know. How scandalous. Okay, here's the question:
Hmm.
Is ice a rock?
Hmm. Oh, I think she asked me this too.
Yes.
You know what I answered?
What'd you answer?
I didn't because I don't know.
Well, guess. Is ice a rock?
I would guess no.
No.
Yeah.
No. So my answer to this was, it's a water type rock.
Water type rock.
And you know what?
That's definitely.
I was right.
Really?
Rocks are amalgamations of minerals, and minerals are naturally occurring crystals. Since ice is a naturally occurring crystalline substance, it is technically a rock. Boom. There you go,
Bullshit.
guys.
That's
There's
the
your
ultimate,
random knowledge for the day.
That's the ultimate bullshit answer.
Ice is a rock. Got him.
Untrue. Scandalous.
Nils for $1 says, guys, what the fuck? We just had a 12-hour stream. Please stop, go to bed so that I can try to catch up at least a bit on my other podcast.
Yeah, I know. I'm like Sitch is just dragging his feet here.
Don't you
I'm
want to know
starving.
about ice rocks? Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your very, very generous super chats. Where's the harmonica?
What do you mean? I'm
I
playing
want
the
to hear it.
harmonica.
I don't hear anything. Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
How do you
Thank
not hear
Adam, for
that?
Playing your
How
harmonica.
do you not hear that?
I want to hear the constant, like, terrible harmonica in the back. Yes, there it is. I've grown accustomed to it. Okay.
I got a second one now. I found my other harmonica.
Thank you all.
I think it's in a different key.
Thank you all for your very generous super chat. Thank you all for coming with us on this journey. The journey of a white man telling a black man that he's wrong about racism in our country and wokeness. Thank you all for supporting our comic. And thank you all for making it to the end of the stream with us.
Bye-bye.